abyss just beside the vast mountains. A rabbit silently examines the field. Just then, a light, too bright for a human to see, stretches beyond the forest. A magical tree appeared, its vines hanging on the branches and flowing on the ground, as if surveying its surroundings. The tree suddenly coughed. It almost choked to death. The tree looks around and realizes that it is lost. It seems aware that it is in the middle of wilderness. A bee buzzed in front of the tree. Zzz as it said. The tree began to panic. It realized that its hair had gone thick with leaves. The tree started to think it was a strange dream. Maybe because its life had gone busy. That's why many weird things are happening. The tree decided to go back to sleep. Maybe it will be back to normal after it wakes up. Seconds later, it panicked again. This tree is, in fact, a human who turned into a tree. This tree, a human rather, remembered having a sip of water. It actually choked on water and died. How hilarious is that? The tree then started to ask more questions. Did I get reincarnated? Why did I turn into a tree? To this tree, being reincarnated means being attractive and having a harem. The tree realizes that it doesn't even have limbs. Without arms, how can it do one-handed pull-ups? Moreover, the tree began to think deeper. Repentance seems impossible. The tree suddenly noticed something. Commonly, trees do not have eyes, but this tree is different. It has a full range of vision. Imagine not turning your head 360 degrees to see everything. Furthermore, the tree sensed that it does not smell, but rather, it feels. The tree noticed that it has 50 branches, but the ironic thing is, it can only move one. The tree tried to move the remaining 49 branches, and it worked. Voila! The tree can finally control all its branches. As the tree thought of what it could do, he imagined being pecked by a woodpecker. Just a single woodpecker is enough to kill a tree. Up on the horizon, a plane zooms by. The tree concludes that maybe it is in the modern world. Maybe the timeline is the same too. The bees buzzed again, but this time it was louder. The tree was furious. Like the legendary Bruce Lee, the tree chopped the bees with its branches. Double kill. The enemy has been slain. A series of notifications popped up in front of the tree. According to the projection, Yuzu, a mutant willow, has a lifespan of 0.120 years. Its ability is mutated branches. Passive abilities include receiving sunlight and killing other creatures. Yuzu recently gained 0.2 evolution points for killing the bees and receiving sunlight. Consequently, branches can be strengthened using the evolution points. Yuzu ruminates. He decided to use the evolution points to strengthen a few of his branches. He laughed. It felt like he had lifted weights in the gym. Yuzu spotted a beehive nearby. The buzzing is loud again. This time, there is nothing to worry about. With a swift cut, Yuzu slapped the shit out of the beehive. Half a month later, Yuzu had finally gained strength in all his branches. He thought of striking a huge slab of rock in front of him. Whirlwind tornado charge. His branches fused into one as he struck the rock. Yuzu examined the rock. His branches did not touch it, yet a small part of it was smashed by air waves created by the branches. This could be a good technique to use for an attack. Lure the enemy and kill it in one hit. Yuzu noticed that he also grown taller. He's not the same as the ordinary trees that we see. He's definitely a unique one. The roots are extraordinary as well. Yuzu feels like he's absorbing raw energy from the earth. He realizes that he's a special tree, and unlike humans, he can live longer. One day, he'll become as significant as the world tree. Acknowledging that life is better being a tree than a human, Yuzu is quite ecstatic with this new beginning. Breaking a few of his branches, he discovered a nest of peregrine falcons. Comparing adult falcon's nature to a leopard, Yuzu was amazed by this creature. Fascinated by this knowledge, he realized that he lacks an air battle ability. Gaining another life as a tree, he must conquer all odds and do his best to survive. Tempest wolves roamed freely, ravaging every scrape left on Earth. Large-sized ants flew like tornadoes, destroying everything in their wake. A gigantic spider queen looms, making each tiny creature feel insignificant. Do you know that King Kong also exists in this world? What about a viper with a huge axe on its head? Yuzu killed another creature again. This time, it was a rabbit. He fed it to the baby peregrine falcons. After further strengthening his branches, he wants to grow his tree roots and trunks as well. Giving his evolution point to his roots, he felt a sharp pain, as if he was being drilled continuously. His roots grew thicker than before. He proceeded to his trunk, but alas, it felt like he was kicked in the balls. The only life source he had. With no evolution points left, Yuzu decided to hunt again. Something moved behind the bushes. It's hero time. Out of curiosity, Yuzu went to the source of the sound. A wounded fox lies on the floor. Its mouth is open as it takes its last few breaths. With his branches, he poked the wounded fox. It is not dead yet due to the poison. He can't let it feed to the peregrine falcons. Yuzu contemplates. According to the projection, the liquid from his branches can be used as a cure for the fox. He decided to revive the fox, then kill it for evolution points. As it turns out, this tree isn't so stupid after all. Using the liquid from his branches, the wound stopped bleeding. The fox suddenly felt alive again. His eyes were glowing from the energy it received from the tree. Yuzu prepares to attack. However, the fox unleashed its power, the mighty Agyo. The fox rubbed itself into the trunk of the tree. Yuzu was stunned. Despite its mighty strength, this tree is a huge softie for cute creatures like the fox. Yuzu hugged the fox like a fluffy stuffed toy that kids like to hug when they go to sleep. A shining light suddenly exploded. The red fox was in fact evolving. Its fur is as bright as the phoenix who rose from the ashes. It looks like the more evolved version of Fennekin from Pokemon. Yuzu opened his status window. Like the lovely fox, he is also at the beginner stage, just 5 stages ahead of the said creature. He recognized the potential of leveling up and becoming godly in his world. He wondered why the fox was wounded. Is it possible that it is being hunted by humans? Where are the humans anyway? Yuzu heard another sound nearby. 2 young women approached him carrying a pail of water and a basket of fruits. Recognizing these 2 unfamiliar faces, Yuzu activated his stealth mode. One of them called in Papa. It seems like he is the father of these 2 women. Yuzu realized that their father is buried beneath his tree roots. The 2 women offered their prayers and ate their offering. After eating, the 2 decided to take a bath. Yuzu, being a pervert that he is, wanted to see these beautiful women. Whether you are a tree or a human, perverts will remain perverts, and Yuzu is still one of them. As another week passed, Yuzu's world is filled with unknown dangers. A soar of eagles screeched. Apparently, these eagles are mutated golden eagles. A more dangerous bird than the peregrine falcons. From a distance, a red fox pounced, seizing the eagle by its powerful jaws. The 2 struggled for power. With the eagle's deadly claws, the red fox was crushed beneath it, his blood spilling from its skull. The eagle noticed a sound nearby. Before it could attack him, Yuzu unleashed his whirlwind tornado charge. The eagle wailed as it fell to the ground. Gaining additional evolution points, he wondered how the golden eagle found him. It must have been his aura. Yuzu, still vulnerable despite his level, decides to get stronger. Together with his companions, something erupted from the ground beneath. Feeling hazy, Yuzu saw several of his branches and roots being cut off. He did not sense the enemy. Alarmed by this thought, he prompted the system to show the enemy's attributes. The enemy was in fact a war axe snake, a similar level to Yuzu. The snake counters his abilities, making him more vulnerable. They grabbed one of his branches. With the help of his friends, they tried to fight the snake. Yuzu strikes the snake's belly. Hissing in pain, the snake became more furious. Trying not to show his fear, Yuzu strengthened his roots, striking the snake again, but alas, the snake seemed distracted. It slowly retreated, going back to where it came from. Yuzu realized he is not as strong as he seemed to be. Not wanting to face the same situation again, Yuzu continues to evolve along with his companions. His branches grew back and his body got bigger. The red fox grew robust. The peregrine falcons zoom across the sky faster than the speed of light. Yuzu noticed that his change affected them. Wanting to finish what he started, Yuzu asked the falcons to search for the war axe snake. Just then, the 2 women from the other day came back, running towards Yuzu. A horde of wild animals was chasing them. He thought that his aura lured them towards him. A wild boar chased down the girls, but the red fox leaped towards the boar, saving the 2 women. The other animals began to attack the red fox, but the peregrine falcons soared to them, defending the red fox. With his newfound strength, Yuzu positioned himself ready to attack these ferocious beasts. Prepare to be evolution points, you bastards. Striking them with his enhanced branches, Yuzu killed several mutated creatures. Instead of killing the brawny ones, he decided to keep them. After being chased by the wild beasts, the 2 women were exhausted. Yuzu thought of any worst-case scenario. Out of all scenarios, being an ugly tree in the zoo seemed like an unfavorable one. I guess being attractive still matter in your second life, huh? One of the girls woke up. Yuzu showed his most ominous look. The girls thought the tree would attack them, but Yuzu did write something on the ground. As he anticipated their reaction, the girls asked him about their greatest secret. Luckily, the system knows. Xiaoling likes her neighbor. Wakshoqing skipped school to take care of their family. Is it because their father is buried under this tree that it knows their secrets? What if the time flow made their father's soul fuse with the tree? Yuzu gave the sisters a pair of hairpins as a gift to them. Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling told the tree about the unexpected happenings for the last 2 months. The spiritual energy of the East and the magic of the West could be the reason for this occurrence. Xiao Ling, being the silly girl that she is, fed the untamed wolves some scraps from the animal war. Xiao Hong, the red fox, threatened the wolves. Whimpering, the wolves decided to eat the scrap. Yuzu contemplated what to do with the beasts that he captured. He gained additional strength from this sudden event. After leveling up from the beginner stage, maybe he could reach the ranking stage this time. Reviewing his new capabilities, Yuzu garnered a total of 149 evolution points. In addition to his enhanced strong regeneration, he can also create a dense fog barrier that can cause hallucinations to enemies. Reaching the first rank, he can't wait to kill the war axe snake. Yet, he must kill the stronger enemies nearby. The sooner, the better. Activating his dense fog barrier, Yuzu told Xiao Hong to send the sisters down the mountain. Still recovering from the sudden turn of events, the sisters cannot believe they are riding on a red fox. Yuzu continued to evolve. The hallucinogenic effect of the fog has a great reaction on the creatures surrounding him. He decided to upgrade this ability. However, he can't upgrade another skill, the life force, due to insufficient evolution points. His roots continued to spread underneath the ground. Feeling more connected to the world around him, the peregrine falcons came back. Perching on one of his branches, they told Yuzu that they couldn't find the war axe snake. He told them to continue the search. Disturbed by the noise created by the wolves, Yuzu slapped them with his branch. The sisters came back from the ride. Xiao Ling was furious with the idea of bullying the wolves. Wolves are cute. This girl must be crazy. Xiao Qing, on the other hand, treated their wounds. The wolves whimpered silently. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling and Bald Head are fighting over a beef jerky. Yuzu realized that the bald head escaped. Tying it carefully this time, the bald head squirmed violently. Xiao Ling gave it a slice of beef jerky. This bald head is actually a softie. Xiao Qing befriended other creatures that Yuzu kept. It seems like the sisters are getting cozier with these animals. What a cute sight, indeed. Despite this positive event, another danger lurks behind the curtains. Back in the village, the sun shines brightly. Xiao Ling and Xiao Qing hurriedly headed towards the mountains. Already concerned, their grandfather wonders why they frequently go there, as if there is something going on that he does not know about. Good grandparents are the best thing in the world, aren't they? Meanwhile, Yuzu searches for Xiao Hong, the red fox. Apparently, Xiao Hong picked up the sisters again. With the sisters on its back, the red fox leaped into the forest. Xiao Qing, the quirky one, smirked. She bought fertilizer for Yuzu, the tree where their father was buried. They wanted to make their father stronger, not knowing that it continuously evolves by killing creatures in the forest. Xiao Ling looked up to the sky, sensing that rain would surely come. Xiao Hong was alarmed by an unexpected visitor. The war axe snake looked more powerful than before. The snake hissed at them. An impending doom is coming for the sisters. At Yuzu's territory, the tree fights a swarm of mutated bees. He continues to gather more evolution points. Despite the expensive cost of leveling up, nothing gets in between him and the thought of getting stronger. His branches grew more frightening, collecting more creatures at once. It looks like the Mind Flayer in Stranger Things. With his improved senses, he formed a protection circle around him. Meanwhile, the creatures he kept are still tied to his branches. Yuzu wonders where Xiao Hong went. Unbeknownst to him, the war axe snake became more dangerous, killing anything that is on its path. What does this mean to the hero of our story? Yuzu is getting more worried. The sisters haven't arrived, as did Xiao Hong. The tree urged Ada, the peregrine falcon, to fly with his brothers to search for them. Xiao Hong suddenly arrived, badly wounded from the encounter with the war axe snake. No, not our precious red fox. Yuzu hurriedly used his life essence to cure Xiao Hong. The red fox slowly regains its strength, whereas Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling. From a distance, the war axe snake is about to devour one of the sisters. Yuzu was furious. With his swift branches, he grabbed the girl before the snake could eat her. Yuzu got angrier. The snake did not solely want to eat Xiao Qing, and it seemed like it ate the branch that got from Yuzu. Yuzu knocked the snake out, sending it far away from his territory. Sensing that the tree was back, the war axe snake retreated. Yuzu is not its enemy but rather a creature to devour. This snake surely belongs to the Slithern house. Sneaky and devious as freak. After getting Xiao Qing, Yuziu used his remaining life essence. He repeatedly healed her, utilizing more of his energy. The creatures got uneasy. The system told Yuziu that there is no sign of vitality from Xiaoqing. No, Xiaoqing. Please don't die. Xiaoqing lies still, its lifeless body unmoved. At the village, Xiaoling does not move either. Their grandfather grew anxious as the village doctor delivered a terrible news. Even if Xiaoling survives, she might become a disabled person. Please fight Xiaoling, we need your pure soul. The village head came back from the search. They found nothing of Xiaoqing. Ada, who was sitting on a tree, looks at the window. Yuziu also knew of Xiaoling's condition. This unfortunate event fueled Yuziu's anger. Together with his companions, he rallied with them, getting ready to fight the War Axe Snake once and for all. Avengers, assemble. Due to the energy released by Yuziu and his gang, numerous accidents have been reported. 17 planes crashed near the archipelago. More than 20 ships sunk within half a month. Mutated crows flew everywhere. Even the sea creatures turned into mutated beasts. As these beasts get stronger, they want to conquer more areas within Peng Lake. Reports said that it became a dead zone. The spiritual energy era officially begins. Why does this feel like the spirit world from Avatar? The Legend of Korra? As reports of mutated beasts continue to increase, the head officer commanded his subordinates to mark out areas that has a spiritual energy exceeding 5,000. Creatures who have 1,000 plus spiritual energy are hard to suppress, as they act like well-trained military soldiers. Moreover, creatures who have 5,000 plus spiritual energy are worse. The head officer detected 8 areas with 5,000 plus spiritual energy. Maybe it's Yuziu and his friends. The red alarm alerted everyone in the room. Apparently, the system detected a spiritual energy with an amount of 18,000. What the F? Is this the end of the world for them? In Yuziu's world, creatures' size matters more than anything. Yuziu's mates are currently fighting the War Axe Snake. The white crane, who is on beginner rank 3, coughs out blood. The black cow, who is on beginner rank 2, cries in pain. Bald head, being as crazy as Xiaoqing, attack the War Axe Snake as well. Despite their quantity and upgrade, Yuziu's companions have no match against the War Axe Snake, who is currently on beginner rank 9. Together, they simultaneously attack the snake in hopes of achieving victory. The War Axe Snake hissed as blood spilled from its eyes. Yuziu's companions were not yet finished. Another creature enters the scene, full of bloodlust and fury. Xiao Hong bares its teeth. Hue and some battle music, please. This is not the first time that the War Axe Snake and the Red Fox encountered each other. No wonder the Red Fox really wants to kill this ferocious beast. The Red Fox was merely prey when the snake first saw it. The second time was when Yuziu fought with it. The last time was incredibly painful for Xiao Hong. This bastard almost killed the sisters, and he was only at rank 7 that time. Poor creature. Turning pain into power, the Red Fox roared, its tail bursting with flames. The War Axe Snake noticed its raw power. It roared back, but the Red Fox relentlessly stands still. The two creatures clashed, sending each other to death. With his deadly axe tail, poisonous fangs, and tough scale, the War Axe can quickly gain an upper hand in any battle. The Red Fox was not threatened by this. Xiao Hong launched, burying his claws on the snake's skin. Let's go, Xiao Hong, avenge the sisters. The snake quickly retaliates. Up in the sky, the peregrine falcons dove into the snake. Here comes the bullet dive. The snake wailed, surprised by the attack. A crack opens on the top of his belly. Wounded by the battle, Xiao Hong catches his breath. The peregrine falcons are not yet done with this bastard. As they fly like jets in the sky, the peregrine falcons let out a loud scream. The snake was caught off guard by this. Even Xiao Hong felt the intimidation brought by the falcons. It seems like the falcons are ready to die just to kill this bastard. Flying faster than a speed of light means death, but the falcons are not afraid of it. They are the definition of strength and numbers. The falcons did not forget Yuziu's kindness. He adopted them, despite the cost of caring for a nest full of young birds. Deep in their hearts, Yuziu is like a parent to them. What happened to the sisters deeply affected Yuziu. Ada and the falcons will not forget that day. If Yuziu wants to kill the snake and avenge the sisters, the falcons will help Yuziu without any hesitation, even if it means dying in the end. The peregrine falcons soared once again. Using their bullet dive, the snake screamed in agony. They strike the snake everywhere, on its body and its tail. The enemy shrieked again. As bullet dive attack requires lots of their energy, the falcons slowly descended in the air. The battle left Yuziu's companions severely wounded. Xiao Hong waits for its turn as it gazes at its companions. Regardless of the wounds acquired from the battle, the war axe snake stood once again, not wanting to accept defeat. It hissed at Xiao Hong. As it attacks the red fox, a strong branch interferes. Our guy Yuziu is here. Let's freaking go. Yuziu sends the snake back, catching off its guard once again. He let out a hallucinogenic fog within the area. At last, Yuziu encountered the snake again. The snake stood up again, its killing instincts still alive. Yuziu recalled his past encounters with this bastard. He must not let it escape. The snake just realized that he was tricked by Yuziu. He lured it into his circle so he could come and finish it at once. Yuziu wrapped the snake with all his branches and roots. Bringing the snake closer, he tightened his grip, making sure that the snake wouldn't escape again. The snake howled, coughing out blood everywhere. At last, the war axe snake is dead. Yuziu gained 90 evolution points for killing it. Wounded from the battle, Yuziu's companions helped each other. Dissatisfied with the aftermath, Yuziu struck the snake once again, like a child punching a rag doll. He urged the snake to get up, as if it was still alive. Yuziu punched the snake again and again, beating it into pulp. Burdened with pain and sorrow, Yuziu screamed. He tries to find meaning to his actions. For him, killing the snake who killed the sisters is justifiable, in a world where the strong kills the weak. Yuziu continued to rationalize what he did, yet all he felt was anger and sadness. Sensing Yuziu's energy, his companions cried of him too. Are you guys crying? Because I am. Fog descended into the valley. At the village, a woman is lying on the ground. Xiaoqing's grandfather weeps, hugging his granddaughter. Before heading back to the forest, Xiao Hong gave a one last glance to Xiaoqing. Xiao Hong is so precious. Too precious for this world. In the forest, Yuziu expressed his gratitude to his companions. Because of them, he finally killed the war axe snake. As a parting gift, he gave them his life essence. Yuziu's companions glowed. They looked more vigorous, unlike the rugged look they got from fighting with the war axe snake. The wild cow looked like a minotaur. The tempest wolves grew larger, having the wind's power as their additional talent. Yuziu was overjoyed. His companions evolved, and he wants to see them getting stronger. Out of all his companions, only Bald Head and the monkey leveled up by 1 rank. They look cute though. Lol. The tempest wolves bowed. The crane urged the stubborn Bald Head to bow in respect as well. Yuziu was touched by their gesture. The creatures decided to stay by his side. In return, Yuziu promised to protect them. He still has a lot to learn in this world. Yet Yuziu knows that survival is the only way to live in it. As stars twinkle on the night sky, the battle with the war axe snake seemed like it did not happen. Yuziu's companions patrolled their territory. The peregrine falcon scouted the sky while the tempest wolves roamed on the ground. The wild cow, monkey, and the crane cleaned the battlefield. Xiao Hong, the red fox, is guarding at the top of the valley. As for Bald Head, of course, he is lazy as freak. What do you all expect? Yuziu grabbed the bull-headed creature. He was more stubborn than the wild cow itself. The tree threatened the bald head to work. Suddenly, a pure light radiates within Yuziu's territory. A woman emerged from a ball of light. Oh my god, who is this woman? What is this ball of energy? What's going on? The projection popped up. Apparently, Yuziu gained a new ability. He can nourish his spirit soul using his tree branches. Xiaoqing became a mutated spirit soul. How awesome is that? Yuziu remembered something about a god tree called Nourish Soul Tree. Using his branches, he carefully held Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing woke up. She asked numerous questions to Yuziu. Despite her soul revival, she does not recall who she was. Yuziu cared so much for her that he couldn't let go of her. Hence, she became a mutated spirit soul. He swore to protect her once again. Bald Head wonders what is happening to his master. As it turns out, only Yuziu can see Xiaoqing's spirit. Bald Head thinks he was the most important person to Yuziu. His face went, oh woo, literally. Xiaoqing clutched her head. She hears a lot of voices inside her head. Voices of people she's not familiar with. Xiaoqing felt a pang of sadness. Who are these people? Yuziu observes. Since her soul did not appear, it means that Xiaoling is still alive. As twins, maybe their souls fused together. Xiaoqing coughs in pain. Her soul isn't stable at the moment. Yuziu gave Xiaoqing a bit of his life essence. Xiaoqing felt calmer. She sees things much more clearly now. Xiaoqing told Yuziu that she can enter Xiaoling's consciousness. Their unconscious bodies were at the village, yet their spirits stayed with Yuziu. Consequently, Xiaoqing's spirit can control Xiaoling's body. However, controlling a body takes a huge toll on Xiaoqing's spirit. Apparently, she can both enter and control Xiaoling's body. The tree concocts a plan. Yuziu wants Xiaoqing to live as Xiaoling in this world. Oh my god. Meanwhile, the officer's next target is the mountain surrounded by a dense fog. What does this mean to Yuziu and his friends? Rain and fog swept along the valley. Using a GPS, the officers detected a village nearby. They decided to stay there for the meantime. As the spiritual energy era consumed their world, some humans gain extraordinary abilities. These humans are called super beings. One of the rumored first-generation super beings is a man named Yan Go Yuan. In Yuziu's territory, Xiaoqing is practicing her newfound abilities. Yuziu asked her regarding the day they encountered the snake. After their death, Yuziu assumes they will not let this slip like nothing had happened. The tree decides on what to do in case the villagers attack their territory. Yuziu does not want to fight with humans. Consequently, he released a fog cover, expanding its reach. Yuziu also wants his companions to evolve quickly too. Soon, he'll be able to create a foggy country. They will dominate this mountain. Yuziu detected an unusual energy. A group of humans entered his territory. Oh no. The commander asked the other officers to stay behind and guard their vehicle while others went to the village. Apparently, these armored vehicles are their weapon in killing the beasts. A small armor-piercing projectile sits inside the vehicle, loaded with powerful bullets. This is going to be a bloodbath. Sensing the urgency of the situation, the commander informed his people about the beast with 10,000 spiritual energy. Suddenly, a cry erupted from the village. Yan Gao Yuan told the commander to find out what happened. As fast as the peregrine falcons, Yan Gao Yuan fled. Yuziu detected his energy. He thinks that the people who entered his territory are different. This is definitely bad news for them. Yuziu wondered how they came into their territory. Utilizing her profound abilities, he asked Xiaoqing regarding the situation in the village. Xiaoqing felt strange. She started to feel like Xiaoling's memories were trying to merge with her spirit, recalling what happened with the snake. Yuziu urged Xiaoqing to drink his life essence. Why does this sound so weird? Lol. In the village, Xiaoling's body lies still. Yan Gao Yuan arrived, looking at her unperturbed body. Wake up and run, Xiaoling. Yan Gao Yuan examined Xiaoling's body. He knew that there was something going on in her body, as if a weak spiritual energy exists in it. According to her aura, her fire element is rare. Is this turning to Avatar, the legend of Aang? Lol. If the village knows about Xiaoling's power, they would not understand it. Yan Gao Yuan lifted his sleeve and pulled a potion. Apparently, the potion can get energy from its surroundings and replenish the one that uses it. In the forest, Yuziu asked Xiaoqing about the village. His life essence helped Xiaoqing, but it was not enough to boost up her power. Back in the village, Yan Gao Yuan gave the potion to Xiaoling. Xiaoling glowed. Power surged not only on Xiaoling's body, but also of Xiaoqing's spirit. A streak of red light burst into the sky. Astounded by this sight, the officers could not believe what they saw. At last, Xiaoling was awake. The villagers were overjoyed by this wonderful event. Yan Gao Yuan was shocked. How could she just wake up like that? Some people need almost half a day for them to replenish their energy. What the F is going on? Xiaoqing is not yet used to Xiaoling's body. Yuziu urged her to adapt, as he needed her to act as a spy in the village. Because of Xiaoling's revival, the village decided to celebrate. They toast and eat in honor of Xiaoling. Xiaoqing, still in Xiaoling's body, asked Yan Gao Yuan about their plan for the village. According to him, the mutating beasts are roaming everywhere, and they are planning to do some research. Acting like a real spy, Xiaoqing continued to ask for more information. Apparently, spiritual energy satellites detected a strange energy in the forest. Yuziu was surprised by this. Humans are not so dumb after all. Well, furthermore, the soldiers were tasked to evacuate the area. They also want to search for the new mutated beast that the satellite has found. Yuziu decides to evolve deliberately. Now that humans have advanced technology, he can't risk being detected. This is the War Axe Snake's fault. He also concluded that they are carrying advanced weapons as well. It seems like the forest creatures are not the only ones that they should think about. Yan Gao Yuan asked Xiaoling's grandfather, the village head, about their plans. The village had no other choice but to let Xiaoling come with them. Yan Gao Yuan reassured the village head about Xiaoling's condition. He will make sure they will get the best doctor to treat Xiaoling. They must go down to the mountains first before picking her up. After an exchange of goodbyes, the soldiers descended further into the mountains. As the fog continued to thicken, the soldiers started to get anxious. It seemed like they had lost their way. Little did they know, The Tempest Wolves were waiting for them, ready to tear the soldiers one by one. As the soldiers went deeper into the mountains, they continued to get lost. They sensed that something was wrong with the fog. It must have been the increasing amount of spiritual energy in the area. Despite the illusions caused by the fog, Yan Gao Yuan managed to figure out the trick behind the fog. Suddenly, a Tempest Wolf roared, trying to scare off the soldiers. They brought out their weapons frantically. Sensing the incoming danger, the commander alerted his subordinates. The Tempest Wolf pounced, catching the commander off guard. With its mighty jaws, the wolf grabbed the commander away from his group. For a split second, the group did not know what to do. Yan Gao Yuan realized that it is a mutated Tempest Wolf. The commander hangs in between the wolf's jaw as if it's ready to chew and eat it. Aiming at the wolf, the soldiers started to shoot. But alas, the bullets bounced back. What the F? The soldiers scattered around, attempting to dodge the bullets. Why do they look like scouting rangers from Attack on Titans? Lol. Yan Gao Yuan was furious. Like Lei Ackerman trying to save Commander Irwin, he gave the wolf a roundhouse kick on the face. Grabbing the commander's hand, Yan Gao Yuan escaped from the wolf's grasp. In return, the wolf got angrier. It attacked Yan Gao Yuan. The fog got denser. A ferocious creature emerged. It's the stubborn bald head. The soldiers swiftly got their guns and shot it. With a spiritual energy of 4,000 to 6,000, Bald Head growled at them. Despite Bald Head's deceptive looks, he can surely kill. Even high-ranked ferocious beasts should not be ignored. One of the soldiers got enraged. He shot Bald Head once again. Dust and smoke covered the entire scene. No one flinched. Yet, the soldiers wondered if the ferocious little beast was still alive. Suddenly, 3 Tempest Wolves appeared beside Bald Head. The wolves looked like they were going to eat them. Full of bloodlust, the wolves are ready to fight these pesky humans. But Yan Gao Yuan has a plan in place. The dense fog from the other night has finally lifted. Beams of light made their way through the forest. Deeply wounded from the battle, the soldiers retreated. Yan Gao Yuan felt frustrated because of Bald Head. Good job, Bald Head. We thought you're useless. The soldiers thought they could kill it, despite its small size. 6 of the brothers had died, all because of Yu Ziyu's companions. Yu Ziyu sighed in relief. With the help of his companions, they finally drove the soldiers away from the forest. Even if he wants to kill them, Yu Ziyu can't risk attracting more humans in his territory. The tree vows to get stronger again, making sure he won't face the humans for another time. Speaking of Xiaoqing, Yu Ziyu asked about her well-being. Living in Xiaoling's body for the meantime, she reported her encounter with the soldiers. Apparently, Xiaoling got on a vehicle with a different team. The tree asked Xiaoqing to act as a puppeteer in Xiaoling's body. Poor Xiaoqing. Yu Ziyu did not expect Xiaoling to gain an elemental talent. For him, this is a chance for them to gain information from humans. One of the soldiers checked out Xiaoling. Poor Xiaoling. Men are really perverts. The soldiers chattered as Xiaoling fell asleep. Little did she know that the 2 soldiers were checking her out. As it turns out, Xiaoqing can control Xiaoling for a limited amount of time. Yu Ziyu decided to provide more life essence to Xiaoqing. Yu Ziyu, you manipulative bastard, lol. After fighting in the battle, Bald Head and the Tempest Wolves had finally arrived. The honey badger was severely wounded. Yu Ziyu reconsiders whether to give his life essence to his companions. As he thinks of a better idea, the tree managed to make a pond full of life essence. His territory looked like an oasis in the middle of the desert. Yu Ziyu's companions were amazed. The wolves, together with Bald Head, bathed in the soothing pond. The Spirit River, the source of the pond's water, has incredible amounts of spiritual energy. Yu Ziyu's roots absorb its water, making him more robust. If he could make a pond out of it, maybe it could nourish his friends as well. This will be a huge help for them. Furthermore, Xiaoling arrived at the Superbeing Research Center. The leader has been waiting for them. Yan Gao Yuan wonders if she will be compared to others who are stronger than her. At the Superbeing Research Center, the leader looks stern. He assumed that Yan Gao Yuan fought firmly with the soldiers at the mountain. Being the dutiful super being that he is, Yan Gao Yuan affirmed the leader. The old man asked about the fog. Who knows if it can affect the human's mental spirit? For them, the condition of the mountain is still unexplainable. The leader ordered a yellow warning in the area. If it gets worse, certain repercussions need to be made. As for Xiaoling, Yan Gao Yuan assumes she might be the strongest among them. The areas were divided into 4 classifications. The green area where the humans live. The yellow area, where one must be cautious. The red area needs human intervention, and lastly, the restricted area, which is the most dangerous of all. Bermuda Triangle, a restricted area, became worse when the Spirit Era happened. Yuzu's territory is considered a yellow area, and a lot of areas in the world reached this level too. Yuzu's friends are becoming stronger every day. Xiao Hong received a standing ovation for his spectacular show of strength. The bald head showed its talent too. After the encounter with the humans, Yuzu assumed he finally achieved some peace. Meanwhile, the Tempest Wolves came back from their hunt. Killing the creatures they had captured, the tree gained some evolution points. Yuzu was getting more cunning as it seems. Mutualism at its finest. The wolves ate their catch. Disgusted by the sight, Yuzu turned to the red fox. Xiao Hong is so composed, very graceful and elegant. On the other hand, the monkey eats Yuzu's leaves. Like the graceful Xiao Hong, the crane silently glides on the pond. Gaining 172 evolution points, Yuzu contemplates what to do with it. As he ranks up, upgrading becomes more expensive. His branches can cause ultimate paralysis and stun attack. Curious by his new abilities, he used it on Bald Head. What the F is wrong with this tree? Lol. Yuzu was amazed. However, Bald Head was not affected by his powers. Lol. According to Xiao Qing, Bald Head is born with anti-poison properties, making it invulnerable to poison. Yuzu was surprised that Xiao Qing came back. She reported what happened to the research center. Having two souls fused in one body, the twins are definitely stronger. With the aid of Yuzu's life essence, she will become a powerful creature. The greedy tree gave another dose of his life essence to Xiao Qing. Back in the Superbeing Research Center, Xiao Ling starts her training. Let's go, Queen. At the Superbeing Research Center, Yan Gao Yuan gave Xiao Ling a brief background about the facility. The aim of the research center is to gather all super beings all over the world. Moreover, it also facilitates researching spiritual energy. Because of this, Yan Gao Yuan thinks it should be called as Academy instead of a research center. As they both entered the recruitment ground, one of the super beings noticed Xiao Ling's energy. Standing on the top floor, the director informed them what they were about to do. Super beings must adapt with the changing nature of the world. With their abilities, they will begin a new era. The students shouted in unison. The first test begins. One by one, the students undergone the spiritual energy test. The examiner checks each of the super beings' energy. Others have low to medium amount of spiritual energy. This batch of super beings are worse than the previous ones. A slender woman named Yan Lang Ling finally took the test, garnering 2,000 energy. She passed the test. The examiner was stunned by the numbers. Yan Lang Ling was not surprised by this. The examiner called another name. This time, it is Xiao Ling. Everyone, even the director, anticipated the outcome. As Xiao Ling put her hands on the screen, a huge beam of energy erupted. The number continues to rise as if it could reach 10,000 points. With her limitless energy, she broke the energy test. Yan Lang Ling nervously laughed. She never thought that a country girl like Xiao Ling was stronger than her. The examiner told everyone to go to their designated arenas. For super beings who have a high energy standard, they must try to touch Yan Gao Yuan within 1 hour using any method. Back in the forest, Yuzu is chilling by the pond, as if everything is alright. Bald Head silently poops, ruining Yuzu's mood. The two bickered again. These two are like a married couple, lol. Barely scraped from the fight, Yan Gao Yuan stood in the center of the arena. Around him, the super beings were exhausted from the battle. Yan Gao Yuan laughed. If no student can touch him, then all of them will be disqualified. Just you wait for our Queen Xiao Ling. As 50 minutes had passed by, only Yan Lang Ling and Xiao Ling remained in the arena. The rest of the super beings were incredibly exhausted. Yan Gao Yuan challenged them once again. Taunting the remaining students, Xiao Ling got anxious. She can't get disqualified. Surging with raw power, Xiao Ling prepares to fight. Yan Lang Ling got terrified. This woman has no chill, the F. Using her fire energy, Xiao Ling darted past Yan Gao Yuan. But she barely managed to leave a scrape. He challenged her once again. Going in multiple directions, Xiao Ling flew everywhere. She's like an OP hero from an anime. For a newbie, everyone was surprised. Xiao Ling hit Yan Gao Yuan as fast as she can. Before she could attack him again, Yan Lang Ling sent her flying off the wall. Yan Lang Ling successfully passed the test. Sneaky woman. Yan Gao Yuan swiftly approached Xiao Ling. Despite her bleeding head, Xiao Ling ignores it. She suddenly remembered what Yuzu said to her. Yan Gao Yuan wanted Xiao Ling to go to the clinic, but Xiao Ling told him to freak off. Yan Lang Ling teased Xiao Ling. She did not expect Xiao Ling to lose against her. Xiao Ling repeated what Yuzu said to her. Filled with anger, she put Yan Ling on the ground. Gasping for air, she urged Xiao Ling to let go of her. Xiao Ling is so scary. She really wants to kill Yan Ling. Before she could release a final blow, Yan Gao Yuan stopped her. He told Xiao Ling that she passed the test as well. Yan Ling, still on the ground, catches her breath. Seeing her raw energy, the research center decided to make Xiao Ling stronger. Back in the forest, Shou Qing told Yu Ziyu what happened at the research center. The villagers were urged to move to the city since the mountain is not safe anymore. Winter finally arrived. Yu Ziyu continues to get stronger day by day. Another creature looms. This time would be different. In the northwest region, the soldiers succeeded in excavating spirit stones from the earth. Despite the victorious mission, a lot of lives were lost because of it. As the soldiers retreated, a giant creature broke out from the ground. Armored with silver, the centipede roared. As usual, Yu Ziyu strengthened his branches. He cannot wait to reach rank 2. Reaching rank 2 means being invulnerable to nuclear weapons. Interesting. If he evolves into Transcend rank 2, humans will definitely know his location. For the first time, Yu Ziyu was afraid of humans. Back in the research center, the super beings are struggling to deal with the Spirit Stone mission. Its energy lured huge amounts of mutated beasts. At the beginning, the soldiers only encountered 4,000 spiritual energy from mutated rats and birds. Eventually, a Transcend rank 2 centipede slithered, spreading terror in the northwest region. The research center sent a team of super beings to deal with the crisis. Shou Qing delivered this news to Yu Ziyu. According to the research center, the Spirit Stone is a special ore, with an immense amount of energy. It can be used to speed up power, and be on the same level as Yu Ziyu. Yu Ziyu was pissed. He also needs to think about what to do with the silver centipede. It killed almost half of the super beings. The centipede is no joke. Yu Ziyu deduced that the centipede could be hiding its energy. Consequently, this is the first inland disaster rank mutated beast. Yu Ziyu asked Xiao Ling if he could fight it. Shou Qing gave a vague answer. In terms of power, the silver centipede is more powerful than the tree. Yu Ziyu urged Xiao Qing to go back to Xiao Ling's body. Xiao Ling went to see the instructor. She asked him if she could go to the northwest region. The instructor disagrees. He wonders why Xiao Ling wants to go there and risk getting killed. At Yu Ziyu's territory, the peregrine falcons captured an ant queen. Together with its colony, Yu Ziyu prepares himself to kill these creatures and turn them into evolution points. Garnering almost 800 points, he strengthened his tree roots again. This tree has no chill too. Pain increases every time he levels up. On the other side of the forest, Baldhead lies on a ground full of snow. What the F does this mean for Baldhead's fate? Deep in the frosted areas of the forest, Baldhead catches his prey. As he brought his fish away from the pond, he spotted a group of creatures nearby. Baldhead sneered at them. However, he still shared his fish with them. Baldhead is so wholesome. That's my boy, lol. In return, they give an offering to him. Waving his hand, Baldhead said his goodbyes to these creatures. Baldhead surely is having a good time. Suddenly, Baldhead flung from his seat. A tide of snow almost ate him, twice as big as he is. The creature looked at Baldhead. The green turtle stood still, as if he wanted to squash Baldhead with his giant feet. Baldhead looked like he was going to cry. His newly found friends were crushed beneath the turtle's feet. He let out a loud scream. Sensing what was going on, the Tempest wolves ran into the source of the sound. Baldhead was buried deep in the snow, as if the green turtle did what his giant feet could do. Terribly wounded, the wolves brought him back to Yu Ziyu. Obviously, Yu Ziyu used his life essence again. The tree commanded the wolves to find the creature that tormented the honey badger. Yu Ziyu asked Xia Hong to come with him as well. He badly wants to kill the green turtle. Shou Qing also asked the tree to go the search too. After her encounter with the instructor, Shou Qing told Yu Ziyu about the Spirit Stone. It seemed like the Spirit Stone can conceal spiritual energy. The tree realized why the silver centipede grew without being detected. Shou Qing asked Yu Ziyu for some patience. Soon enough, they will get the Spirit Stone and use it to level up. Even a pair of Spirit Stones will not conceal Yu Ziyu's power as soon as he continues to get stronger. Yu Ziyu reassured Shou Qing that she needs to secure her Spirit Stone first. Surely, the underground Spirit River will help him in other ways. After deducing, it seems that the power of the river itself came from the Spirit Stone mine. The tree realized that his opponent this time is tougher than the War Axe Snake. Yu Ziyu changed his mind. He commanded Xiao Hong and the wolves to check out the scene. Yu Ziyu asked the crane and the falcons to fly around and see if there's anything suspicious. Digging a hole in the ground, the tree asked Xiao Qing to follow the river's path. Yuzu tells his friends to report this time, instead of getting engaged with the enemy. With the task at hand, Yuzu's companions flew to their designated areas. Let's go, Yuzu's friends. You all can do this. Xiaoqing found several spirit stones in the mine. A roar echoed inside the cave. An African giant tortoise emerged from the hole, guarding the blood herb. The plant serves as a treasure for evolution. Xiaoqing thinks it could help her master, Yuzu. Not wanting to let go, the tortoise roared again. Striking the oars, Xiaoqing flew as she held the blood herb. Up on the ground, Yuzu sensed that Xiaoqing made the creature furious. The tree searched for Bald Head. It seemed like the honey badger was gone. It probably wants to poop again. Lol. Xiaoqing activated her mental spirit energy. The tortoise countered her attack. The earth shakes as the tortoise darts towards Xiaoqing with all its energy. Xiaoqing hurriedly led it to Yuzu. Creating another barrier, the tortoise made sure not to let the blood herb escape. A tiny creature passes by Xiaoqing. It's the Bald Head. Like a shooting star, the honey badger lunged itself into the tortoise. The tortoise groaned in pain. Bald Head wasn't finished. He won't let this bastard get away again. Xiaoqing warned Bald Head, but the honey badger couldn't hear her. Bald Head charged in multiple directions, knocking the tortoise off. He let out a scream of revenge as he bit the tortoise. The honey badger bleeds, but it does not care. Bald Head just wants to kill this beast once and for all. Before he could attack the tortoise, its huge paws struck back. Xiaoqing warned the honey badger for the second time, its teeth barely gripping. Bald Head recalls his precious memory with the tiny creatures that he befriended. Another cry erupted from the honey badger. Is this the end for the tortoise? Originated from different parts of the world, the honey badger is an incredible creature. With its strong paws, wide head, and plump body, it can counter any attacks from the enemy. Furthermore, it is the most vengeful creature out there. As it turns out, the honey badger hasn't reached its final form. Prepare to die, you giant tortoise. The honey badger suddenly changed its color, looking more deadly than before. The electric energy emitted from his body burns brightly. Moving at a lightning speed, Bald Head flew towards the tortoise. However, Xiaoqing interfered. The honey badger didn't stop fighting. You can do it, Bald Head. Bald Head dashed everywhere, making sure that the tortoise would knock off on its feet. Xiaoqing cheered for her friend. They thought it was dead, but the show was far from over. Bald Head surely lives up to his name. He is defiant as hell. Even if it is smaller than its opponent, the honey badger simply does not give up. Thankfully, Xiaoqing came to his aid. With his remaining strength, he released a huge blow against the tortoise. Yuzu arrived to help his friends. His roots grew larger, and with Xiaoqing's power, they faced the tortoise together. Go-Go Power Rangers. At last, Yuzu arrived. Currently on Transcend Rank 1, the Saiyan Rock Giant Tortoise can shake the ground with its earthquake ability. Yuzu looked at Bald Head. Badly injured, he reassured the honey badger. He did very well. He fought valiantly. Our honey badger is the best. He told Bald Head to leave the rest in. Bald Head sobbed. Who wouldn't cry? Our guy experienced a lot of pain. Meanwhile, the tortoise finally charged towards the tree. Xiaoqing informed Yuzu not to fight it directly. Ignoring her advice, Yuzu punched the tortoise. It struck one of its horns. Still clutching Bald Head, he threw the honey badger to Xiaohong. The tortoise roared again. Using its feet, it shook the ground, sending earth spikes to the tree. Yuzu's strong branches countered its attack. He slashed the earth spikes as debris fell everywhere in the area. He grabbed the tortoise from the ground, slashing it again with his branches. The tortoise shrieked. The war axe Snake Fist, his final weapon, created a dent on the tortoise's shell. He sends the tortoise away from its territory. Yuzu finally killed the tortoise. 8,000 evolution points. What the F? Bald Head looked at the dead tortoise. The tortoise got what it deserved. Yuzu was overjoyed. They found a lot of ores inside the tortoise's hideout. Xiaoqing also gave them the blood herb. Together with his friends, they started mining the spirit stones to bring back as many ores as they could. Yuzu dug a cave towards his roots. Xiaohong and the wolves dragged many stones while Xiaoqing and Bald Head made a burrow in the cave to cultivate his roots using the stones. They gathered lots of ores, even bigger than the one that the centipede has. Excited to gain more evolution points, the tree evolved again. The spiritual era brought huge changes to the environment. Normal birds migrated to the south, while mutated birds can endure harsh winters longer than normal ones. As the bird flew across the sky, Yuzu struck each one of them, as well as the creatures on the ground. His roots spiraled everywhere, as if they had grown throughout the ground. Yuzu's appearance changed too. His colors changed and his eyes grown fiercer. The tree gained more than 13,000 points due to the spirit stones. His abilities enhanced as well as his branches and roots. Apart from his hallucinogenic fog, he can control the sand too. You mean ground? Lol. He quickly tested his ability. Achieving Transcend Rank 2 is terrifying. The sand control can only range to a few hundred meters. With this additional talent, maybe he would be able to walk freely. Having sufficient points, Yuziu enhanced his life force talent. Enhancing his regeneration ability would make him more invulnerable. As he evolved, his surroundings became more colorful. Flowers began to grow, and his appearance felt like he's a tree during autumn season. Cutting one of his branches, Yuziu saw the improvement of his abilities. His friends rejoiced with this progress. Xiao Qing thinks the tree reached a spiritual energy of 30,000. Those ores are something. The falcons came back from their patrol. However, only 2 of them reported to Yuziu. Apparently, they discovered something suspicious on the ground. Yuziu asked one of the falcons to fetch his brothers. Suddenly, the wild cow asked Yuziu for a sandflower. It quickly grabbed it by its mouth. The wild cow transformed. It finally reached beginner level 9. Furthermore, the wild cow can speak too. He plans to enhance Xiao Hong as well. Hungry for more power, Yuziu expanded his cave. All his companions continued to transport more spirit stones. As for Xiao Qing, she returned to Xiao Ling's body again. Her fire energy and mental spirit fuse, making her more awesome. Slay Queen. The instructor asked for Xiao Ling. He showed her a mutant who has genes of both human and wolf. What does this mean to the human race? And for Yuziu, sitting on Yuziu's branches, Bald Head recalls his memory with the tiny creatures. As he sat with his loneliness, Yuziu slapped him with his branches. Bald Head is being lazy again. Back in the research lab, the instructor talks about the mutant. It seemed like the cells extracted from the humans could not resist the wolf's cell. As a result, thousands of experiments failed. Moreover, another batch of humans will be tested for the experiment. The instructor stated that sacrifice is necessary for the sake of humanity. To achieve it, they need to capture Yuziu. As Yuziu gets stronger, humans are getting smarter too. At the Bayou Canyon, Qianqing, a super being, is leading a group of people towards the mountain. Another 2 super beings, Qianfang and Qiantong, were tasked to collect a spiritual herb and kill a few mutated creatures. Qianqing alerted them. A rank 1 mutated wildcat pounced, but Qiantong easily killed it with his hands. Qianqing detected another beast again. She asked the group to retreat this time. Before they could run, a white tiger launched at them, killing one of humans. Qiantong attacks, but he was easily defeated by the tiger. Oblivious to the fact that bullets won't kill the tiger, the spectacle guy fired his gun. Wow, the stupidity. The tiger killed the spectacle guy with the 1 bite. Qianfang asked Qianqing to quickly retreat and go back to the army. Before she could run, Qianfang's head was squished beneath the tiger's paw. Not again. These mutated beasts have no chill. As the tiger opens its mouth to Qianqing, a branch grabbed it. Yuziu arrived to save Qianqing. The white tiger screamed. As she closed her eyes, Qianqing fainted. Back in the forest, the white tiger faces the whole band. Bald Head got pissed when he knew that his 1 level lower than the tiger. Using his life essence, Yuziu wanted to befriend the tiger. Ultimately, the white tiger meowed and licked Yuziu's face. He wondered what would happen if he used it to the super beings that he saved. Qianqing woke up. In front of her, Yuziu and his companions smiled at her. She urged the 2 super beings to wake up. No way she would survive with these mutated beasts. Qianqing thinks she's going to die. Using his essence again, she grabbed Qianqing. Qianqing screamed. Why this looks like she is being sexually harassed? Qianqing thinks this tree has a country and Yuziu is the leader. Yuziu asked Qianqing about her ability. She told him about her intuition. Yuziu laughed. He thinks that Qianqing's ability is a joke. What an asshole. Yuziu commanded Qianqing to train his pets. Obviously, Qianqing protested. Yuziu activated the life essence. With a simple command, Qianqing will become his slave. This tree is becoming evil. He asked any pervert thing he could ask to a woman. Wow. Not only did he become stronger, but he also became worse too. Yuziu thought he could fully control Qianqing. The tree gave his life essence to the other super beings. He wanted them to train his companions. Yuziu also plans to build a home for them. He is directly guarding the underground cave containing the ores, and the humans are housed near the life essence pond inside one of his many interlacing branches. The tree country is coming along nicely. Now that his chores are done, it's time to get back into business. Not only can he move freely on land, but he also has the potential to become an existence known as the God of Willows. When he started this life, he would not have dared to think of these grand thoughts, but now, they have become realistic. His spirits are at an all-time high. He has become an avid believer that anything is possible due to his extraordinary circumstances. He has become a mutant willow with a 500-year lifespan. His passive inherent skills are improving at a decent rate, and he has 13,432 evolution points to spend as he sees fit. When he broke through the second level, he had harvested over 5,000 evolution points, while killing the Earthstone turtle gave him another 8,000. He has observed that entry-level 1 monsters provide 10 evolution points, and entry-level 2 provides 20 subsequently. For creatures of extraordinary rank, on the other hand, the evolution points gained are calculated according to their spiritual power. A beast with 80,000 spiritual power can net him around 8,000 evolution points. He was also notified that he had gained the power to manipulate the earth element. An earthbending tree combo goes crazy. He could upgrade this ability further by absorbing a large amount of earthstones or hunting more earth turtles. Consuming 1,000 evolution points, he decisively reinforced his earth element ability. He could not help but feel a sting with the number of points he must spend the minute he achieved his second-order transcendental status as a creature. With his reinforcement, the whole forest lit up in a blinding light. Every single creature under his rule felt that the tree they all served just got a whole lot stronger. Finally, it's time to get up. The ground trembled in his power as the terrain that was once flat is now filled with raised cliffs made by his power. His power to control Earth has become significantly strong, but the range is still somewhat limited. The honey badger, Bald Head, was once again a victim of his master's experimentation as he slowly loses grip at the edge of the raised cliff. He slowly fell from a terrifying height, and as he banged against the side of the cliff multiple times, he began to accept his fate. Thankfully, all he sustained were some minor injuries, but the pain of always being the victim of his boss shenanigans hurts more. The boss tree is playing favorites when it comes to his underlings, consuming 3,000 more points to reinforce the earth element. Yuzu has become even more determined. The ground raised even higher than he initially did, and Bald Head was once again propelled to the sky on the platform against his will. Every tree root in his body has become akin to that of a turtle. It can now tear apart the land and cause catastrophic earthquakes. If he goes all out with his roots, it won't be enough to raise a wave of land hundreds of meters tall that can drown anything in its path. But using spiritual energy at that massive of a scale only increases injuries in his own body. The first thing he needs to do is take control of this land, and only then can he travel across the world. Yuzu revels in his recent achievements while Bald Head cries at his fate. His misfortunes probably came from incurring debts in his past life as he's now stuck atop his master's artificially made concrete towers. Meanwhile, in a county on another continent, a peaceful port city can be seen. A man looks out to the sea, and impending doom strikes him as this peaceful port city might become not so peaceful anymore. Ocean waves tall enough to devour the city rampage and reach land before the people can even react. Their charge is so powerful that it reaches the city and almost devours the high-rise buildings. This tsunami is tearing away the homes of a lot of people, but the wave itself is the least of their concerns. Along with this tsunami, a monstrous sea creature jumps on the residential buildings looking for humans to prey on. Zooming out of the rampaging wave, it seems like the monstrous deep has emerged onto Earth as they look for nourishment in the form of the entire human population. This is genuine in the worst-case scenario for us if it becomes real. The masses are wildly unprepared for this development as they become an all-you-can-eat buffet for the monstrous creatures. Amid the high-rise buildings flooded by the ocean, a massive figure starts to emerge. It is the first-order transcendentalist creature, Crimson Octopus. Its power is demonstrated simply by its size, which rivals that of a building. Not far from this monstrosity, another massive figure is also rising from the fog. It is the third-order transcendentalist, Golden Eel, and is also heading towards the bustling human cities. 5 hours later, in another location far away, we see the prestigious place housing the leader of the country, the White House. That White House looks fancy as hell. The frantic and angry voice of the nation's leader can be heard inside as he receives reports that the military response has been at a snail's pace with regards to the recent monster development. The entire city of Jinshin has been brought into ruins, and the death toll is continuing to rise. He needs an update regarding the mutant sea creatures invading their land. The woman named Aaron promptly explains that they have discovered that the mutated beast is a large basilisk belonging to an ancient species. It is estimated to be 100 meters long and weighs 70,000 tons. As for its spiritual power index, the lowest estimate they have is 170,000, and it can be upwards of 250,000. Everyone in the room knows that this piece of information is a game changer for the nation and for humanity itself. It turns out that they have already tried launching 3 nuclear bombs to slay the beast, but only one has landed. As of this moment, it has retreated to the bottom of the sea, so pinpointing its location has proved to be impossible. The leader becomes furious at only a single nuke hit, and they still haven't confirmed if it was eliminated or not. These deep-sea creatures are fiercely targeting humanity. From now on, it's only going to get worse. Nukes just became useless so fast. How can humanity bounce back from this? Back in the Tree Empire of Yuzu, his superhuman with the shadow ability named Qian Feng is brandishing a steel handle with determination. His companion, Qian Qing, is fervently urging someone not to fail this time around. The body-strengthening superhuman, Qian Tong, is also giving his all and demonstrating his strength. The 3 stooges are quick to adapt. Zooming out in the scene, we see Qian Feng cooking with passion. Qian Qing is teaching the same tiger that attacked them some basic human phrases, while Qian Tong is grappling with the monkey, which completely overpowers him. Even the mighty bull is acting as the assistant chef, assisting with the cooking, while the tiger is too unintelligent to absorb any human language. This beast is the most foolish among all the monsters in the forest. This tiger is just like me, for real. Though devastated by their tasks, the battered muscle freak offers soup to the stressed-out teacher. Surprisingly, the evolved bull can now speak fluently as it comforts them, explaining that even he cannot completely subdue the other beasts. It has been 3 days since they arrived here and had their lives essentially handed over to the tree. Now, they work according to his wishes. They never would have thought that 300 kilometers away from the city, this type of mythical creature would exist. If the military knew about this, they would surely use everything in their power to eliminate him. Anyway, if they want to leave, they must teach the beasts the ways of humans. They have no choice in this matter. Seeing the foolish tiger, the primary reason that they're here in the first place, they cannot help but facepalm at their decisions. Yuzu stands tall and stalwart as the monarch of the forest, and Xiaoqing asks him why he made the superhumans stay. He explains that he did it because he's aware that human knowledge is crucial for all of them, including in battles. With that in mind, she also has something to report to her master regarding developments on the human side. She informs him that the humans have finally utilized a nuclear bomb. Out of the 3 that were fired, 1 hit its target while the other 2 bounced off due to the golden eel's roar. By using sound pressure, it changed the trajectory of the targeted nukes, and even after being hit by 1 nuclear bomb, it managed to escape back into the sea. The monsters have finally witnessed humanity's terrifying side. This makes him think that unlike the sea monster, which has the sea as its escape route, he has nowhere to go. He must evolve fast to the point of nuke invulnerability. When asked if the sea beast would die, he simply reasons that the nuclear bomb's power isn't the scariest part. It's the radiation. Now that they're in the evolution era, if the sea beast can evolve and gain resistance to radiation, it would spell disaster for humanity. Let's just wave the white flag at the point. They need to search for stronger companions from now on and quickly establish the underground empire. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, the golden eel writhes in pain as the radiation and wounds from the nuclear weapon's impact slowly test it. Back in the valley, Yuzu's branches and roots spread far and wide across the plains. He picks up every single unevolved beast that he deems worthy of a new life, and brings them directly in front of him. Bro is casually picking new members for the evolution tryouts. He lowers them into a shallow hole surrounded by the evolved beasts. The 3 humans watch with confusion as it appears they're witnessing some sort of ritual. The new beasts try to intimidate their way out of the hole, but they are met with the imposing figure of a massive fire fox. There's no need to scare them any further as Yuzu begins infusing these beasts with life essence. The humans watch with envy as they witness precious life essence being given to a bunch of wild beasts. The boar evolves into a beginner rank 6 mutated wild boar with a defensive life force talent, pleasing the tree. Though it's not stronger than the fox and the tiger, it still belongs to the second tier along with bald head, monkey, and the peregrine falcon faction. They could be the 4 powerhouses. Now it's the alligator's turn. After receiving the life essence, it undergoes a significant transformation, turning blood red in color, growing horns, and sprouting spiky crystals all over its body. Everyone is shocked as it evolves into the ancient emperor alligator. Xiaoqing recalls having seen this type of beast in her instructor's book before. Some beasts can revert to their ancestral forms and transform into their most ruthless and ferocious state, given the right circumstances. As the alligator poses threateningly, a familiar figure of the fox enters the picture. It seems like a clash of the titans is about to commence, as these two remarkable creatures are about to determine the rankings right there and then. Place your bets, folks. The two beasts faced off against each other with the pure aim of determining who is stronger between them. Every other evolved beast watched in anticipation and seriousness for the battle about to begin. Meanwhile, Baldhead sat atop a tree branch, munching on some nuts, as if he were about to watch a blockbuster movie. His badger is living the high life. The mutated red fox is a powerful beginner rankman creature that can bend fire to its will. It is a fearsome beast by every metric. Even the superhumans watching from afar were hyped for this monstrous battle. The alligator initiated the first move as it let out a roar that tore through the air and the ground. Every single platform and footing the fox chose to stand on was quickly and savagely slashed by the air current. The fox managed to close the distance and dodge every shocking air blade the alligator unleashed. It's getting hard to keep up with the speed of the match taking place. The fox landed, but the alligator had its fangs ready to pounce, and that's precisely what it did. The caught fox noticed that the alligator is about to go for another move as it lifted its massive legs up. If you've seen any nature documentaries before, this is the legendary alligator death roll. Once the reptile catches its prey in its jaws, it will do everything in its power to tear it apart. Straight out of Animal Planet, the alligator dove down the ground and a massive cloud of smoke obscured everyone's view. The battlefield cleared up, revealing that the fox had managed to break free from the alligator's clutches, leaving his jaws wide open. This development caused an uproar among everyone in the audience. The fox gathered a massive amount of energy and turned it into a blazing inferno, ready to be released at any second. The massive blaze was unleashed at the open mouth of the alligator. That heat is the final level of ghost pepper challenges. An explosion of fire and dust filled the air around the forest. Even Yuzu himself could not be certain of the result of the final clash. As the smoke cleared, we saw the alligator and the fox facing each other at a safe distance. Just as the fight started, both of their faces went from nodding smiles to laughter. The boss knows that this can only mean that the two monstrous beings acknowledge each other's powers. Xiaoqing is pleased with this unexpected addition to their forces. With genes from the ancient era, this new member is nothing to look down upon. This ancient emperor alligator is also at beginner rank 9. It has the atavism life force talent. The angrier it gets, the stronger it becomes. This alligator belongs in Dragon Ball, along with bone armor, sharp teeth, and sound shock. This beast is not someone to mess with. With the conclusion of the grand battle, Yuzu called out to his superhuman subordinates, the Qing gang. The next day, it seems that the humans are undergoing some physical training along with the beasts. In front of Yuzu, the muscular Qing Tong is kneeling on one knee while being admonished for his greedy motives. He wants to receive more of the God Tree's life essence. This is a world where the strong prosper and the weak perish. He's just a weakling with no background who happened to awaken a body-strengthening talent. The God Tree, Yuzu, is his only hope of becoming stronger. Yuzu simply warned this greedy human that he would never trust someone who would betray their own race, dismissing the man. He apologized for intruding and wasting the God Tree's time and took his leave. No level up juice for you, buddy. When asked why he rejected the man, Yuzu reasoned that he has been kind enough already. This place is filled with spiritual energy that anyone would be willing to stay here. Every single human he took in has also improved their strengths by leaps and bounds, achieving rank 6 and rank 7. Xiaoqing reasoned that having these powerful humans should be beneficial to them. They will provide much-needed convenience in the coming days. But he knows that some people are born differently. When given something, they'll treat it as a habit and take as if it's something owed to them. The day you stop giving is the same day that person will turn on you. This tree knows humans like the back of his branch. In his eyes, humans are just like that. Now whether that's the case with the man and his crew, he still needs to observe longer. Now that the valley has entered a peaceful period, and they have the ores to use as a foundation, all they need to do is stay low-key. Xiaoqing also updated that the silver centipede has been caught and is now under experimentation by the humans. It is unbelievable to him that humanity has already captured such a powerful beast in just a month of struggle. She's planning to absorb this silver centipede's spirit soul. Maybe then she can reach rank 1. He's unsure about this plan. As a transcendent rank 2 silver centipede's spirit soul isn't something that anyone can just play around with. The worst case scenario is that she can have her soul devoured. But she's already made up her mind regarding this matter. She's tackling it with utmost confidence. You can see that this girl is also starting to learn how to stand on her own 2 feet. It seems like she's grown a lot while staying with humans. Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion happening at a distance away. Since the hot-tempered alligator was captured by Yuzu, it has been behaving and suppressing its wild temper. That's until the mischievous bald head, who thinks he's the strongest, appeared and continuously provoked it for a fight. This little guy has some deadly hobbies, man. With countless life and death fights, Baldhead's compatibility has now reached the peak of beginner rank 7. Other than Baldhead, the gold silk monkey and the wild boar have also teamed up and reached rank 7. As for the airborne force, the black swan has reached rank 7, and the peregrine falcon faction has reached rank 8. The land-roaming wild tempest wolves have now increased in number to 30. They're now a group that can't be messed with. But Yuzu knows that these beasts won't grow further in an unsuitable environment. He recognizes that he shouldn't lock them up here under his protection. That's the mark of a true leader right there. If he lets these beasts out, especially the emperor alligator, it will undoubtedly become a tyrant in the area. He knows that now is the time. Under his starry night sky, he called for a meeting with every single beast and human under his jurisdiction. If this combined force were let loose on the world, the government would go crazy. He started his speech addressing his subjects. Now that many of them are nearing the peak of the beginner rank, he can't keep protecting everyone by himself. Everyone needs to go out and train themselves, but not everyone can leave. Only those who have reached beginner rank 9 can. The 3 that are qualified for this are the red fox, the demon cow, and the emperor alligator. The rank 9 white tiger protested this announcement, but Yuzu reasoned that this cat is just too stupid to be let out into the world, so he's staying behind to avoid causing any trouble. The tiger was so stupid that he thought his master was praising him. Just keep this guy as an overgrown house cat. From now on, the red fox will be known as Nine Tails, the boss, and his second in command. The wild cow will be ranked 2nd and will be named the demon cow from now on. The stupid white tiger will be ranked 3rd, and the emperor alligator will be ranked 4th, even though his combat strength is on par with rank 1. That's because he's a late addition to the team. From now on, they will be under Yuzu as the Great 9 Demon Beasts. And with that, they must begin their own paths. I'm hoping that Baldhead gets into the Great 9 Demon Beasts team. Other than human cities, they can claim any other places they fancy with their own strength. The fluent demon cow approached him and objected that he does not want to leave, a decision that he respects. This causes stir in the alligator's mind. Yuzu respects this decision, but he reminded everyone that no matter how strong they become, they can't fight alone. These words lit a fire in every beast's heart. Nine Tails and the emperor alligator rush out of the valley at their top speeds, eager to strengthen themselves for their master. Far away from the valley, in a state-of-the-art research facility, the captured silver centipede lies dormant as it's contained by humanity's best binding technology. Cho Ching stood in front of this beast, admiring this experiment. The body was cut, and all that's left is the head, but it's still alive and well. A transcendent rank 2's life force is truly out of this world. She got right down to business as this creature can understand the human language. She urged the beast that rather than struggling to live in this facility with just a breath and as a shell of its former glory, it should join her and become her power. With that, they could live in the same body together. This insane proposal piqued the interest of the transcendent centipede. Xiao Qing's determination could not be any stronger at this moment. Centipede plus fire combo low-key goes hard. Does not it? Nine Tails overlooks the sandy terrain of a desert atop a cliff. The emperor alligator dove deep into the heart of a massive river, and white tiger still cannot be taught the basics of the human language. The kitty is doing his best. The great 9 demon beasts are starting their journeys with their own unique ways. Meanwhile, Baldhead is just chilling on top of the harvested spirit stone ores and eating nuts, while the hardworking Tempest wolves work tirelessly in hauling the heavy ores. However, this relaxation is short-lived as he cannot escape the all-seeing eyes or branch of his master. The branch got close to Baldhead, and he immediately tried to escape, but was met with a forceful tug. The hardworking wolves watched him get spanked like a kid after lazing around. This boy just wants to chill and fight to the death when he's in the mood. Absolute Giga Chad. Up on the ground, Yuzu was practicing his newfound skill, the Willow Wind Blade. He released the blades, but they failed to go through the mountainous terrain. The power is still too weak, and it isn't stronger than his branches. It's okay in close combat, but it uses too much energy. With that in mind, he used 2,000 evolution points to upgrade the skill to level 2. His remaining evolution points have gradually depleted to just 6,432. Either it's money or evolution points, everything flies so fast these days. With the upgrade to the skill, he tried again. The improvement was evident as multiple willow wind blades with sharper and brighter energy rampaged all over the place. The blades cut through the massive mountainous terrain like butter. With this upgrade, the skill just became more interesting. Its power, quantity, and range all got a huge boost. But it still uses up too much energy. Unleashing this attack requires him to extract spiritual power and visualize it to materialize. It's a whole different method than just using his branches to attack. He opened his system, and it looks like everything in his arsenal has been upgraded to level 2. That is, except his main trunk. His tree trunk is his main source, so he needs to prioritize this now. When he checked how many points it would cost, he was greeted by the whopping figure of 10,000 evolution points. On the other hand, upgrading the dense fog to another level would only cost him 6,000. He opted to immediately raise his power level through the dense fog. He's already starting to have a headache as to where he would get the evolution points to upgrade his roots and branches even further if this price hike continues. Brother, isn't it failing economy? He's just like us for real. But on the bright side, the higher the requirements are, the stronger it would make him. He's going to become unstoppable. A white dragon roared from a distance, and the humans caught the sound of it. As they were wondering where that fierce sound came from, a fog dragon flew by them like it was nothing. They automatically thought that their Lord God tree is up to something with this dragon once again. With his fog control at level 3, he can now change his form into anything he wants. He plotted that once Xiaoqing gets back here, he will use this new ability to scare her. Come to think of it, that girl hasn't been around for quite a while now. Her life at the human side must be terribly busy. Just as he was thinking about her, the place where her soul resides glowed in a blinding light, even piercing through the ground. Her soul is undergoing a transformation as a phantom of a centipede crawled around her. It seems like she's finally breaking through. She absorbed the centipede into her system at the Superbeing Research Institute, and now she's finally started her ascension. At the Superbeing Research Institute, her physical body known as Xiaoling is undergoing the same transformation while in deep sleep. The professor knows that this is a clear sign of evolution, as they had seen this sight before. He quickly ordered the other researchers and students to bring fire spirit rocks, and they must make sure that they're the best ones. That's a W professor right there. On one end, her soul is being nurtured by pure life essence, and on the other, her body was being aided by the highest quality fire spirit rocks. These two powerful materials coalesce inside her soul and body. She broke through and her soul woke up in the most perfect state possible. With the phantom of the transcended centipede around her, she just succeeded in her transformation. The researchers quickly took her body to rest as they reveled in the fact that Yan Gao Yuan has really brought them someone special this time around. In just half a year, she has broken through to transcended rank 1. This lady that snores like no tomorrow has the brightest future ahead of her. She's the greatest double agent of all time. Back in the valley, the recently awakened soul of Xiao Cheng demonstrated her newfound strength by destroying the mountainous region with just a flick of a hand. Yuziu quickly urged her to stop, as she might annihilate the whole place if she continues. Not only did she break through, but she has also materialized and turned the silver centipede into her weapon. There truly are a lot of mysteries in the world. More importantly, her soul has become even more materialized and solid. She has absolutely subjugated the transcended beast to become her cute little familiar that's willing to protect her no matter what. I might go ahead and hunt some centipedes to tame in my area after this. Yuziu refused to get upstaged by his precious Xiaoqing, so he also wants to show her something new. From a distance, the fog twisted and turned and slowly solidified into an organic shape. It took the form of a gigantic demon cow and dragon. She admired this new skill of his. It's a materialization of fog, but it also has destructive power. This power should be possible due to the pressure formed by the moisture in the fog. It truly is devastating. But at their level, it's only as strong as a medium mutated beast's power. The only edge this fog beast has is that it has no fear at all and is immune to physical attacks. Not only that, but he can also wrap his branch around the fog beast, and people would assume that it's a real monster due to its sheer power. Even if it's for trickery, it would still have the power of transcended rank 2. With this unpredictable beast form and the hallucinogenic effect, he can turn fake into real. That's some clever use of his powers. 100% approved. Xiao Qing immediately pulled him from his high horse, as she's disappointed that it does look fun. But she expected more. Launching him into a panic, she snapped her fingers and the dragon disintegrated. To her, with the mental type of spirit, these fog beasts are nothing. It was like his world is crumbling as the fog dragon he painstakingly formed, and thought was invincible was erased just like that. Not only is it useless against her, but she can also follow the source of the fog beast and find the main body in control. Yuzu has never thought of this possibility. Called her a lumberjack with the way she dismantled this tree man. That's when she suggested using the spirit stones. Not only can they conceal the spiritual energy connection with the fog, but they can also strengthen it. He really liked this suggestion by Xiao Qing. It might just be what he needs. He immediately took a spirit stone from the massive pile and slowly brought it up to the newly formed fog dragon. Using the spirit stone as the core of his creation, it shone in a blinding and rich purple light. The dragon materialized around the stone even more vividly this time around. The fog dragon appeared more akin to a real dragon with the spirit stone as its center. This dragon looks like a menace to society already. They were both amazed at what just emerged in front of them. The fog beast's energy is totally concealed. With that issue perfectly addressed, Xiao Qing turned to him as she has one more thing to show him. The war between sea beasts and humans raged on in a different part of the world. The sea monsters relentlessly flooded and charged towards human settlements. The military tried their best to halt the savage rush of the mighty beasts with artillery. They even deployed their best fighter jets equipped with heavy missiles. These fighter jets targeted a specific sea beast that had been causing them trouble for quite some time. Despite the countless explosives they threw at it, the sea beast's carapace remained undamaged, boasting an absurdly high defense. The militant force was starting to lose hope, knowing that their only way out of this predicament was the Freedom Federal reinforcement. With the war dragging on, they had accepted the possibility that reinforcements might not arrive in time to save them. Press F to pay respect, boys. Resigning themselves to their fate, they faced the transcended rank 2 giant coral crab. The citizens of the city watched in horror as the gargantuan giant coral crab ravaged their home. This place had been their sanctuary, where they had built their lives and livelihoods. But now, it was being burned to the ground. Meanwhile, in the valley, Xiao Qing reminded Yuzu to send out the peregrine falcon to a specific location she had mentioned earlier, as she had something to give him. Xiao Qing stood in a mountainous area as the peregrine falcon locked onto her. The falcon, named Ada, initially thought that the two sisters had perished at the hands of the snake a few months ago, so seeing her in the flesh was quite a shock. Ada couldn't contain his excitement and joy at being reunited with the kind woman he knew. She tried her best to calm the noisy bird down to avoid attracting attention. However, the emotional falcon couldn't contain himself. Finally, she handed the package to the falcon to deliver to her master. Does anybody know where I can get a falcon for a pet? Within moments, Yuzu had the package in his grasp. He immediately turned on the switch on the side, unable to contain his curiosity. Inside the package was a golden ant with weak signs of life. Although it hadn't awakened yet, its life force, talent, and abilities were already excellent. I've seen this arc in Hunter x Hunter before. Xiangqing's soul manifested as she yelled at her master for not waiting for her to take a look. She explained that this tiny ant was a miracle produced after sacrificing hundreds of millions of ants. Fortunately, they had a short lifespan, so the professors agreed to give it to her for the final dissection. Yuzu truly believed that this ant was something extraordinary, a creature that had emerged from hundreds of millions of experiments. He closely examined the ant and made up his mind. With his help, this ant would not breathe its last breath that day. Since his pure life essence was too dense, he diluted it with water from the spirit pond and slowly infused it into the ant. The ant gained a new light of life in its eyes. Its vitality instantly increased, and it began to stabilize. It celebrated as the ant glowed with a vigorous light. Perched on a branch, the ant began to undergo evolution. The smoke slowly cleared, revealing its new form. It now stood upright with a body befitting a creature that was 1 in 100 million. It had become a mutated gold ant with a strength 100 times greater than its predecessors. Imagine how painful this ant's bite is. The mutated ant and Yuzu exchanged meaningful glances. He swiftly struck out with his branch, but the ant had quickly vanished. He followed up with multiple branch strikes, but the beast gracefully dodged them, leaving afterimages in its wake. This beast was truly fast. When he managed to make contact with his branch, the ant raised its arm and effectively blocked it, although it was pushed back by the sheer force of the strike. It quickly regained its footing on the ground. Even though the ant was only as big as a palm, Xiao Qing praised its speed and strength for keeping up with her master's branch. After their exchange, the mutated golden ant surprisingly kneeled on one knee and pledged its allegiance to its new master. It vowed to follow Yuzu until death. Another ride or die general secured. He was surprised that right from the beginning, this new follower was already using telepathy with him. It was only rank 5 at the moment, yet was using a technique that even the rank 9 white tiger couldn't employ. Sensing that his name was somehow involved, a white tiger came hopping in excitedly. The mutated golden ant immediately established its dominance by trash-talking the tiger, who couldn't even use telepathy. Of course, the tiger responded by crying and dramatically walking out of the scene. Never change, white tiger, never change. Yuzu bestowed upon the ant the 5th rank in his beast rankings and ordered it to cultivate in the underground cave. You would also grant this beast its name. Given its lustrous golden color, he decided to call it Sparky. Sparky complied and followed his master's orders. He had witnessed countless deaths of his own species, hundreds of millions, to be exact. He had been through countless experiments, and his heart was burdened with heaviness. The stronger Sparky became, the more he couldn't suppress his anger towards humans. However, he would never turn on his master. That was enough. Sparky's giving off some savage vibe. On one side of the valley, the bullied white tiger was being comforted by his human teacher. She reassured him that those who learn slower often grow to be even smarter. A distance away from the valley, the emperor alligator was indulging in his fresh prey. Suddenly, he found himself enveloped in a bright light. He was already evolving. He knew that if he evolved in an open place like this, the humans would surely discover him. Just as he had thought, the human headquarters received a red alert regarding his evolution process. They quickly determined his location as spiritual energy level of 24,000. The woman in charge became serious upon hearing the reports. She decisively ordered the coordinates to be sent to the Air Force. It seemed that the Emperor Alligator was facing a serious problem. He has this in the bag, he can surely tank an Air Force drive-by. Meanwhile, Yuzu was still toying with the capabilities of his fog beasts, intruding on the lives of his superhuman subordinates. The Air Force quickly responded to the call and surrounded the area where the evolution of the Emperor Alligator is taking place. He quickly realized that he was being surrounded by the heavy hitters of humankind. The headquarters finally got a good look at what they were facing. A massive reptilian beast that embodies primal force. He swiftly hurled boulders at the airborne cameras, disabling and destroying their surveillance system. He quickly neutralized every single camera from every possible angle, sending the headquarters into a panic as they had no clue what was happening on the battlefield. Take the CCTVs out first, smart move. Capturing this mutant beast, which is much larger than the silver centipede, with just fighter jets, is simply impossible. The woman in charge of the operation abandoned the possibility of capture and focused on the mission of annihilation. She ordered the deployment of long-range missiles. They could not afford to let this beast escape their encirclement alive. Shunqing's spirit quickly informed Yuzu of what was happening to the Emperor Alligator. The clueless boss was now bombarded with reports that dozens of combat aircraft had already been deployed, and the extraordinary troops were being dispatched as well. He knew that his subordinates could not be that careless, but it was inevitable as he had been discovered during his evolution. Who knew getting stronger would be this inconvenient? The Federation was paying special attention to this case as they had ascertained that the alligator was an ancestral mutant monster. They didn't even make such a big deal about the silver centipede. It seemed like there was something he didn't know about beasts with ancestral genes. Xiaoqing had to go now as she was being dispatched along with the rest of the extraordinary troops. He worried that his alligator had never seen Xiaoqing's physical body as Xiaoling. They might get entangled somehow. He could not afford to let things get worse. He ordered the peregrine falcons, the first of his beasts and the overlord of the skies, to help the Emperor Alligator. At their speed, the humans would not be able to touch them at all. All they needed to do was hold down the planes and snip them off if necessary. With those orders, the peregrine falcon faction simultaneously flew at blinding speeds towards the center of the incident. Bird gang, rise up. The Air Force continued their relentless barrage of destruction towards the beast. In one of the aircraft, the extraordinary troops, including Xiaoqing, were planning their approach to fighting the ancient beast to the death. She was deeply concerned about how this mission would unfold. At the psychic monitoring station headquarters, people were starting to protest, suggesting they should just drive the monster to the red restricted area and let the extraordinary troops do the heavy lifting as they provide support at the end. The leader snapped back that it was impossible. The Institute of Biology had already confirmed that this monster had retro-ancient genes. It would only become stronger if they halted their attacks now. A month ago, the Freedom Commonwealth was turned upside down by the Golden Eel. There was also the ancient giant crab from Sakura country that destroyed a whole coastal city. Oh snap, sea beasts are staying on top. If they let this alligator go now, it would spell catastrophic disaster for them later. The Emperor Alligator continued to use his powerful tail to hurl gigantic boulders toward the airborne fighters. With multiple projectiles at a time, his attacks were extremely effective. He's just the beast type in the form of an alligator. One boulder hit a missile mid-air, causing an explosion of smoke in the sky and blocking their vision. Veiled behind this smoke, the beast started hurling boulders at a faster pace, decimating a large chunk of the airborne fighters. They were becoming increasingly certain that this monster was vastly different from the silver centipede. It was as if it had gained wisdom. The alligator observed his enemies and began to make a run for it. The pilots panicked, realizing they couldn't let this chance go to waste. They had to utilize their bombs. They rained down heavy force on the terrain surrounding the alligator, sinking its footing. In response, he calmly stood still, and his foot started to coagulate. He dug deep into the ground, and his tail followed suit with coagulation. He came to a complete stop, and his muscles stiffened. He was also becoming increasingly exhausted. The pilots wouldn't let this chance go by without emptying their ammo on the stationary beast. A barrage of missiles and explosives rained down hellfire from above. The emperor alligator's defense was starting to give in to the man-made terrors pouring upon him. This is just unfair, man. The only thing he could think of was to call out to his master. The humans watched this downpour as every shell dropped. Everyone, including Xiao Qing, held their breath while watching the scene unfold. Humanity was looking forward to their seemingly imminent victory. Under the ceaseless downpour of explosives, the emperor alligator was almost invisible amidst the countless explosions. He was spitting out blood and tanking the missiles with nothing but his scales and body. That's a real tank right there. Eventually, the airborne units started running out of ammo one by one. With their last load, they had to finish off this vulnerable beast. While the units ready for the final drop, the headquarters was alerted that other creatures were approaching the scene. There were 8 of them, ranging from 8,000 to 9,000 in spiritual power. They still could not identify what kind of creatures these were, as they were too fast to get a visual. It was the Peregrine Falcon faction, flying at inhuman speeds towards their comrade. Determined to save their fellow beasts under their master's orders, the Falcons approached the targets. The pilots were warned of the approaching creatures, finding it impossible that these beasts were rushing towards them at 4.6 max speed. For context, that's about 5,680.08 kilometers per hour. Just as they were about to confirm what they had heard in their comms, the Falcons had already broken through every fighter jet in the air. The headquarters have lost all contact with every single air unit they had. To make matters worse, the Emperor Alligator had successfully escaped. They stared with disbelief as the unbeatable battle plan failed. In one corner, Xiao Qing heaved a sigh of relief for the alligator's safety. This girl is betraying humanity, but I'm rooting for her. Before the end, they finally captured an image of the creatures that spelled the end for their plan. They saw the fierce sight of the peregrine falcons, the top predators of the sky before evolution. These birds were now at the 9th level, and the current Air Force was no match for them. There was no way they could defeat this group. As the sun set, the Emperor Alligator and the Peregrine Falcon faction leisurely strolled towards their master. At Bayou Gorge, every beast in the valley rushed to the dense terrain to welcome back their injured comrade. At first sight, the injuries of the Emperor Alligator looked worse than they could have imagined. The gargantuan beast stood before them, riddled with deep wounds, swimming in his own blood. Even a usually carefree bald head went to the side of his friend to make sure he was alright. Bald head really does have a kind heart despite everything else. Yuzu promptly calmed everyone down, assuring them that everything was going to be alright. He informed them that their comrade had been caught when it was evolving and almost died under gunfire. Every beast looked concerned, while Sparky seethed with hatred. Once again witnessing the cruelty of humans with his own eyes. Make him stronger faster so we can get the Chimera and Ark again. The Emperor Alligator approached his master tree when suddenly something caught both of their attention. Yuzu swiftly dispatched his branch past his subordinate. A mechanical gadget of some sort was squatted and destroyed. The alligator panicked as he had an idea of what that was. Yuzu knew all too well that this was a sub-miniature scouting plane. It seemed like something breached his fog defense as the alligator was fleeing home. It's time for war. Looking at the beast's wounds, it was hard to believe that he could still stand straight with dignity. The humans use armor-piercing projectiles, so the master warned him not to fight with his body as heavily next time. It seemed like human ammunition had advanced to the point where it could cause extraordinary damage to a first-order transcendent. He started to worry about his other precious subordinate, the Red Fox, Ninetails. The armor-piercing was not that big of a threat to the reptilian monster, but the missile that stiffened his muscles and incapacitated him was a different story. Solidified muscles were a natural counter for beasts like the Emperor Alligator. Amidst all this debriefing, the alligator opened his jaws and presented his master with a gift. It was a snake egg that he wanted to give his master. Its mother awakened the element of ice, and if he was not mistaken, this egg was also following the same path. He's starting to complete every type of monsters. He's about to catch them all at this rate. He also pulled out an ice spirit grass from his mouth, as if it were an unlimited storage box. Yuzuyu thought that he really had an intertwined fate with snakes. He could already feel the strong, icy cold spiritual power emanating from this egg. He was certain that it could surpass the powerful snake that he had eliminated a while back. Back at the headquarters, they were observing the footage they got from the outskirts of the fog in the valley. They theorized that maybe elements had also started to evolve into life. They also caught a glimpse of a tree that had some peculiar movements. They needed to check again if there was life in this area. The mountain that the alligator escaped had to be investigated by the Air Force immediately. It had the possibility of being a habitat for mutant beasts. She ordered to list the mountain as a red forbidden area as they sent troops for investigation. No matter what happened, they were determined to hunt down the Emperor Alligator. They were going to do everything in their power to never let this beast off this mountain. As if the surrounding heavy fog was not enough for a red flag for them. At the foot of the foggy mountain, the military forces have already set up their temporary base camp. Various armed personnel patrol the perimeter, looking for signs of evolved beasts. A few meters from this base camp, Sparky observes the settlement. His hatred for humanity is almost tangible. Bro is just a menace to humanity right from when he was a small ant. Back in the valley, Yuzuyu orders the heavily injured Emperor Alligator to go to the center of the mountains and claim the land as his own. He should also create a lake, and when the time comes, he will be bestowed with life essence to create a spiritual lake of his own. The Emperor Alligator swiftly complies as the other beasts become worried about their comrade moving so fast after being injured. He reassures them that he'll be alright and that they will be able to play together next time when he gets better. This sentiment lifts the spirits of the beasts. These guys are just too precious. Why the hell are humans trying to mess up the chill vibes in the mountain? Now the humans know that the alligator is hiding in the mountains. Zhou Qing wonders what their next move is. Yuzu plans that for now, they should stay put as only the Emperor Alligator has been exposed. They need to observe the situation more. They could always use the fog beast to hide the truth. He emphasizes that in this mountain, no human can harm any of them. She continues that the humans have been increasing their forces at the foot of the mountain. It looks like they are planning to break through any moment now. He has already noticed this development and he has carefully thought about what they should do in response. The armed forces gather and try to scout inside the foggy forest. It seems like one of the soldiers has lost control of himself as the others notice him venturing deeper and deeper into the woods. They try to call out to him to come back, but it's as if he's not hearing anything. As the soldier slowly vanishes, they try to get out of the fog to contact the camp. Before they can even gain distance, a limit of fog has already caught up to them and crushed one soldier into a pulp. Insert the bonk sound effect here. The rest of the scouting force cannot believe what they are seeing in front of them. Even at the base camp, the fog has suddenly turned into something out of a nightmare. It takes the shape of a long and winding fog dragon. The military confirms that this is the fog beast they read about in the reports and promptly tries to empty their ammo against it. To no surprise, the bullets do not work at all. They ascertain that the fog contains water, so it regenerates quickly, and their bullets are useless. With that in mind, a soldier comes out wielding a flamethrower. But before this guy can even aim at the fog beast, it is already struck by a powerful force coming from the side. It is the superhuman Qing Tong. He has been beckoned by their war god tree to prove his loyalty if he really wants to join his faction. Qing Tong might be a human race betrayer, but I respect the guts. The soldiers call on that there are enemies coming from behind, and they are surprised that it is not a beast but a human. They compose themselves as they are certain that this is an enemy. On the other side of the forest, Sparky emerges, mocking the humans for exuding a stench of rotten flesh wherever they go. He readies himself to dive into the massacre that is about to happen. Go and do your thing, Sparky. The military tries their best to shoot wherever they see the enemies that infiltrated the base camp. Zhou Qing and Yu Ziyu stand from afar as they watch the war below. She laments that the threat that the mountain poses will truly be exposed to the world now. He reasons that it's impossible for them to hide forever. All they must do now is show them the true horrors of the mountains. They must also delay their entry into the depths of the mountain. If nothing is done about these humans, they will continue flocking and charging with impunity. When asked about the soldier that he tormented with visions using the fog's ability, he answers that he will let him out. He needs someone to bring the terror of the fog beast out. She knows that the next time the humans come here, it won't be such a small army in a temporary base camp. They're going to bring out their full firepower and superhumans back here. To this sentiment, Yuzu fervently answers that they're ready to go to war. He might be a tree, but he has that dog in him. A few hours later, Sparky stands atop a mountain of corpses that he has slain. The whole base camp has been annihilated. After some time, rumors regarding the dangers of the Misty Mountains start to circulate around the surrounding cities. They say that it's a mountain that keeps people walking in circles. Not only does it house a giant alligator, but it's also the home of evolved living fog beasts. In the depths of the mountain, the Emperor Alligator claims his land and creates a massive spiritual lake. He has bestowed 10 drops of life essence, so this lake has now become a paradise for everyone. Ro casually made a resort for his friends to hang out in. Meanwhile, Yuzu is once again practicing. His branches take on a different color as they split into multiple branches at their ends. It turns out that he has upgraded 2 branches to level 3. The strength and speed have increased significantly, and can now adeptly catch targets with its instantaneous splitting feature. Upgrading a single branch costs a whopping 1,000 evolution points, so upgrading everything is out of his reach. His main route even costs 100,000 evolution points to upgrade. He's having doubts about how long it will take him to evolve further. Whether you're a human or a tree, being broke is universal. Spending his remaining points, he upgrades 8 more branches. His current power is estimated to be around 490,000, a staggering figure above the 2nd level. He direly needs to speed up his evolution. He was able to take it easy and slow in the past, but with everything happening, he cannot afford to do that now. He telepathically calls out to his Emperor Alligator subordinate to inquire about something. He needs to know everything about the river that the alligator stayed at. He explains that the Great River is treacherous and unpredictable. Even with the strength he had before, he did not dare to stay a second longer. And it turns out that the water of the Great River has the power to suppress the fluctuations in spiritual power. This might just be what Yuzu is looking for. But he has a big obstacle in front of him as he feels something lurking in that river. He is sure that there are existences of transcendent 2nd order and above prowling about in those waters. Water monsters are just built different in this world. Meanwhile, at City Z, the soldier that Yuzu let go has been suffering mentally the whole time since he got out of the forest. The only useful clue they got from this soldier was about the fog beast, and there is no other clue. The superhuman Yan Gao Yuan is enraged, as he is now determined to assemble the army and the superhuman troops. He also includes the extraordinary 10 heroes of the Federation. This war is a war that he will personally wage and command. That alligator did a number on their troops, and it ranks amongst the top 3 of all mutated beasts discovered. He vows that even if there are only ashes left, he will burn the mountain to the ground. This dude thinks he's the main character or something. Yuzu was shocked by this piece of information. He did not expect the Great River to house a 2nd order transcendent. The Emperor Alligator did not dare to go any deeper, but he felt a terrible sense of oppression in those waters. He suspects that there are more than just 2nd order transcendent in those depths. There might even be 3rd order transcendental existences lurking beyond. What are these beasts eating down there? Yuzu now realizes that the Great River is not as simple as a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. With this line of questioning, the Emperor Alligator is beginning to catch on to the God Tree's plans. And it was exactly what he was thinking. Yuzu wants to bring that Great River into his territory. The advantages of letting it flow directly into the sea will become his means of fighting against human beings in the future. He's planning to take over the world. Let's go. When he secures this channel, they will truly be able to rise. The Emperor Alligator was overwhelmed by his master's ambition and determination. He wants to contribute to this goal, so he suggested an initial plan. If they want the Great River, they must conquer the surrounding mountain range first. Yuzu could send Bald Head, Armored Boar, Demon Cow, and Sparky to conquer the range. Now that's a stacked lineup that I would love to see. Since he's already a 1st level transcendent, the humans will be alerted if he makes a move as they would sense his spiritual strength. Furthermore, it will be better to use that mountain range as a place for the beasts to train while they can protect them from the edge. Yuzu did not expect this subordinate of his to be so thorough with the planning. With that, he assigned the beast to take charge in this hunt. He trusts that this clever alligator already knows what he wants. It responded perfectly without even being asked. The prey will be left to be dealt with by the God Tree himself. Additionally, if they run into someone with good abilities, they can bring them back. He's making Yuzu's life so easy. He's like the perfect subordinate. Before they leave, Yuzu handed him some life essence as insurance. He does not want anything bad to happen to his precious beasts. With their plan established, the Emperor Alligator got up from his spiritual lake as it was now time to hunt. After settling the battle arrangements for the mountain range, it was now time for the construction of the city. He asked Qing Tong, who was in charge of the construction of his underground city, and he was caught off guard by the appearance of the god tree downstairs. He gave a rundown of the building efforts. They have successfully made 3 floors, which once opened will connect the entire underground tunnel. Thanks to the massive number and hard work of the Tempest Wolves, everything has been going smoothly. I wasn't aware that wolves are the ideal construction staff. In addition, the mutated mice that they have tamed have been instrumental in expanding the tunnels faster than ever before. They also followed the god tree's orders to bring in a water source. A tall bridge was then erected to lead to every single room. Right now, they are doing their best to increase the number of runes and training slots as much as possible. Moreover, they have used spirit stones as a source of light throughout the once dark underground city. Not only is it illuminating the underworld, but also nourishing flowers and plants. They are really building the perfect city underground. All they need is internet and electricity, and are all set. Yuzu did not expect the construction efforts to be going this smoothly and incredibly at all. Suddenly, Qingtong inquired if his friends can also help in the construction of the underground city. He quickly refused, as this is the place where they will live. The other humans still have pledged and proved their loyalty to him, so he can't trust them. Qingtong asked what he would do if they were unwilling to show loyalty. He timidly asked if he would kill them. He fell silent and thought for a moment. He answered that even if he wants to kill them, his little guys will not agree. The beasts have simply grown accustomed to the presence of the humans above ground. Even though they're at war with the human race, it's still up to them to decide whether they wish to stay or leave. Deep in his heart, he hopes that Qingtong's companions will not sell information to humans if the situation ever arises, as these people have grown and gotten along with the beasts under his jurisdiction. A king with a heart, we love that. Qingtong looked meaningfully at his master. Suddenly, someone called out to Yuzu that the snake egg is about to hatch. Excited about this development, he quickly excused himself and climbed above ground. The snake egg glowed in dazzling light as cracks began to form on its surface. The light climbed up to the heavens as a cold energy surrounded it. Out of the shell came an elegant pure white snake that resembled a tiny snow dragon. It was a mutant white snake with a remarkable talent to control cold air and freeze anything. Offensively and defensively, it can utilize cold air to its will. Yuzu and Xiaoqing celebrated the birth of the new member of their family tree. Not only did it look majestic, but its abilities were also remarkable too. While the two were happily celebrating, other things were happening on the other side of the mountain. The stomps of a beast's hooves could be heard from everywhere in the mountain range. The Expeditionary Beast unit had arrived at their new mission point. The White Tiger, Demon Cow, Armored Boar, Gold Silk Monkey, and Bald Head all had pure determination and hunger in their eyes. Beast Avengers, assemble. They stared at the mountain that they must conquer ahead. Their mission was to eliminate all the forces around. They must capture them alive and bring them back to the one in charge of the hunt, the Emperor Alligator. Every single one of them charged with bloodthirst right out of the gate. Sparky presented to lead the scouting efforts by going first. Demon Cow proved, reminding him not to provoke any strong foes carelessly. With a stomp on the ground, the tiniest member of the unit charged forward fearlessly with his sharp blades drawn. That's a short king right there. He vanished from view, and an explosive impact could immediately be seen from a distance. The remaining members inspected their surroundings menacingly. But as always, Bald Head could not be patient even for a minute. He was already charging his electricity course throughout his body. Without hesitation, he socked a wild horse in the face. This badger is so chaotic, he's the best. Meanwhile, White Tiger just brought down another tiger. For what he lacks in academics, he makes up for with savage ferociousness. Sparky continued to wreak havoc wherever he passed. Predators that were multiple times bigger and heavier than him viciously fell without even a fight. Unbeknownst to the rampaging Expeditionary Beast unit, a glowing eye had been watching them since they first entered the mountain range. It was the sneaky First-Order Transcendent Chameleon, and there were not just one, but 2 of them. Potential new teammates, they would be perfect as scouts or assassins. Back in Yuzu's territory, cries of various beasts could be heard all over the mountain. He was starting to deliver the final blows to the beasts brought to him by the Expeditionary Beast unit. Killing a hare, bat, and lizard granted him 30 evolution points each. Brown bears granted 40 points, while a wild horse yielded 70 points and a wild wolf was worth 65 points. Bro was getting boosted by his subordinates non-stop. He resembled a death god, harvesting the lives of countless wild beasts. The only thought in his mind was to kill and kill some more. In the past few days, the ant hunted a massive number of preys. His evolution points had now grown to a grand total of 18,110. He was extremely satisfied with the efficiency at which he was accumulating these evolution points. Not only that, but he had also ordered his underlings to feast on the valuable prey to replenish their strength. Even his newly hatched white snake named Bai joined in on the feast. Meanwhile, not far from the valley, a gargantuan gorilla was roaring in anger. The colossal primate exuded bad vibes as it strolled around the plains. What the hell is this guy so angry about? Xiaoqing's spirit could be seen flying above the plains as she admired the majesty and imposing presence of the gorilla. Suddenly, the gorilla felt something in the corner of its eye. Although the image of an ethereal person was blurry, it was certain that someone was flying near him. The aggressive gorilla did not like this at all and roared at the top of its lungs in Xiaoqing's direction. That's a top-tier hater right there. It grabbed onto the solid mountain floor, and its fingers began to pierce through the rock. Just when it seemed like it was lifting a boulder from the ground, something even more shocking was revealed. The gorilla effortlessly lifted almost half of the mountain by simply sticking its hands on the ground and pulling it out. Now, that's the definition of built different. Even the aloof Xiaoqing admired this extraordinary display of raw and primal strength. However, to her, it was nothing more than raw strength. As the massive rock formation was thrown at her, it blasted through the air with blinding speed. She stood calmly in the face of the rock formation. Suddenly, clean and straight cuts appeared on the surface of the rock. It was disassembled mid-air as if it were a piece of vegetable being cut by a sharp knife. She was proving that she wasn't easily beaten. Summoning her transcended centipede familiar, it was now returned to strike. Back in the valley, Yuzu was celebrating yet another victory. They had finally cleaned up the piles of bodies littering the plains. The green grass sparkled, looking immaculate. However, this celebration did not last long as a massive gorilla landed on his prized clean floor. Xiaoqing informed him that she had brought him the specific gorilla he wanted. She expressed her doubts about training this beast. After all, primates were not like the other creatures, and if he wasn't careful, he might not be able to fully control it. All these concerns fell on deaf ears as Yuzu mourned the loss of his once pristine grass and spotless ground. He understood her concerns as primates were the most human-like race. They were also social creatures, and if guided through their development, they would undoubtedly evolve at an unimaginable pace. If they could absorb human knowledge, they would become a completely new species, just like humans. Winston from Overwatch incoming? He reasoned that the rise of gorillas and primates might not be all that bad for them. After all, the world was already plunged into chaos. Furthermore, it took a long time for a species to fully evolve. Xiaoqing listened intently to her master. Suddenly, the knocked-out gorilla began showing signs of waking up and regaining consciousness. It opened its eyes to the sight of Yuzu's magnificent and imposing tree body. It didn't waste a single second and became hostile once again. It let out a thunderous roar while Yuzu observed it. It turned out that this beast was even bigger than the white tiger. The unhinged gorilla was already attempting to pounce on him, his eyes filled with bloodlust and rage. He simply responded to this blatant attempt to harm him with his single branch laced in neurotoxin paralysis poison. The gorilla fell on its back and started shivering, unable to move a single muscle. Take some time on the floor and reflect on your actions, buddy. This paralysis toxin came directly from his branches. For entry-level mutant beasts, its effect was like a nightmare. With the gorilla incapacitated, he proceeded to offer it two simple choices: surrender or die right here, right now. The answer was obvious as the gorilla urgently replied that it wanted to surrender in perfect human language. He was taken aback, as he expected the beast not to surrender so quickly. He had even thought of a bunch of threats and lures, but now he wouldn't be able to use them. He was also shocked that it could speak fluently, despite being just a primate. He asked the monster if it had a name, but it seemed unfamiliar with the concept of names altogether. Dismissing the confusion, he decided that from now on, this guy would be called King Kong. Ain't no way he's naming this guy King Kong. Although he was much smaller than the real King Kong, evolution would find ways in the future. With the name settled, he bestowed King Kong with a gift: a single drop of life essence that slowly fused into his entire body. Bright lights of evolution quickly escaped from all over King Kong's body. Even Yuzu was surprised by the intensity of the evolution he was witnessing. King Kong evolved and underwent a drastic change in his appearance. His once brown fur transformed into a menacing black color, with a red streak in the middle of his head. His body also became more compact, resembling the incarnation of pure muscle. One look at this beast, and it felt like a light punch would be the end for you. This is the build of the guy she told you not to worry about. He became a beginner level 8 mutant gorilla right after receiving the life essence. He possessed the talent to go berserk and choose to give up sanity, thereby gaining a large amount of speed and strength. His brute force was also enhanced to the fullest. Endowed with deadly power and superb craftsmanship, King Kong was a force to be reckoned with. Yuzu assessed that King Kong's abilities were good, but not good enough to be part of the 9 beasts. With that in mind, he ordered his newfound subordinate to gather his pack. King Kong responded affirmatively and promptly postured to let out a thunderous roar like no other. With his whole chest and power, the roar shook the entire mountains and even caused a crater where he was standing. Both Yuzu and Xiaoqing couldn't escape the intensity of this roar, feeling as though their eardrums were shattering. All over the mountain range, primates of all shapes and sizes heard this familiar roar. They started figuring out where it came from, and all faced in the same direction. It didn't take long for them to act like a bunch of wild savages, rushing towards the call as fast as they could. Yuzu was taken aback by this development. Even Xiaoqing was speechless at what they were seeing. Every single wild primate from every corner of the massive mountains appeared and rallied under the roar of King Kong. Return to monkey, boys. Yuzu finally realized that they had just hit the jackpot. In the mountain range, an intense fight is currently happening. The terrain of the mountainous area has been wrecked, and the ground itself has been uprooted. To no surprise, it is Sparky, the golden mutant ant, who is engaged in a fierce combat. He has reached entry level 6. In front of him stands a magnificent light that signifies the strength of his foe. It is revealed to be Blue Mantis, the fearsome entry level 7. Bugs versus bugs, some insect repellent, and these guys are done. Sparky knows that even though he is only at level 6, he can still go toe-to-toe with level 8 beasts. But contrary to his belief, this level 7 mantis in front of him is sending him into the back foot. It truly is a strong beast. Blue Mantis does not waste a second and identifies a gap in Sparky's defenses. It charges like a speeding lightning, zigzagging until it reaches its strike zone. Sparky blocks the charge and slash of the mantis with his extraordinarily armored limbs. The two forces collide, and the area surrounding them falls into destruction as the impact is too powerful. He sincerely looks and praises the mantis for being this strong at its current level. He wants to recruit this guy into their growing unit, a bug faction with Go So Hard. With the stab of his blade, he finally gets the chance to demonstrate his superior abilities. A portion of Blue Mantis' upper body is shaved off as it falls back in defeat. It is yet another decisive victory for the Wonder Ant, Sparky. He reassures the mantis that the wound is not fatal. He just coated it with his master's paralytic toxin, which is why it cannot move a muscle. Suddenly, Demon Cow comes running down towards them with sincere concern for his brother, Sparky's well-being. He assures his second brother that everything is fine. That doesn't stop the caring Demon Cow from backing him up like a worried big brother against the paralyzed Blue Mantis. Sparky assesses that this mantis has the ability and affinity to control the wind element, giving it unparalleled speed at its level. Demon Cow remarks that it is already dawn, and the sun is coming up. It's almost time to wrap up today's hunt. The Expeditionary Beast unit takes the long trek back home from the mountain ranges. The Tempest Wolf, Demon Cow, Sparky, Armored Boar, Gold Silk Monkey, Bald Head, and White Tiger stand side by side as they slowly become the overlords of the area. The Emperor Alligator diligently waits in the fog, when Sparky asks why their fourth brother is looking at them with such intensity. Demon Cow simply answers that it's for their safety. If they were to encounter a strong enemy, he will be able to rush out of the misty mountains and back them up at the first opportunity. With that cleared up, they suddenly notice that the stupid White Tiger has gone missing. It turns out that it already ran away, carrying the unconscious Blue Mantis. It's probably rushing to claim credit from their god tree. Meanwhile, Yuzu has been incredibly busy with his diligent day-to-day training. His roots, branches, and everything else have been working tirelessly to be at their best. He can be seen effortlessly lifting rock formations the size of a small hill. It has been a whole day, and he is already exhausted. He has finally used up all 450,000 of his spirit energy. There are still 27 branches that he has yet to upgrade. He reckons that a few more hunts would suffice for the whole boost. The White Tiger can be seen running joyfully towards him as it eagerly calls out to him with lively howls. The first day of the hunt is finally over for the beasts, and now he must deal with this noisy cat of his. When asked why it's so excited, the White Tiger spits out the unconscious Blue Mantis. Yuzu is flabbergasted at this spit-covered offering, but he is quickly amazed at the stats of the mantis in front of him. It is already at entry level 8. Not only that, but it also has the abilities wind power and mimicry of the environment. It looks like this little guy would be a valuable addition to his team as an assassin type. He honestly praises the White Tiger for doing a good job of bringing back someone useful. Meanwhile, the real beast that did all the work is still en route home. Yuzu promptly takes the mantis to the spirit pool for a dip. This will help it recover from its injuries. The mantis comes into contact with the life essence in the pool and is completely healed and alert. The little guy quickly tries to take off and escape before he even realizes what's happening. Yuzu simply responds with his swift signature spanking. The mantis is once again brought down into the pool while unconscious. He's truly become just a strict parent for the beasts at this point. The demon cow and the rest of the gang have finally arrived home. The concerned beast expresses his worry for Ninetales, who hasn't come back yet for such a long time. He wants to personally embark on a quest to find his first brother. Yuzu thinks it over, but Ninetales has only been gone for half a month. With the fox's strength, he should be doing fine for now. He reassures the demon cow that there's nothing to worry about. But the demon cow continuously pleads with him to let him get out and look for the fox. He sternly rejects the demon cow's proposal, as simply being strong doesn't make him a great candidate for a search operation. It would be an arduous task to look for someone in a massive desert. Furthermore, if he were to encounter an opponent with the same level of strength as the fox, it would certainly spell disaster. Finally, Yuzu promises the cow that if he can break through to the next level, he will allow the search. The demon cow understands his master and promptly asks for permission to train in the stone spirit mine. Yuzu reflects that this cow has been by his side, absorbing the spiritual power he emits. After a long period of accumulation, it has finally reached entry level 9. Now that he is determined to cultivate at the stone spirit mine, where the soil matches his properties, this beast will surely reach the transcendence limit. He cannot wait to find out just what sort of crazy power it will achieve. 3 days of non-stop hunting have passed for the Expeditionary Beasts unit, and in those 3 days all of Yuzu's branches have finally been strengthened. Every single one of his 50 branches has changed into its level 3 appearance, making him more majestic to look at. After fully upgrading his branches, he learns something new. If he infuses his branches with constant spiritual power, they can split into even more branches. His branches look a little sus though. Now, he wants to try an experiment. He will infuse every bit of spiritual power into the branches to see what happens at full power. He proceeds to inject every bit of spiritual power he has, and the branches turns wild all over the place. The next thing you know, every single beast in the vicinity is already looking in Yuzu's direction. Every resident of the mountain could not believe just what they are seeing right in front of them. Humans and beasts alike looked up to the sky in awe of a beauty they had never seen before. One of the superhumans knew exactly what this phenomenon truly was. It was the gorgeous Aurora Borealis. Every branch of Yuzu intertwined and glowed in every hue of the light spectrum. Even the skies were affected by such a display of elegance and majesty. Bro was just casually executing the most beautiful technique in history. Every being witnessing the spectacle was mesmerized and stunned. Not only did it exude beauty, but its force was also undoubtedly felt. If these ethereal branches were to fall, this place would be flattened in a heartbeat. The brilliance of this new technique was truly unmatched. Meanwhile, Sparky mocked the humans, reminding them to savor the honor of witnessing his master's power in action. Chill Sparky, this guy really has the biggest hater energy in the series. He continued, stating that if his master did not find these humans useful, he would have already killed them long ago. This naturally provoked the humans, but they restrained themselves. When asked if Sparky hated humans to this extent, he simply laughed in response as he walked away. Not only did he hate humans, but he also absolutely abhorred them. As the golden mutated amp left the scene, she was left mortified, as that answer sent chills down her spine. The transcendent light of Yuzu's branches slowly died down as they reverted to their level 3 appearance. The branches drooped down, and exhaustion was evident on his round face. The rate of spiritual consumption was terrifying. In just a few breaths of activating the ability, more than 400,000 spiritual energy was lost like a flood. He concluded that the level 3 ability was too heavy to use at his current second level of transcendence. Currently, this technique could only be used in a critical moment of life and death. Back in the underground city, we see every primate in the mountainous region working tirelessly to build the settlements. King Cong had been diligently overseeing the operation and officially taking charge of his pack. Instead of constructing a building to climb, his King Kong is building a whole underground city. Yuzu went down to check on the construction efforts. He praised the superhuman Ching Tong for doing such a great job. He had initially worried if they would be able to control such a massive number of wild primates. It seemed like they could be effectively controlled if they recognized that the leader was stronger than them. After this construction, Yuzu planned to train them in a different direction. He wanted to take them on the army route and turn this battalion into a military unit. While they were talking, a powerful earthquake suddenly struck. Yuzu stayed calm as he identified that this was not an earthquake. He had felt these tremors before when Shou Qing was undergoing her breakthrough. It might just be the demon cow evolving. The demon cow was undergoing a transformation under the veil of the spirit stones, so the rampant spiritual power was being blocked, making it impossible to perceive. The last time Shou Qing broke through, he only noticed the transformation due to the blinding evolution light. They pinpointed that the demon cow was powering up inside one hole. It was not just any hole, that was where the spirit earth stones were stored. The demon cow was so full of energy that it rushed out of the hole with vigorous intensity. Yuzu saw its momentum, and could already tell that this was something extraordinary. The cow roared at the top of its lungs and shook the entire underground city. It was headed for the source of the power of the earth. By absorbing large amounts of spirit earth stones, beautiful yellow flowers bloom as a concentrated form of the earth's energy. They contain a vast amount of spirit stone essence that could take the cow to a whole other level. It couldn't wait to break through as a blinding light of pure concentrated energy broke through the ceiling of the massive underground city. The bull finally took a bite of the flower and started its transcendence. Eat that flower, man. You deserve it. It was so full of energy that the only way to release and safely ascend was upstairs in the open. It broke through the ground right in front of Yuzu. The god tree was forced to shield itself from the blast of force coming from the cow. Yuzu felt annoying that seemingly every breakthrough of his subordinates ruined his place in one way or another. The debris and smoke cleared up, revealing something powerful. The newly evolved demon cow emerged from the dust with a new look. It grew another pair of horns, and its mane grew wildly. Its size had also significantly increased. Judging from its aura, it's already clear that it was on another level compared to the other great beasts. Yuzu also noticed that the air around the cow was twisting. To confirm his hunch, he opened his subordinate's interface. That's when it was revealed that this beast had just obtained the ability to control the gravity field. It had unexpectedly awakened something exceptional. Gravity is one of the most powerful forces in the world. This guy just became Admiral Fujitora from One Piece. Baldhead and Sparky swiftly rushed to their second brother's side and congratulated him for such an impressive breakthrough. The demon cow remarked that even though it had broken through, it still could not feel its powers. Yuzu knew an easy fix for this sentiment. We would just have to figure it out in a fight. Sparky and the newly recruited Blue Mantis stood side by side against the newly awakened demon cow. He gave the Mantis a deal. If they won against the best, he would let it go. But if they lost, then it must stay here obediently. Bro just took a horrible offer. Look how big your opponent is. Sparky started the match off by apologizing to his second brother. But he was going all out. The demon cow did not mind this as he taunted them to charge. The deadly insect duo seemed to be in tune with each other. A yellow and blue aura rushed into the air as they rushed to land the first blow of the match. Yuzu admired their speed, as even he was having a hard time keeping up with their movements. The Mantis executed Blue Meteor while Sparky activated his Golden Flash. The duo clearly had the advantage with regards to speed. But kind of cooking though. Every beast resident of the mountain washed in bated breath as they witnessed their brothers going at it seriously. The duo finally decided to let out their respective finishing moves. As they got into their effective distance, both were already certain that victory was all but secured. Are you sure about that? Sparky and the Blue Mantis got as close as they could with their blinding yellow and blue auras respectively. Demon Cow promptly responded by activating a powerful aura of his own. The violet and violent force caught the insect duo by surprise as they started falling towards the floor in less than the blink of an eye. Their small bodies created massive craters around where Demon Cow was standing proudly. Yuzu concluded that pure speed was no longer a problem in front of this beast. He also advised Baldhead to not even think about sneaking inside the battlefield. The sneaky honey badger stopped in his devious tracks as he realized that he might just die if he faced Demon Cow. The always concerned beast quickly asked his golden fifth brother if he was fine. Sparky reassured him that he tanked the power just fine, but his internal organs were crushed, and a lot of his joints have been broken. Brother, your insides are in shambles. Go to the hospital for ants as soon as possible. Yuzu quickly utilized his Rain of Vitality ability to accelerate the healing of the duo, who could barely even stand on the floor. He observed them, and it seemed like they were fine on the surface, but their internals, on the other hand, had been decimated by the force of gravity. Luckily, he had the Rain of Vitality in his arsenal, or they could have been out of commission for days if not months. Who needs emergency rooms anyways? The recently beaten and instantly healed Blue Mantis realized what he had signed up for and once again tried to escape using his absurd speed. This escape attempt was once again met with a spanking from the boss. Demon Cow and Yuzu faced one another seriously after this glorious breakthrough. Now that the beast had reached the transcendental stage, he was going to have to polish his skills even further. Yuzu assured him that with consistent training, his abilities would be 10 times stronger than they were now in the future. Yuzu also honored their agreement earlier that he would let Demon Cow go find 9 tails after transcendence. He was letting the beast go on the condition that safety must be the paramount concern. Once Demon Cow found 9 tails, he must come straight back to the mountains. Demon Cow complied as he was now tasked with a crucial mission. He strode off with majestic steps as he embarked on a new journey. Best of luck, bro. Out on the outskirts of the mountains, the humans had once again established a military base with armed personnel. When will you guys learn from your mistakes? The soldiers patrolling was still shaken by the incidents of the past as they remained paranoid of the Emperor Alligator's presence. They deluded themselves of safety as they were 20 kilometers away from the previous incident. However, their confidence had been rising due to the presence of people from the Transcendental Force this time around. Now, all they were waiting for were the bulk of the troops and the artillery to arrive. Once they were locked and loaded, they planned to level the entire mountain. Meanwhile, in the Transcendental Research Institute, Xiao Qing and Xiao Ling's body was undergoing her intense combat training, with a fiery butterfly seen by her side. Her power was truly extraordinary as she caused nothing but destruction inside the training facility. After entering a transcendental stage, her power had been much stronger than she initially thought. It was like she had a perfect fusion between physical and spiritual abilities. Her flames had undergone a fantastical change. Her thoughts were interrupted by a staff from the Research Institute. It sounded like she had some business to attend to with the mentors. She complied, and the personnel was left inside the training facility. The aftermath of the genius's training was certainly a sight to behold. The walls of the facility were caved in and twisted in such inhuman ways. How the hell can you do that with fire butterflies? This training room was made of a super alloy as well. Her power was just on another level. She arrived among the crowd of people and promptly greeted her instructor, who was very happy to see her. A muscular man with a thunder tattoo and a familiar woman looked at the woman they knew as Xiao Ling arrived at the meeting. From a single glance, they could already feel the wave of heat emitting from her body, a vigorous burst of spiritual energy putting pressure on everyone in the room. But there was one more thing that the muscular man found of utmost interest. She was extremely beautiful. She's out of your league, bro. He introduced himself as Li Hao, arrogantly assuming she'd already heard of his name. This egotistic introduction fell flat as she had never seen or heard of this man in her entire life. The instructor could not help but laugh at such a satisfying interaction between his pupil and the overconfident man. The Research Institute personnel whispered in her ear that this man was one of the top performers of the Federation. It turns out that he had broken through the Transcendental Realm half a month earlier than her. Furthermore, this guy was the son of a wealthy businessman from the Li family. His father had spent billions on spiritual herbs just to boost him. Of course, he's a pay-to-win player. With that, he became the youngest major general in the Federation for his outstanding service in suppressing the coastal beast invasion. With his attempt to impress failing, he just got down to business and invited Xiao Ling to join the 2nd Military District. But before that, he must test her to see if she would qualify. As she was thinking about what this guy was yapping about, he was already exuding his thunderous aura all over the place as he proclaimed that the test was simple. It just had to fight. Xiao Ling was quick to respond as she released her powerful fiery aura as well. Every Research Institute staff member was cheering and rooting for her to beat Li Hao. They had full trust in their ace, as the instructor even tipped her off that this guy used a very special thunder element. This guy already looks like a disappointment to every badass thunder user ever. Meanwhile, the familiar-looking girl, the one that Xiao Ling had almost killed at the entrance exam, was cheering for her downfall. Get her next, Xiao Ling. The savage electricity of Li Hao soared as she warned her that he was charging in. In response, she just conjured up this single fire butterfly. As soon as he saw this technique, he was already starting to look down on her. He attributed this kind of technique to her being just another woman, as if it was expected that she would turn the violent nature of flames into such a flashy and fancy form. With a serious look in her eye, she just warned him to be careful. He was already determined that this type of technique posed no danger to him whatsoever. He proudly proclaimed that his spiritual power was as high as 20,000. And with that, he went below her up effortlessly. The fire butterfly flew gracefully as it slowly made contact with the overconfident Li Hao. His thunder was immediately extinguished as the fiery inferno raged on his body, and he fell into a panic. He's going to have an extreme phobia of butterflies after this. He managed to recover and fall back after being almost burned to death by a single butterfly. The always supportive instructor was celebrating the strength of his star pupil, getting carried away and cheering for her to kill the guy. That's a big W instructor right there. The arrogant woman called out to Li Hao to get up and go at it again with Xiao Ling. Both sides were rooting for their respective representatives in the room. Li Hao was in disbelief that such a tiny fiery butterfly almost took his life with such strong lethality. She insisted that she had already warned him to be careful. This provoked Li Hao to a new level as anger flashed on his face. He activated his full power, displaying a truly terrifying might as he had had enough of getting humiliated repeatedly. He warned her that it would be out of control if she died from here on out. She reassured him that that kind of thing would not happen at all. The instructor and everyone else watching was stunned at what they were seeing in front of them. Xiao Ling had conjured up hundreds if not thousands of fire butterflies in the blink of an eye. It was now too late for Li Hao to admit defeat. Let's see if Pei to Win can tank this. She repeated that if he dies right here and now, she would not be to blame. It looks like Li Hao prefers going at it with her as he readies a thunderous punch with full power and rage. Thousands of fire butterflies against a man with a tiny spark of electricity in his punch. The sight was too lopsided to even call it a clash. Just go home at that point, bro. A massive explosion burst formed in the middle of flame and thunder. Everyone in the audience struggled to stay on their feet in such an intense fiery impact. The smoke from the explosion cleared, and Li Hao emerged, full of injuries while kneeling on one knee. With strained coughs, he struggled to even maintain consciousness. Xiao Ling stood in front of him, unscathed as he admitted defeat and fell to the ground of the research institute. The staff rejoiced at the victory of their one and only ace. The people who came with Li Hao, on the other hand, found it hard to comprehend what had just happened to their major general. In one of the men's buttons, a tiny camera could be seen live streaming the entire fight to another place. Is this dude streaming on Twitch or something? In an impressive room, a man wearing a suit had watched the entirety of the fight. He seemed surprised but pleased that Li Hao had lost quite badly. Another man with scars in both of his eyes added that Xiao Ling's abilities are simply too terrifying. For him personally, Li Hao would have been a tough opponent, and yet the young girl in the live feed easily defeated him. She's just literally built different, that's all. They decided to compile every piece of data and information they had on Xiao Ling. They were going to keep everything about her top secret from the outside world. The man lamented that after the deployment of the Second Army, most of the new recruits in the Second Division had been even weaker than Li Hao. They were hardly finding more powerful transcendent humans these days. But Xiao Ling, she stood out amongst everyone else. Back at Bayou Gorge, life had been progressing as it had for a few days now. In the eastern part of the Fayu Mountains, Yu's beasts were still on the prowl, hunting and helping him level up efficiently. The roar of the beasts could be heard from afar as they had established themselves as the kings of the mountain range. Meanwhile, Yu's spiritual energy accumulated within his body and began to strengthen it further. Currently, his spiritual power hovered around 450,000. He was currently waiting for all his body parts, including the leaves, branches, and roots, to be fully strengthened. Once he got that sorted out, he could then begin his breakthrough to the third stage of transcendence. I wonder how his appearance would change at that point. What he did not know and had not noticed at this time was that deep in a nearby cave, a red aura was exuding massive bursts of evil energy. Because the spirit stones had the power to cut off spiritual energy, none of the creatures in the gorge could sense it, including Yuzu himself. But there was one exception to this, the awakened human transcendent with the intuition ability, the designated human language teacher of the beasts, Qian Shin. For a while now, she had been feeling waves of unease pass over her repeatedly, but they were irregular, so it was hard to be sure. She conducted her own investigation and finally made a discovery. Right in front of her was an underground cave that had been expanded just a few days ago. She pinpointed that there were some strange waves of energy emanating from this very cave. Is this about to turn into a horror movie? She stared intently at the mouth of the unsettling cavern. Once again, she felt the unfamiliar energy washing over her. Right now, it was stronger than ever before. She found it hard to believe that their master had not even noticed this anomaly at all. As she was lost in thought and uneasiness, malevolent crimson-red vines started coming out of the cave, aiming at her. She was immediately caught by the vines that immediately wrapped around her. These vines are kind of sus. Have you guys seen something like this somewhere? Before she could even scream for help, the seemingly intelligent vines had already covered her mouth. In a last-ditch effort, she managed to call out to her master one last time telepathically. She was dragged into the dark abyss of the cave. And just like that, it was as if she had never been out there in the first place. Yuzu was busy concentrating by himself when he was woken up by a distress call. He immediately identified that it was Qian Chen calling out to him. Inside the cavern, she was trying her hardest to reach her God Tree Master, and Yuzu on the other side began to think that something dire was happening to Qian Chen. He checked her house, and he could not find her there. She was not around the plains either. He was getting increasingly worked up as he blamed himself for not noticing sooner. A living person, a resident of his territory, had just disappeared right under his nose. Time to invest in CCTVs, my guy. These days, the fog was so thick that he could not keep an eye on everyone consistently all the time. But that should not be enough reason to not have noticed her going missing. She also could not have just run out of the mountains. With that in mind, he activated mist sensing in the thick fog. His sensations echoed throughout the whole gorge. After a while, he finally found her. He immediately sent his powerful root towards where he sensed her and descended towards the ominous cave. In the deepest depths of the cave, he found her right in that faint red light that he could dimly see from a distance. As he got closer, he found it harder and harder to believe that Qian Chen had gotten here by herself. What greeted him in the deepest pits of the cave were the same crimson vines that had abducted Qian Chen. Wriggling about, he saw her in a bad shape, being held by the vines and having her spiritual energy squeezed out as if the vines were straws connected directly to her. These vines were being controlled by a visibly malignant being, a mutant plant class. That's not a plant, that's the devil himself, bro. It could breed a forest of vines, it could corrupt enemies with a blood mist, its vine thorns were parasitic barbs, and it could parasitize a creature to gain control. This nasty-looking fellow was a real threat. Yuzu recalled that he had seen this plant before. This blood-colored plant was found in the Spirit Stone mine originally. It looked like it had mutated to its current state right under his nose. Now it had even kidnapped Qian Chen, indicating that it had already attained some level of intelligence. It used the blocking property of the Spirit Stones to hide itself, remaining undetectable to the outside world. The nasty plant began its attack as it brandished its vines towards Yuzu. He felt the evil and hostile aura of the plant immediately. It had no regard for him. They had just met. With that in mind, he could go kick some ass right here. Yuzu cut off the vines that had been absorbing and binding Qian Chen and her spiritual energy. It seemed like this guy was unaware of what he was really facing. His stalwart branches wrapped around the nasty creature, and he proceeded to tug and pull the vile plant. In just a second, he had uprooted the malevolent herb out of the ground. As it lost its life, he was notified that he had gained a new ability. He acquired the Seed of Vitality, giving him the capability to quickly grow multiple trees in the ground up to the density of a small forest. Ro can single-handedly repair the earth. He discarded the lifeless plant as he celebrated his new ability. He might be able to create an ancient forest with this skill. He had skilled so many beasts before, but he had never actually acquired any new skills through it. He wondered if he needed to hunt more mutated plants to get more abilities. After this ordeal, he promptly checked on Qian Chen. It seemed like he was too late, as Qian Chen had passed away just like that in the hands of the mutated plant. It truly was a pity. Rest in peace, Qian Chen. You're the most patient teacher in the gorge. Qian Chen's lifeless body lay on the cold, hard ground, riddled with wounds from head to toe. The mutated plant had likely attempted to use her as a host, parasitizing into her in its bid to leave the ground. That's a nasty way to go. She did not deserve that at all. Having lived under the same gorge for a considerable time, Yuzu felt obligated to give her a proper burial. However, just as he was about to lift her corpse, something extraordinary occurred. Qian Chen's eyes faintly opened as a powerful red aura enveloped her. She ascended to the top of the cave, covered in a crimson crystal, resembling a butterfly undergoing metamorphosis. Moments later, the crystallized shell began to crack, completely shattering to reveal a familiar hand emerging from the crimson gem. Qian Chen emerged, now clad in a plant-like skin with crimson vines entwined around her body. Poison ivy, mommy. Sign me up. She transformed into something truly extraordinary. Yuzu blushed at her sudden transformation, her figure now fully on display. It seemed she had undergone symbiosis with the blood-red mutated plant. Qian Chen wore a complicated expression as she tried to process the events that had just unfolded. Suddenly, she was struck by a splitting headache. Yuzu panicked, as even for him, this was unfamiliar territory. Tears streamed down her face as she gradually realized the magnitude of what had happened to her. She turned to her master, the God Tree, questioning if she still retained her humanity after such a profound alteration. He answered her directly, stating that she was no longer human at this point and jokingly referred to her as being in a vegetative state. This dude is taking care of so many beasts like a father, now he's starting to quip dad jokes. However, Chen was in no mood for jokes. She was facing an existential crisis like no other. Setting aside the jest, Yu offered her a choice to decide which side she wanted to belong to. He also asked her if she believed she could truly reintegrate into human society given her new appearance. He earnestly questioned whether people would truly accept her as a human. This question left her with much to ponder. Ultimately, her consciousness remained intact and unaffected by the transformation. She had even absorbed the power of the red plant's energy. With this understanding, Yu extended his branches to Qian, welcoming her to join them in her newly altered form. He assured her that this marvelous place would be her home in the future to come. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qian made her own decision and expressed her genuine desire to formally join the expanding circle of the God Tree. She truly is a breath of fresh air. She's a plant after all. Meanwhile, in the hunting grounds of the Expeditionary Beast Unit, the transcendent Rank 1 mutated chameleon, which had been observing them since day one, finally made its move. The white tiger confronted it head-on but was met with a forceful strike from the chameleon's tongue. The mutated creature proved too powerful for the current levels. Back in the foggy gorge, the white tiger and the rest of the group luckily managed to survive the clutches of the transcendent chameleon. Yu received reports that his beasts had encountered the creature, but it had fled from the battle. Sparky explained that Emperor Alligator had wanted to join the fight, but the white tiger declined his assistance. Despite occasional mental slowness, the white tiger still possessed the pride of a king and desired to defeat the formidable enemy on his own. Respect to that, my guy. Yu promptly infused the heavily injured white tiger with precious life essence. Sparky continued, noting that something had changed in the gorge. There seemed to be significantly more trees than when they had left earlier. Yu clarified that he had been testing his newest ability, the power to create trees. However, he regretted that once he stopped supplying them with spiritual energy, they reverted to regular trees. To demonstrate, he instantly spawned a small tree before them. Sparky and the white tiger were mesmerized by this peculiar ability. Suddenly, the vigilant golden ant detected a strange aura in the distance. Reacting swiftly, it pushed his blinding speed to the limit and rushed toward the source of the anomaly. Behind the trees, a familiar humanoid silhouette came into view. Sparky wasted no time and launched a killing blow at the unknown presence in their territory. It turned out to be none other than Qian, hidden amidst the fog and trees. Her crimson vines instinctively protected her from Sparky's lethal attack. Someone must give Sparky a lot of chill pills, man. When Sparky finally had a chance to examine this situation closely, he confirmed that the anomalous figure was indeed Qian. He couldn't fathom an explanation for her bizarre form. Through her symbiosis with the malevolent plant, she'd acquired a talent for life force manipulation. She could now freely control blood-colored vines for both offense and defense. Sparky withdrew, taking a moment to assess the situation. Yu simply informed everyone that Qian was their newest companion. She was now recognized as the sixth member of the 9 great beasts and would henceforth be referred to by her new name, Thorn. The plant mommy has been secured, let's go. Sparky, known for his disdain towards humans, vehemently disagreed with this announcement. In his view, humans could stay and work there, but nothing more. Accepting a human as an equal was beyond his comprehension. In his own twisted way, he declared that he would end Thorn to prove humans' weakness and their unsuitability to fight alongside them. Yu grew angry at Sparky's brazen attitude and called out the ant. Sparky froze, understanding the weight behind his master's words. The enraged God Tree would not tolerate any form of defiance from Sparky or any of his subjects. Witnessing his master's fury, Sparky was terrified to even move, let alone harm Thorn. He rushed to his master's side, kneeling on one knee and profusely apologized for his careless actions and words. That's right, boy, bow down to the God Tree. Yu lectured him, emphasizing that Thorn was different from the humans they knew. He hoped that from now on, everyone would gradually learn to understand one another. Perhaps even the stubborn golden ant might change his perspective in the future. Thorn was still adjusting to her new form, and standing alongside such powerful beasts made her uncomfortable. Sparky had calmed down, suppressing his hatred to comply with his master's wishes. Yu had underestimated just how deeply Sparky despised humanity. His hatred was rooted in something profound. He feared that without unity, leading the team effectively would be impossible. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the foggy mountain area, a diverse group of superhumans gathered with a common goal. Having already delved deep into the mountain, they had yet to catch a glimpse of the Emperor Alligator or even a single clue. When asked who had given them the mission to find the alligator's whereabouts, They replied that it didn't matter. As long as there was enough money on the table, they were willing to do the job. In this mission, there's no need to engage in combat, just provide the location. These mercenaries were driven solely by one thing: money. It was their sole concern. The muscular mercenaries surveyed the surrounding fog, rumored to be inhabited by fog beasts, doubting the veracity of the stories they had heard. Ro was just begging to be stomped by a fog dragon with that arrogance. Nevertheless, they pressed on with their search, realizing they might be close to their objective. Since the dawn of the evolution era, mercenaries had gained popularity as a new profession. With everything evolving at an alarming pace, a select group of talented humans had also evolved. These mercenaries relied on their enhanced combat abilities to offer their services to powerful individuals. It was a highly lucrative profession, capable of quickly amassing wealth for those with the necessary skills. It low-key sounds like a good career if you're strong enough. A few hours later, deep within the foggy mountains, the mercenary party came to a halt. They spotted a beautiful woman with peculiar red vines, harvesting fruits from a tree. In the serene surroundings, Thorn, with her exquisite beauty, was engrossed in plucking ripe fruits from a nearby tree. Oblivious to the world around her, she paid no heed to the group of mercenaries who had just spotted her from a distance. Would it be cannibalism if she eats the fruits? Her joy knew no bounds when she discovered an abundance of luscious fruits in the gorge. The very thought of collecting some for her superhuman friends, who had been deprived of fresh fruits for an extended period, immediately crossed her mind. She's too thoughtful, man. However, her peaceful endeavor was abruptly interrupted as the muscular silhouette of a mercenary swiftly approached, coming within inches of her. A single glance at him was enough to discern his nefarious intentions. The mercenary squad wallowed at their astonishing find, a rare encounter with a mutant like Thorn. It was only when she finally noticed the man standing beside her that panic gripped her, confronted with the presence of these unfamiliar and suspicious humans. Without warning, the burly man forcefully grabbed Thorn's delicate face, ruthlessly thrusting her against the tree trunk. Rendered unconscious by the sudden, brutal blow, Thorn became an even more significant prize in the eyes of the captor. This guy needs to go, as soon as possible. To the shock of the others, the older mercenary reprimanded the man, but not out of concern for Thorn's well-being. Rather, he cautioned against disfiguring her face, as it would diminish her value on the black market. Apparently, there was a lucrative demand for rare mutant specimens such as her. This dude looks like Killo's grandfather. Go back to your own anime grandpa. The despicable blonde mercenary shamelessly proposed a twisted proposal to play with her maliciously, arguing that it would be permissible as long as they didn't inflict severe harm. The rest of the group eagerly joined in, seeking their share of sadistic amusement. However, the lone woman amidst the mercenaries interjected, attempting to steer them back to their primary mission, urging them to stay focused and not be distracted by other pursuits. Yet, as the woman caught a glimpse of Thorn's mesmerizing beauty, her demeanor took a dark turn. Her eyes gleamed with madness as she drew a knife, threatening to gouge out Thorn's eyes and leave her crippled for life. Regaining consciousness, Thorn pleaded desperately with the mercenaries to halt their sinister intentions. In an act of desperation, her protective red vines surged to life, effortlessly swatting away the assailants as if they were insignificant pests. Go girl, use vine whip. The muscular mercenary found himself impaled by the piercing red vines. Everyone was stunned by the sudden shift in Thorn's aura from weak to strong. Clearly, she was in an unstable state. The mercenaries regrouped, realizing that Thorn was a recent mutant with little control over her newfound abilities. They believed that by launching a coordinated assault, they could overwhelm and subdue her. With unfaltering determination, they charged towards Thorn, their actions synchronized with military precision. Overwhelmed by fear, Thorn found herself utterly defenseless against the onslaught, clueless about how to combat trained opponents single-handedly. Just as she braced herself for the mercenaries' relentless charge, a swift and incandescent golden streak sliced through the battlefield, targeting one of her assailants. It's our golden boy. In the blink of an eye, the mercenary group bore witness to one of their own losing his head at the hands of an unidentified assailant. The severed head lay separate from the body, while a familiar golden limb stood triumphantly atop the lifeless corpse. A whirlwind of emotions enveloped Thorn as she recognized the unexpected savior, the human bloodthirsty creature we all know and love as Sparky, who had arrived to defend his master's territory. Perceiving the peculiar sight of a golden mutant ant protecting a human mutant, the remaining members of the mercenary group struggled to comprehend the surreal scenario unfolding before their eyes. Realizing that his mission was merely to track the Emperor Alligator and not engage in combat, the older mercenary hastily attempted to flee. However, before his comrades could call out to him, He met the same fate as one of their fallen members earlier. Rot in hell, old perv. Witnessing yet another of their comrades meeting a headless demise in the blink of an eye, the woman mercenary switched to survival mode, her instincts taking over. Sparky refused to tolerate these contemptible humans trespassing arrogantly in their territory, determined to exact vengeance for any sacrilegious acts against his master's domain. He swore that none of them would leave the mountains alive that day. In a dazzling display of golden brilliance, Sparky tore through the air, striking his golden blade into the abdomen of another foe. Unwilling to stop there, he propelled himself like a missile, aiming straight for the last remaining member of the mercenary group. Desperately, the man fought back, his mechanical hand transforming into guns that relentlessly spewed countless rounds of ammunition. Undeterred by the barrage of bullets, Sparky's golden exoskeleton effortlessly deflected them as if they were insignificant projectiles. Sometimes we forget that every beast in the gorge is just built different. With one final swift dash and slash, he cleaved through the last man's stomach, as though his flesh were as fragile as paper. The ground now littered with the lifeless bodies of the repulsive and brutal mercenaries. Suddenly, Thorn's attention was drawn to one of the mercenaries on the ground, whose tenuous grip on life resulted in blood cascading from his lips. Meanwhile, Sparky turned around to investigate the disturbance, only to be assaulted by a glaring burst of radiance. A grenade had been detonated point-blank range, engulfing the mutated golden ant in a devastating explosion. Struggling to escape the ensuing flames and smoke, Sparky emerged from the inferno in a weakened state. He fell for the classic trick. Injured and sprawled on the ground, he mirrored the fate of the mercenaries he had vanquished. His carelessness in ensuring the completion of his task might now cost him the use of his legs. Unexpectedly, the woman mercenary also clung to the remnants of life, her body bearing a grievous, potentially fatal wound. You must give props to her for tanking that massive wound. Clutching her knife with grim determination, her sole aim was to eliminate the injured beast subjected to the specialized grenade. With the last vestiges of her strength, she raised the blade, mustering every ounce of resolve to plunge it into the defenseless Sparky. The knife's tip hovered perilously close to ending the mutated golden ant's life. As tension reached its zenith, copious amounts of blood erupted into the air, painting a grim picture. With blood hitting the floor, the arduous battle finally reached its conclusion. The lifeless mercenary's eyes faded as a single crimson vine pierced through her skull and brain. Headshot. Thorn, without deliberate thought, successfully commanded one of her crimson vines to make a crucial play. Realizing the gravity of her actions, panic, relief, and shock flooded over her in a complicated mix. Moments later, the battle concluded, and the serene surroundings of the mountains returned as if nothing had happened. Amidst the battlefield, Thorn could be seen bawling her eyes out, crying like a child. She's climbing up the list of best girls. Sparky went to her side, scolding her to stop crying as she was being too noisy. One couldn't blame her, it was her first time taking a life, and she naturally felt horrified and horrible about her actions. Initially, she had merely accompanied her friends to the mountains to pick some spiritual herbs and earn a bit of money. Now, everything had turned extraordinarily. Her body had become mutated, and she had taken someone's life. Sparky became lost in thought, questioning why humans only feel a true sense of loss when it's the life of another human that ends. This ant is making me think philosophically. He used to be a simple and normal ant, but now he was a beast that had endured and survived constant torture and destruction from human experiments. He remarked that if Thorn had been captured by those mercenaries, her fate would undoubtedly be worse than what he had experienced. He reassured her that she had done the right thing, saving him. There was no need for her to feel guilty at all. Looking at the uncontrollably crying Shin, he sincerely thanked her from the bottom of his cold, golden heart. That's called character development. Our boy is growing up. She cried even harder as just a few days ago, this little guy had threatened to kill her simply because she was human. Sparky told her to forget he had said such cruel things. Standing side by side, facing the beautiful scenery, he curiously asked if she ever thought about her family in the outside world, if she misses them to this day. A profound sadness washed over her as she revealed that she was an orphan with no family to come home to. Sparky looked at her and genuinely proclaimed that now she had one. Sparky has that family, Riz. Wait, that sounds wrong. Hearing this lifted her spirits, bringing her out of her shell. Her tears of pain and guilt just moments earlier. A glimmer of tears of joy at her newfound family rolled down her beautiful eyes. She had finally embraced her new form and her new home. Sparky caught a glance of her perfect beauty, and even a golden mutated ant couldn't help but become flustered by such a pretty sight. Not going to lie, I would have blushed too. Back at the gorge, Yuziu monitored the whole incident with vigilant eyes. He was surprised that he didn't even have to do anything this time. He was extremely pleased to see Qian Chin's heart fully open to her new life. In the human settlement created by Yuziu, Thorn, formerly known as Qian Chin, argued with her remaining friend who hadn't sworn loyalty to the God Tree. He couldn't believe she was making the life-changing decision with such confidence. She was determined to live her new life far from the past. She warned him to make plans for the future as well. The man was still conflicted, as unlike her, he had a family waiting for him to return. At this current day and age, the beginning of spiritual recovery had finally commenced. Inland cities were ravaged by beasts daily, and the death toll continued to rise. The most horrific disasters were experienced by coastal cities, as the world was hit by a frenzy of sea beasts. The death toll in the hotspots had even reached hundreds of thousands. I would hate to be a human in this world. During this time, humans dubbed this situation as the Dark Age. World leaders, military commanders, and other important decision-makers gathered around a round table to discuss crucial developments all over the world. The head of the China Federation initiated the discussion, raising the conclusion of the Spiritual Research Institute regarding the global sea beast frenzy. He demanded a further account of the current situation. According to the director of the Inland Spiritual Power Bureau of the China Federation, the concentration of spiritual power in the depths of the sea was rapidly increasing. Based on graphs and figures, the value of spiritual power in the deep sea had significantly risen over the past 6 months. Just give up at that point, bro. She explained that spiritual power could be compared to oxygen. In its pure form, oxygen is highly toxic, and the same goes for concentrated spiritual power. If a creature couldn't withstand the strong spiritual power, it would undoubtedly be poisoned to death. Consequently, countless deep-sea giants were forced to push up from the depths and take over shallow waters. Since shallow sea beasts couldn't face the fearsome monsters of the deep, they kept rushing towards coastal areas worldwide. As it stands today, the global sea beast frenzy cannot be avoided. General Zhou Jianjun of the China Federation anxiously inquired how much longer they would have to endure this frenzy. However, the answer simply terrified everyone in the room. The director of the Inland Spiritual Power Bureau was certain that this was merely the beginning. They had detected signs of spiritual energy rising not only in the deep seas but also deep inland. The so-called spiritual tide would come again, and the beasts of the continent would undergo a frightening second mutation. Coastal cities would be plagued by sea beasts, while inland cities would be attacked by savage beasts. That's a double checkmate. The inland presented a completely different problem from the coastal areas, as heavy and nuclear weapons couldn't be used to avoid catastrophic collateral damage. What awaited everyone in the world was a land-based fight, a war that would be even more terrifying than the one in the sea. Hearing the honest truth of their future sent shivers down the spines of every world leader present. In addition to this new information, the head of the China Federation had something to show everyone. Back at the gorge, on the other side of the world, Yuziu was intensely diving underground. His main rig had reached a depth of 10,000 meters. As he descended, a sense of unease and oppression filled him, as if the world they knew was facing an unprecedented catastrophe. Ro was digging towards hell. The spirit of Xiao Qing accompanied him in the downward excavation as they grew closer to their destination. They were so close that they could see the ground emitting a strong, unnatural light. The two dived into the bizarre light as it consumed them with brilliance. This was it. Under the depths of the earth, something vividly brilliant was happening. The Rube and the spirit arrived at their destination. The world of light exuded an aura and power unlike anything else. This was the spiritual tide itself. The spiritual power in the air was so thick it became tangible. Yuziu called out to Xiaoqing, informing her that amidst all the current happenings, a new cycle of evolution had begun. It depicted a golden ant protecting a woman while speaking perfect human language. Moreover, the one in the video seemed to be either a mutant plant or a mutant human. The head of the China Federation explained that this was a clip transmitted by a mercenary through a machine implanted in his eye. This man has cameras everywhere, dude. He's probably watching this right now. The clip contained vital information. Everyone in the room should have heard the words spoken by the ant. It had clearly shouted "Master" at one point. He concluded that besides the sudden appearance of the 8 peregrine falcons during the alligator hunt, he suspected that someone or something was behind everything, running the show. And that included the existence of the fog beasts. His leader is too smart for his own good. Yuziu is currently holding a curiously high-tech device in his hand, inspecting it, and concluding that it is indeed a spirituality shield. He hurriedly and angrily crushed it as this tiny device was responsible for interfering with his fog spread ability. He did not expect human technology to progress so fast to the point where they can develop devices that can interfere with spiritual energy. He worried that if they continue their momentum, he won't be able to sense life forms by using fog spread anymore. This development is proving to be quite troublesome. In front of him appeared Sparky, loyal and dependable. He tasked the golden mutant ant with calling a meeting for his inner circle. That's when the Emperor Alligator suddenly contacted him through telepathy, informing him about some bad news brewing on the other side of the gorge. It seems like there is a large number of strange disturbances appearing in the atmosphere as of late. In the sky, where the sky beasts soar, a very unnatural event is taking place. Airborne attack units fill the skies as the military is seemingly sparing no expense in this mission they are undertaking. While attack helicopters and fighter jets scour the air, the land is being flattened by countless tanks and artillery vehicles. The loud and coordinated march of soldiers can be heard echoing throughout the whole area. With the number of aircraft, heavy-duty land war machines, and the sheer number of foot soldiers on the ground, it seems like the Federation is gearing up for a war of historical proportions. Humans are finally making some smart moves. Every soldier in the line has a mix of anxiety and determination on their faces as they know they are about to head to their possible deaths. One particular aircraft landed on the ground, and its doors slowly opened to deploy the forces inside. Just one step out of the aircraft and you can already tell that these troops are not your run-of-the-mill soldiers. This was the Transcendent Force Genetic Modification Department. Handcuffed humans that have mutated with the properties of various beasts disembarked from the aircraft as they readied themselves for the war that is about to commence. Some of the mutants that stood out were a man that resembles a vampire, a cloak, and a woman with cat ears and tails. The familiar-looking cat woman looks particularly unhinged right from the get-go. They got crazy cat girls in the army. The enlistment numbers are about to go up. On the other end of the site, another aircraft deployed the superhumans of the Federal Transcendental Force Academy. One look at these humans, and you can easily tell that each one of them is a war-torn veteran with a lot of field experience. Right at the edge of the woods, the beast silently watched the deployment of such an impressive human force. Even the Expeditionary Beast Unit watched carefully from the safety of the fog. No matter how fierce these beasts are, they can still feel the undeniable pressure that the humans have been exerting as they pour their resources towards the mountains. Bald Head is already ready for the smoke. The already hateful Sparky was not pleased with this intrusion that the humans are daring to do. White Tiger could not help but let out a fierce roar as he's battle-ready for the conflict to come. One of the superhumans took in the scenery of the gorge. He looked at the highest peak of the foggy mountains from afar. The place they are aiming to conquer is certainly something to behold. After receiving reports from his beasts, Yuzuyu was put into crisis mode as the humans are moving faster than he expected. He worries that something might have happened to Xiaoqing, as she would have reported this development to him as soon as possible under normal circumstances. He knows that with such a large army and ridiculous resources being used, this is not just about catching the Emperor Alligator. It seems that they have another, bigger purpose for this operation. 5 days ago, in the roundtable meeting, the head of the China Federation proposed to everyone the mission to find out just who is in true control of the Misty Mountains. This proposal is hard to digest for the already overwhelmed leaders. They rightfully fear the possibility of someone or something that can domesticate these powerful mutant beasts. The director of the Inland Spiritual Power Bureau of the China Federation is considering this as a very real possibility. They heard the ant in the video speaking human language perfectly. This is not something that a beast could learn by itself. General Zhou Jianjun also presented the possibility of this being a dangerous and powerful organization, and not just one person. They cannot rule out the possibility that the Emperor Alligator is also intelligent, and that they might have possibly undergone human genetic modification technology. There are currently 8 red zones in the interior areas of the Earth. Currently, Bayou Gorge is the most dangerous area in their estimates. Add to that, the second wave of spiritual tide is inevitably coming soon. They only have 10 days before that event. They absolutely must decimate the mountains before the beasts inside have the chance to evolve once again. The head of the China Federation was lost in thought as he ponders how they should proceed with the issue at hand. He orders someone to come inside the meeting room seriously. A man with an impressive stature entered the room and captured the attention of everyone present, Yan Gao Yuan. He's about to tell them the details of the Bayou Gorge battle plan. In 5 days, they'll launch a full offensive on the beasts before they recover their spiritual power and his second evolution through the spiritual tide. Meanwhile, at the Transcendental Research Institute, Xiao Qing's mentor had diligently and successfully synthesized a mutant elixir. With this, he believes that his ace pupil, Xiao Ling's fire control, will be even more powerful. He plans to send this product to her as soon as possible. That's when the familiar face of the bitter loser woman appeared behind him. She is full of resentment towards the instructor, as the whole research institute seems to favor Xiaoling compared to everyone else. She feels insignificant and believes that the instructor would possibly let everyone here die as long as Xiaoling is safe. Yan Gao Yuan laid out the full scope of the battle plan that he devised to the round table. He was immediately met with resistance, as his plan would require resorting to such extreme methods. And even if they win, they will gain nothing out of it. Another criticism is that they were using a gargantuan number of resources and troops, way more than they have ever used before. He reassured them with his simple fact: if they lose, there will be more serious consequences than they can imagine. He continued that every single beast in the canyon will be completely out of control after the spiritual tide. Realizing the gravity of the situation they're in, the leaders could not help but feel a shiver down their spines. Besides, they are treating this mission with utmost secrecy. All battle plans are kept secret from all ranks below Major. And finally, Yan Gao Yuan requested that one person must absolutely be included in this battle plan. If the beast that stirred up the fog is human, then they must pick out someone with the corresponding abilities to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. Everyone already knows who the person he has in mind. The vital part of his battle plan is the man with scars through each of his eyes, the enigmatic General Li. This guy is not surviving 1 versus 1 against the God Tree. After the crucial meeting, the surrounding cities of the entire Federation built protective walls. Whether they would be useful or not is still uncertain. The least they could do is resist the charge of some weak beasts. They're going full-on attack on Titan. In another place in Zi's city, travel to a huge people's hospital. Zhao Qing is hurriedly and angrily rushing. She forcefully opened the sliding door of the hospital room. What she saw inside was her mentor, who had been nothing but kind to her at the Transcendental Research Institute, lying on the hospital bed with failed injuries. The other research staff already knew that it was a bad idea to let the hot-tempered ace see her mentor in this state. He's barely clinging on to life, becoming increasingly weak with every passing moment. She's experiencing a rage that cannot be suppressed. Back in the research facility, it turned out that the bitter woman had gone ahead and snatched the elixir synthesized for Xiaoling. She was immediately consumed by its power as she struggled to fight with all her might. The elixir was made from the inner crystal of Fire Leopard. Although she wasn't a fire elementalist, her body would inevitably mutate. The instructor hurriedly ordered her to spit it out for her own safety. In response, she struck the kind-hearted man with her claws, critically injuring him. She better get used to the heat. She's going to hell soon. The deranged woman named Yan Langling was then taken into custody by the genetic unit of the military after she fainted. However, she received a lighter sentence since she was under the influence of the elixir when she cursed the instructor. She is now imprisoned and will soon be deployed to the front lines. He started to wake up, calling out to Xiaoling. He took out the other half of the elixir, having managed to defend it for his favorite pupil. She urged him not to talk too much as it was clear he was still in pain. He reminded her that she was still young with a bright future ahead. She didn't have to blame anyone for causing him harm. He didn't want her to ruin that good future just for him. Xiaoling's rage could not be contained towards the girl who had sent her instructor into this state. But reluctantly, she promised the instructor to do as he said. He felt at peace, and now he could rest assured. His words started to trail off slowly as he closed his eyes. He took his last breath as the life-supporting apparatuses indicated that the instructor had indeed passed away. He was a real one, R.I.P. The researchers frantically called out to the doctor as Xiaoling stood still. Inside her, a grudge burned that could not be extinguished, even with her promise to the instructor. This was the face of a woman ready for vengeance. She held the elixir in her hands, the last thing the kind-hearted instructor had bestowed upon her. The thing that ultimately cost him his life defending. She clenched it in her fist, refusing to let it go. She walked out of the hospital with a singular goal in mind. But she was interrupted by an officer inviting her to the headquarters of the Second Army. She was ordered to go to a new combat location as soon as possible. The first transcendent group had already arrived, and she was part of the second group to be deployed. She had to go with the officer right away. When asked about the battlefield, he stonewalled her, as the details of the mission would be discussed later. They flew over in a military chopper, and the view of the terrain became increasingly familiar to her. She had finally confirmed that they were headed to the Bayou Gorge, the home for Master. Countless awakened soldiers lined up with utmost discipline as they prepared in the place where the war of humanity and beasts would take place. Yan Gao Yuan stood imposingly in front of the monstrous force he had arranged for this conflict. He promptly introduced himself as the supreme commander of the entire operation. Zhao Qing was caught off guard as she was suddenly thrust into a complicated spot. This operation marked the first time humans have launched an attack against the inland beasts. Their goal on paper was to deal with the fog beasts and the emperor alligator in the perilous Bayou Gorge. In addition to that, they had to eradicate the powerful beasts living within the treacherous mountainous areas. Looking at the impressive force of humanity, he proclaimed that their goal was to kill enemies they had never encountered before. He knew the enemy's strength was beyond their wildest dreams. He warned them that this would be a brutal battle. After all, the opponent they were facing was a mutant beast that could easily destroy fighter jets. This time, 30,000 personnel would be deployed for the operation, hoping to overwhelm the enemy with their massive numbers. However, with this tactic, the casualties on their side would be severe. But all that mattered was winning. It was the only way humanity could survive and live freely on this land. They were the first and last line of defense and offense against the inland beasts. And thus, the code name for this operation was the Hunt. This was his commander Erwin's speech. Only real ones knows that speech by heart. Every single soldier steeled their resolve as they readied themselves to charge into the jaws of the beasts. Xiao Qing knew that with this type of operation, something wasn't right, and the Federation must know something. She had to hurry back and report to her master. Suddenly, another officer approached her as she was being summoned by the infamous General Li alone. At the operations department, Xiao Qing stood before the general. He informed her that he had read her profile and knew that her hometown was at the foot of the Bayou Gorge. He also knew that she and her sister had been attacked by mutant beasts in the Misty Mountain, and that she survived but her sister wasn't as fortunate. With this knowledge, he believed she should be familiar with the road leading to the center of the Misty Mountain, and more importantly, she must desire revenge. She tried to reason that she couldn't remember much of what happened before the attack. She tried to get to the point and ask if that was all the general wanted. He extended a proposition to her. A few moments later, using her spirit, she managed to slip away and immediately reported to Yuziu. It turned out that General Li wanted to take her in as a disciple, and she said yes. Yuziu knew that with Xiao Ling's talent and potential, ordinary people would want to take her in as a disciple. It was good for them to be able to join the inner circle of such a big shot. She informed him that the attack by humans would happen the next day. She was unsure whether they could win against this powerful assault. He reassured her that there was always a solution to a problem. Everybody wanted to live, but some things just couldn't be obtained through wishes. If he could have stayed silent and neutral, he would have. But that was impossible now. With the human forces at bay, the gloves were off. He called the attention of every beast in the gorge. Every single beast, superhuman, and mutant in the gorge had a bloodthirsty and determined look in their eyes. Today, they were going to face a brutal battle. It wasn't just a battle, it was a war. If they lost this war, everyone would die. And even if they won this conflict, they would still lose some companions along the way. But as a price for those who survived, humans would never dare to disturb them anymore. So, everyone had to be prepared to scratch, bite, claw, fight, and die with all their strength against humanity. Tomorrow's battle was a decisive one. Tomorrow's war would determine their entire future. Every single beast roared with passion as they were ready to lay down their lives to protect their future in the gorge. The primates howled, the peregrine falcons snarled, and Yuziu calmly braced himself for the collision of different worlds. At a distance, the remaining human who hadn't sworn loyalty aimed to use the chaos of the war to leave the mountains quietly. With everything locked and loaded, the 49,355 representatives of humanity were about to go against the 285 combat beasts of the Bayou Gorge. On a bright and sunny day at the foot of the Bayou Gorge, tens of thousands of military personnel gathered along with humanity's state-of-the-art artillery and heavy-duty assault vehicles. Xiao Ling observed the true scope of the human force, and the number of troops was much higher than she expected. A battle-scarred awakened soldier approached her to explain the format of their attack. Their combat team would be divided into 3 groups. The other 2 teams comprised the majority of their fighting force in terms of numbers. To prevent mutant beasts from escaping or sneaking into the city, they deployed a large number of troops to surround the 4 main hills of the area. Another soldier chimed in, expressing frustration with the amount of manpower dedicated to this mission. With almost 50,000 troops, he thought it was too excessive and overkill. The commitments of this expedition seemed crazy. The battle-scarred soldier vehemently disagreed. To him, it was absolutely necessary to form such a large coalition. He had already witnessed the strength of the beasts firsthand at the zoo before becoming awakened. This man has some backstory for his scars. Back then, a mere beginner-level 4th stage awakened mutant antelope wiped out a rescue unit of nearly 100 men. There was just a beginner-level 4th stage awakened mutant beast, and it caused catastrophic damage. Not to mention the most dangerous beasts they were bound to encounter in the mountains, especially in the interior area of the gorge. where a mere beginner-level 4th stage mutant would be considered mere food. The newbies are starting to hesitate if they truly took the right career path. They had no choice but to overwhelm the beastly opponents with numbers and equipment. It was their only way to reduce casualties in the grand scheme of the war. Hearing all this information, Xiaoling's face revealed a complicated expression. She thought back to the remarkable power of her master and contemplated the number of human troops in 3 different points. She wasn't sure anymore if her beloved master could weather the coming storm. The god tree and the great beasts are looking like the biggest menaces to society, though. In the commander's tent at the base camp, Yan Gao Yuan briefed the rest of the officers on their plan of attack. As mentioned earlier, this operation would be divided into 3 directions. The middle troops would be the main offensive force, while the left and right flanks would encircle the enemy. They would initiate the operation by using Z-999 tanks to bomb their way forward and pave the way for the infantry. The awakened troops would then act as the main attackers, carrying out the encirclement and suppression. All combat soldiers would be equipped with spiritual power shielding devices to conceal their spiritual power and scent. This method would make it harder for the beasts to detect them. Yan Gao Yuan summoned his troops. As the preparation time had elapsed, they have exactly 24 hours to execute. The hunt had officially begun. This war arg's about to go crazy, boys. The tanks from all sides of the gorge readied their heavy artillery and unleashed the culmination of human ingenuity. Each resounding shot echoed throughout the area, destroying the obstructing woods in the path of their unstoppable charge toward the main battlefield. The left flank forces rained down hellfire on the mountains, showing no mercy to any wildlife that resided in the massive area. The forces on the right flank utilized their airborne units, causing fiery explosions that transformed the landscape. They're going hard against the wrong trees. Some soldiers worried about the scale of bombing and wildfire they were causing on the perimeter. However, they had come prepared with a large number of firefighting units stationed around the mountains. The bombing served not only to clear the way to the gorge but also to drive many beasts into a single location ahead. Suddenly, an imposing voice and an even more imposing figure interrupted the discussions among the foot soldiers. The man strongly urged them to focus solely on their mission and not think about anything else. The foot soldiers were shocked and scared by the appearance of this man. General Li, with his gigantic height, was truly menacing in every detail. This man is just the Giga Chad template. After all, he was one of the strongest generals in the Federation, a single man with the strength of an army. Arguably, he was the most powerful transcendent among everyone in the Federation. Let's see how he does against real power. The soldiers were confused as to why the general had jumped right into the front lines at such a high altitude. But when the smoke from the explosive bombardment cleared, a mountain that had been obliterated came into view. Every officer called for the attention of their troops. They were now ready to advance into the battlefield, filled with determination and courage, facing either death or glory. However, the fiery determination of the military was quickly extinguished as a giant silhouette appeared above their heads. It was none other than Yuziu's roots, disrupting the march and destroying the landscape with sheer force. Countless troops were crushed or flung away by this display of primal strength. That is how you draw the first blood properly. At the same time, gray and foggy creatures landed on the battlefield. Yuziu's fog beasts materialized, even more ferocious than before, as their howls filled the ears of the advancing humans. Xiaoling immediately recognized that her master had finally arrived on the scene. Yuziu, in his draconic form with his roots and various forms of materialized fog beasts, towered over the tiny specks of the human military forces. This scene is right out of Naruto. Yan Gao Yuan panicked at the report that they were already under attack from the front, not only their main force but also the left wing, where the awakened soldiers were currently being ravaged by savage fog beasts of different forms and unfathomably strong tree roots. A similar sight was taking place on the right wing. They reported to the headquarters that they were under attack by unidentified creatures of the fog, and their biggest threat was a winding and massive creature resembling a tree. Yan Gao Yuan looked at the entire battlefield and was taken aback by such a different start than what he had envisioned. Yuziu was now in his most ruthless state. With these detestable humans trying to break in and take away their peaceful lives, he would not let them get off easy. The stressed-out Supreme Commander, Yan Gao Yuan, ordered an accurate report on the number of fog beasts and monster trees. He also called for air support on the left and right wings. This dude is going to pass away not because of the war, he'll probably kick the bucket due to stress. They went all in, putting anti-aircraft guns on standby while releasing incendiary bombs. The explosions almost reached the fog beasts, which were susceptible to fire. Yuziu's sturdy and almost indestructible roots came to the rescue, tanking multiple rounds of anti-aircraft fire. In response to the firepower of the humans, the barbarism of the primate faction was unleashed upon the infantry. A large group of mutant gorillas suddenly appeared on the flank of the foot soldiers. Let's go King Kong faction. These apes possessed unfathomable strength and viciousness, now facing the armor-piercing bullets of the human soldiers. With a devilishly smart move, the larger apes in the group started digging out massive boulders from the rocky ground of the mountain, while the smaller ones rushed with unpredictable speed and pace. The boulders were tossed at the tanks, causing massive explosions at the flank of the human soldiers. The gorilla faction didn't waste this opportunity and charged with full rage and ferocity. Zooming out from the battlefield, the air forces could be seen arriving at the flanks for support, but Yu Xiu's massive root was ready to match their forces. He was extremely pleased with how effective he had been in dealing with and halting the initial advance of the impressive army. That's when the Emperor Alligator reached out to him, informing him that a few mice had silently broken in. He assured his subordinates that everything would be okay. No matter how elite and covert those mice were, there was already someone ready to deal with them. If the humans have shooters, he has even wilder ones. The elite forces sneaking inside the foggy mountains maintained their vigilance in the unfamiliar woods. Suddenly, a laser sight caught the presence of a vicious-looking beast ready to pounce at any second. It was none other than Bullhead himself. When the light was shed upon their direction, it was revealed that this was the entire Expeditionary Beast unit, a force with the strength and madness to conquer a whole section of the mountain range and hunt countless beasts. These guys are about to go nutty with their kill-death ratio. This time around, the Federation has deployed around 50,000 troops. These numbers consist of 100 tanks, 75 helicopters, 1,000 awakened troops, and 2,000 genetically modified soldiers. Most of the numbers are composed of China Federation's strongest military force. To top it all off, they have General Li on the battlefield. They've already established that simply finding the Emperor Alligator is not their real mission. They are aiming for the root of it all. They must find the mastermind behind the beast organization of the Bayou Gorge. To avoid the direct attack of the fog beasts when the army gathers, they had specially arranged the troops to gather outside the range of the fog. But now, the fog itself had traveled towards the front line. Even though they have no idea how the enemies accomplished this seemingly impossible feat, one thing is for sure. The enemy boss is on a whole other level. Yan Gao Yuan estimates that they are bound to face something in the transcendent rank 1 or above in terms of pure combat ability. This man does not know just how screwed they really are. They have 23 hours and 41 minutes left in the battle. Until the very last moment, they must gather as much information as possible. For clarity's sake, this is the sketch of Yu Xiu's forces scattered around the Bayou Gorge. On the left wing, the foot soldiers desperately emptied their ammunition on the opponents in front of them. It was none other than Thorn. She had finally gained total control of her crimson vines as she blazed through the human troops. With each smack of her vines, a soldier became out of commission for the rest of the war with heavy injuries. The humans could see her as nothing but a monster as they continued their hail of bullets without hesitation, despite her humanoid appearance. Coming from the flank, a ferocious jaws stretched open as a gigantic figure of a white tiger descended upon the fighting soldiers. Blood spurted out everywhere as the white tiger finally started going on a rampage for his bloody feast. Thorn and the white tiger, the teacher, and the dumb student, teamed up. They had to remain careful with their moves, as they were massively outnumbered by the enemies ahead. The white crane hurriedly rushed to their side to warn them of something big incoming. It was a powerful missile bound to crash and explode on them. It swiftly made contact with the area they were standing in, and a loud detonation echoed throughout the mountains. The supergenetic modification team duo watched as the beasts in front of them were swallowed up by a massive blast. The detestable woman Yan Lang Lang had reached beginner rank 8, while the lion man Shizi was at beginner rank 9. They were already celebrating the deaths of the opponents standing in the way of their advancement. She even joked that the white tiger's skin was hers for the taking. Why did they have to make the cat grow evil? That's when she was taken aback by the sight in front of her. The rank 9 white tiger, rank 7 Thorn, and the duo of rank 6 Tempest Wolves stood their ground unscathed from the destructive force of the missile. The lion man, Shizi, became even more fired up as he admired the opponents in front of him. They had survived a cannon missile that was specially developed to deal with beasts. He did not expect them to still be alive, let alone uninjured after taking it head-on. I've told you guys 1,000 times, these beasts are just built different. His eyes were fixated on the ferocious-looking white tiger, the king of the beasts. Yan Lang Lang proposed that they should capture the woman. With this method, they would surely be able to get the mastermind to show up. With an agreement that they would split the white tiger's skin and the woman, Shizi readied himself for a fight between two kings as he transformed into a monstrous lion. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, A stick traveled in a forceful trajectory. It was the gold silk monkey brandishing his stick toward a soldier's crotch. "I can feel your pain, soldier man." The war armor boar, on the other hand, was drop-kicking the troops like he was in an exhibition wrestling match. Lastly, Baldhead was running all over the place with a speed so fast that he was dodging bullets mid-air. The foot soldiers were starting to panic as none of their shots were landing no matter how hard they tried, and the beast was slowly getting closer to them. Baldhead finished his rush with a booty smack toward the soldier's face. The disrespect is unreal. That's a stinky finisher. The three Beast Stooges have become a deadly trio when it comes to dispatching troops. After all, they had gained plenty of experience fighting beasts in the mountains. Just like a wholesome group of friends, they celebrated their victory with a cheerful high five. As they were leaving the area to patrol another place, the gold silk monkey noticed something fishy amongst the bushes out of the corner of his eye. Coming all from a decisive victory against the foot soldiers, he immediately and confidently jumped towards the bushes as he readied a stick strike, like he always did. While midair, he realized his mistake as the figure in the bushes came into view. It was a man who was part of the Superbeing team. He had purple hair and massive scorpion tail growing from his back. That's a whole villain. The gold silk monkey was too late in identifying that he had just made a huge blunder with his overconfidence as his scorpion tail stab was already upon him. He tried his best to guard against the brunt of the tail's force as the man smiled confidently at him. The gold silk monkey flew back to his friends with minimal injury, but he was in a worse condition overall. He was stabbed by the scorpion's tail, and the venom was already circulating through his body, judging by the looks of the wound. The man claimed that this is the strongest venom of all the venomous scorpions out there. In just a minute, the gold silk monkey would die. Hearing this angered Baldhead, and he did not waste any time rushing at the limits of his speed. He swiftly locked onto the man from the flank. As he was rushing with unparalleled rage and aggressiveness, someone managed to keep up with him. It was a man with a thick yellow aura, running side by side with him, praising his exceptional speed. "It's over, man," they got old Flash on their team. The man promptly grabbed Baldhead midway through his rush and forcefully sent him crashing through the floor like it was light work. Another member of the Superbeing team descended from above wielding a massive spherical hammer. She was coming in with a bang, her heavy smash locked and loaded towards the already poisoned gold silk monkey. Fortunately, the war armor boar managed to take the heavy smash squarely to his head, protecting his weakened brother from being crushed on the ground. He gritted his teeth at the pain of taking such a heavy attack literally head-on. The Superbeing team trio stood at a distance as they easily gained the upper hand just like that. The lightning-fast older man is the beginner rank 8 Lei Su. The freakishly strong cute woman is the beginner rank 7 Yun Chui. And lastly, the venomous scorpion hybrid is the beginner rank 6 Diu Shi. The beginner rank 8 Baldhead, beginner rank 7 war armor boar, and gold silk monkey were suddenly torn down from their high spirits and driven to a corner by such an effective series of ambushes. Seizing the opportunity as the two beasts were badly injured, the Superbeing team trios saw it fit to bring the battle to its conclusion. They rushed towards the beasts with everything they had. Without hesitation, Baldhead took the initiative to meet the rushing team midway. He had finally activated his thunderous ability. Baldhead will clutch this. He has that dog in him. He jumped right above the trio as the man mocked him for daring to meet them head-on, being just a little guy. Baldhead simply responded by concentrating all of his thunder energy into a single attack, screaming wildly at his opponents. The Superbeing team trio was enveloped in a high-voltage blast of electricity. They were stunned and slowly paralyzed by the fierce attack. He really gave them the Pikachu treatment. All of them had the same thought as they were being slowly fried. They could not believe that a honey badger could use lightning to this degree. Seizing the chance to finish the job while the Superbeing team trio was paralyzed, the war armor boar and gold silk monkey rushed for the opponents. With everything they had in the tank, forceful strikes landed on two of the men, while Baldhead dealt the final blow against the freakishly strong woman. Locusts are arthropods with green or yellowish-brown bodies, and there are more than 1,000 species in the world. Are we watching National Geographic right now? A single locust is not harmful to human beings. It could be killed by conventional means. But that's only true against one. When human beings face a plague of thousands of locusts, no matter how powerful humans are, under the swarm of those tiny insects, one will feel overwhelmingly hopeless. Back in the battlefield, the Superbeing team trio was knocked out cold by the combined desperation of war armor boar, gold silk monkey, and Baldhead. Despite their victory, gold silk monkey is still facing a fatal problem as he coughs heavily. He looked towards the scorpion tail that stunned and poisoned him to his current weakened state. Extreme absorption is a unique innate ability of monkeys, giving them the ability to absorb all beneficial substances from other sources. However, once toxins invade their bodies, the same ability strongly rejects the toxic substances, as there is no way to naturally purify toxins circulating inside. Extreme absorption undoubtedly makes Gold Silk Monkey's condition even more painful. He's on his last legs as he struggles to even stand or breathe. To add to their misfortune, it seems like the human troop reinforcements have finally arrived at their location. The soldiers quickly identified that the beasts in front of them knocked down the awakened force ahead. Without question, they started raining down bullets towards the already injured beast party. They cannot let them escape now. Thankfully, normal bullets are useless against them as the balance of such weak ammunition only serves to annoy Bald Head. The soldiers quickly adapted as they tried to switch to the special bullets in their arsenals, having identified the trio as high-level beasts. Bald Head did not give them room to brace themselves as he was already charging up his electricity once again. Most of the troops were naturally rendered out of commission from such a strong shock, while the others were subjected to the blunt force of War Armor Boar's wild charge. Gold Silk Monkey remained still at the back as he was slowly dying from the scorpion venom. Suddenly, a commanding figure appeared right behind him. There was a transcendent human who had his attack locked and loaded against the defenseless injured monkey. He brought his hand down, aiming squarely at the Gold Silk Monkey. He was full of rage and contempt as the killing intent in his strike would surely claim a life when it landed. Gold Silk Monkey had nowhere to go. Suddenly, War Armor Boar came out of nowhere in a blinding speed. He positioned himself to shield his brother against a powerful killing strike. He gritted his teeth as he felt the attack piercing through his thick defenses. Gold Silk Monkey watched in horror as his best buddy, his brother, and his partner in crime jumped in front of a horrific killing blow to protect him. Tears started to well up in his sad and scared eyes. Bald Head saw this development while encircled by soldiers, and even he could not handle the sight of his beloved friend being pierced through. The man punched a hole clean through the War Armor Boar and clutched his heart right in his hand. With a forceful grip, he painfully took the life of a magnificent beast. Rest in peace, he was a real one until the end. The War Armor Boar lay lifeless in front of his killer and the Gold Silk Monkey. It slowly sunk in that his most precious friend just sacrificed himself in front of him. Emotions welled up all over his body just as the venom in his system. Bald Head got distracted by the plight of his brothers and was taken aback by a bright light coming out of nowhere. Another awakened soldier with a mutant hand capable of producing high-powered laser beams appeared on the battlefield and hit Bald Head with a critical strike. Along with the regular soldier reinforcements, the Superbeing team slowly poured into the foggy gorge. All they wanted was destruction and death upon the beasts of the mountains. Gold Silk Monkey had lost all reason due to his grief. While the venom circulated around his system painfully, he still tried to charge at the incoming enemies with his simple wooden stick. What greeted him was a rain of special bullets coming from the reinforcement troops. Thankfully, the tenacious Bald Head managed to tank a laser beam to his body. He hurriedly grabbed his buddy to desperately make a run for it. They immediately established quite a bit of distance between themselves and the soldiers, but these troops were not going to let them escape easily at all. While they were desperately fleeing for their lives, Gold Silk Monkey could not stop crying as he could not accept losing his brother. Bald Head was doing his best to stay composed and keep on running despite a severe injury in his leg. That point-blank laser beam really did a number on him. With the pain of his injury and the pain of losing a friend, he was barely holding it together himself. Humans are done for at this point. Two small but brilliant lights with a golden and blue hue ravaged around the unsuspecting soldiers all over the place. It was none other than the insect faction, Sparky and Blue Mantis. If they kept running at this unbelievably fast pace, they would exhaust themselves quickly. But in Sparky's mind was one thing and one thing only. There are humans in the mountains, and he must kill every single one of them. I'm on board with Sparky's hater energy now. The two charged through the woods like deadly arrows. On the other side of the battlefield, White Tiger was not in the best condition either. He stood alongside Thorn, both bloodied and injured due to the intense battle against the human troops. In exchange for their injuries, they had already killed over 100 human soldiers while keeping up and injuring the supergenetic modification duo. They had gone crazy with pure viciousness. Thorn, White Tiger, White Crane, and a single Tempest Wolf stood among hundreds of corpses. The Lion Man thought that this force would not last long anymore as there was only one wolf left, while everyone else's injuries were not light at all. He also noticed that White Tiger kept on protecting the mutant girl while they fought. They could use her as bait to finally deal with every single one of the beasts. Thorn could already tell that the White Tiger was running out of gas in his tank, and he wouldn't last long. The previous shells that land on them cause a lot of damage. It panted and struggled to even stand straight. She knew that if it wasn't for White Tiger lasting this long despite running out of energy quite some time ago, they would have been caught already. Suddenly, even more awakened reinforcement forces arrived on the battlefield. They were being led by a familiar face from the supergenetic modification team. This vampire-looking man berated the lion man Shizi for having such a hard time dealing with a tiger. He looked back at the vampire-looking man named Gullah, a mixture of fear and relief washing over him just from the presence of this guy. The already discouraged Thorn was sent into an even deeper despair as she saw the reinforcements arrive. She also sensed that the guy named Gullah had a huge spiritual amount in his body. Only her master, the God Tree himself, could deal with this mutant, the genetic transcendent Gullah. Feed this man garlic and he'll probably die. He ordered the troops to just keep on attacking as they had been doing. The beast squad would fall sooner or later. This time around, every single awakened soldier was charging in for the kill. There was no way that the White Tiger and the rest of the party could take another full-force charge from these reinforcements. But White Tiger was just too tenacious. He alone met their charge and promptly latched onto one unfortunate soul as he crushed him with a powerful jaw and unbelievably sharp teeth. The White Crane and the remaining Tempest Wolf did not give up either as they slayed their fair share of awakened soldiers. Even the docile Thorn did not show any mercy to anyone that came within her strike zone. The crazy cat girl Yan Lang Ling took advantage of the commotion of the battlefield and threw 2 flash bombs towards Thorn. She was enveloped in a blinding light, stunning her in place and halting her crimson vines. Throwing flash bangs in an open field with your teammates is crazy. Yan Lang Ling's hand transformed into nefarious claws as she aimed to take down Thorn. She did not waste a second and brandished her claws. Heavy artillery missiles rained down hellfire from above, decimating the airborne units of the military. The primate faction was forced to endure and dodge the full brunt of the explosions pouring down upon them. The infantry on the ground observed with maximum anxiety as they tried to catch a glimpse of whether the monstrous beasts had been blown up or not. Contrary to the foot soldiers' wishes, the primates were safe and sound, as bloodthirsty as ever. They sought asylum at Yuzu's roots as soon as the missiles were released. The roots and the beasts remained unscathed despite the best efforts of humanity's technology. Realizing that the apes were unharmed, the soldiers promptly tried their best to hinder the beast's charge by unleashing a hail of bullets upon them. Meanwhile, in the air, the Peregrine Falcon faction had finally arrived on the scene. They did what they did best, flying at incredible speeds and eliminating every single airborne unit of the human force. Yuzu sneered, knowing that missiles, explosives, or any of the human forces could never penetrate him, just as he was boasting about his resilience. A decisive step could be heard just a few meters from him. A fearsome silhouette, with extremely powerful proportions, slowly approached him. The figure was a human with 2 scars on his eyes, showing no hint of panic or worry. Yuzu celebrated that, finally, a human had reached his main body in this ongoing war. We're finally seeing another boss fight. Let's go. Of course, this so-called human was none other than General Li, the most powerful transcendent of the Federation. Back in the intense battlefield, Yan Lang Ling forcefully thrust her sharp claws towards Thorn's body. Blood spurted everywhere as she utilized every muscle in her body to pierce through. She exerted so much force that she lifted Thorn into the air, charging through the battlefield until their momentum was halted by a massive tree. Thorn suffered a grievous wound at the side of her body, bearing the full brunt of Yan Lang Ling's ferocious attack. The insane cat girl cursed Thorn, claiming that she smelled just like the country girl she despised from the bottom of her black heart, Xiao Ling. She continued to say that the smell stank and made her want to throw up. Yan Lang Ling planned to end her ridiculous rant with a final killing blow to the mutant woman, but she immediately felt that something was severely wrong. A massive claw strike came so fast that she did not even have time to process what was happening. She was thrown to the side, tossed away like a ragdoll by Thorn and the White Tiger. The lion man called out to his partner as she crashed through the ground, sustaining fatal injuries. She struggled to speak and breathe as blood spurted from her neck. Thorn was not in better condition either. Gasping for air, the severe injury at the side of her body grew even more serious with each passing moment. That's when something unbelievable happened. In perfect human language, the White Tiger asked her to leave wholeheartedly. The White Tiger continued with his words as if he were a toddler who had just learned how to speak. He wanted Thorn to go and find their master, the God Tree. Thorn was taken aback by the White Tiger's words. In the months she had lived in the Bayou Gorge, he had been the only beast who had a hard time even understanding simple words, let alone speaking them. She had been a patient teacher while the White Tiger proved to be her most troublesome student. He continued with his broken, childlike, but ultimately meaningful speech. He explained that behind them, there were many powerful spiritual resources. If Thorn didn't leave right away, every single one of them would die. She understood the gravity of their situation, but she couldn't bear to lead the beasts who had grown closer to her heart over time. She tried to protest the White Tiger's words, but she was met with a loud, gentle, and meaningful howl. White Tiger should be nominated for Best Cat Award. The howl finally gave her the determination to do what she needed to do at that moment. With her grievous wound, she utilized her powerful crimson vines to flee from the battlefield towards the location of their master, the God Tree. Naturally, the awakened forces would never let her go easily, so they promptly chased after her fleeing figure. The first ones to get close to her were immediately chewed up by the ferocious jaws of the Tempest Wolf. Following that, the reinforcement soldiers took their positions and prepared to rain down long-range special bullets upon the mutant woman. Just as the bullets were about to reach the already injured Thorn, the White Crane took the shots like the loyal subordinate that he was. This allowed Thorn to get further away from the chasing units. The White Crane teared up and chirped as he started to feel the pain of tanking the human's special bullets. The last Tempest Wolf on this side of the battlefield also succumbed to his stamina as the awakened forces unleashed their simultaneous abilities, overwhelming the beast. The human forces gained momentum as they released their full force upon the battle-worn White Tiger. Thorn couldn't help but cry her heart out at the thought of leaving her friends and her pupil, White Tiger, to fend for themselves against the brutal humans. Even though they couldn't hear it, she apologized profusely for not having the strength to help them at all. More awakened forces rushed in, attempting to chase after the fleeing mutant woman. The last line of defense against these pursuers was the stalwart White Crane, spreading his wings and enduring the strikes from the awakened humans. With every attack he took, blood spurted from his frail and slender body. He remembered the fight he never wanted to participate in. In the White Crane's mind, he had no emotional attachment to the two girls attacked by the War Axe Snake. He didn't want to die, and he couldn't understand why creatures that were already dead needed to be mourned so heavily. For him, such behavior was meaningless. But in the end, he still chose to fight and ultimately lost horribly. Cranes are large terrestrial birds that live in flocks. Usually, they consist of several families and form an even larger flock. They were considered an endangered species, but with a revival of spiritual energy, they barely escaped extinction. After his experience against the War Axe Snake, he sought refuge under the protection of the God Tree. Although he was not valued as a core member of the Circle and was just an existence on the edge, he was still happy because, for once in his life, he had a home. While interacting with a colorful cast of beasts and other creatures in the gorge, he gradually understood the determination for revenge that everyone had back then. The more he understood, the more painful it became. He felt ashamed of his own powerlessness at that time. From that point on, he made up his mind. When a crisis struck again, he would do what was necessary. So, he raised his wings in front of an awakened soldier and, in perfect human language, vowed to never let anyone pass. This side character bird is making me cry. Despite his existing fatal wounds, he exuded a dignified demeanor with his wings spread wide open. As the awakened soldiers rushed to get the White Crane out of the way, they were caught off guard by the lightning-fast pounce of the White Tiger. One of the soldiers was bitten in half, while the other was crushed by a claw. The White Tiger spat out the lifeless awakened shoulder and turned his attention to the hundreds of awakened soldiers in front of him. No matter which angles you looked at it, this was a losing battle. The genetic transcendent Gullo ordered everyone to charge at once, as the enemies were visibly on their last leg. The only thing replaying in the White Tiger's mind were the words his master had bestowed upon him. The God Tree had said that it was good he was pursuing greater power because, in terms of fighting skills, he would never lose. However, he must understand that the power of the flesh does not last forever. The body's power will dissipate over time, and when that time comes, he will feel afraid due to his lack of power. So, he must sharpen his mind. The courage to never retreat in the face of a powerful opponent and the righteousness to shoulder responsibilities were the things he must learn, as he would undoubtedly need them later. And that's because, out of everyone in these mountains, the White Tiger is the king of the beasts. You all got to put some respect in his name. A few moments later, Sparky finally arrived at his destination. He rushed with all the speed he could muster, and the sight that greeted him was nothing short of unbelievable. It was as if he was seeing the god of death itself in the form of a monstrous beast. The White Tiger had properly claimed his title as the king of the beasts atop a mountain of hundreds of awakened human corpses. He might be a cat, but he got that dog in him. Even Sparky felt a shiver run down his spine, witnessing their once silly tiger in this fearsome state. I have a question for you guys. When exactly does the attitude of a king begin to show in them? Is it from the moment they leave their mother's side? Is it when they achieve their first successful hunt? Or is it when they face death for the first time and show unwavering courage? No, it's none of those things. Instead, it's after the ruling tribulation White Tiger just went through. Sparky looked up from below, and all he saw was something on a priceless painting. White Tiger stood on top of his foes, cementing his throne with their blood as the king of the beasts. But a closer look would reveal an almost lifeless light in his once vibrant eyes. Even in the face of death, he is still maintaining a proud attitude fit for a king. He was built different until his final moments. He'll always be king. When Blue Mantis caught up to Sparky at the battlefield, he looked up and saw the same eerie sight as his friend. Even though he was not too acquainted with the other beasts yet, he could not help but cry at the tragic sight in front of him. The skin on the right side of White Tiger's body was peeled off completely. Blue Mantis looked at Sparky on his side, unable to believe if the brutality he was seeing was real. The golden mutant ant that had suffered the most at the hands of humanity was visibly shaking and crying at the sight of his brother in this condition. His already intense revulsion towards humans was starting to boil to another level. His golden aura started resembling that of a bloody crimson energy. He simply could not stomach just how many more precious things the humans were taking away from him. He felt equal parts defeated and enraged by just how far humanity had extended their hatred. We fully support Sparky turning into the dark side completely. On another side of the battlefield, Bald Head and the slowly dying Gold Silk Monkey took shelter on a broken-down tree after fleeing from the awakened soldiers who were actively pursuing them. Gold Silk Monkey was clearly not in any condition to run anymore as the scorpion venom continued to ravage his system. Bald Head was tired and injured. He was on his last legs with little to no gas in his tank. Suddenly, the voices of the awakened soldiers could be heard getting closer and closer to their location. These guys were not going to let them escape at all. Gold Silk Monkey was starting to become delirious as he knocked on death's door under the leaves that Bald Head had blanketed his cold body in. Come on, man. Can we just go back to happy times? The honey badger looked back at his longtime friend with profound sadness in his eyes. He had lost far too many precious comrades in such a short time. To distract the pursuers from his dying friend's body, Bald Head decided to rush through the woods and head toward the voices he heard. Sometimes the power of friendship is not enough. The awakened soldiers knew that the honey badger beast had defeated the Supreme Commander Yan Gao Yuan's team before. They knew it was a beast that could not be killed even with the use of armor-piercing bullets. They planned to take it on themselves to deal with this mighty monster. Just as they were wondering where Bald Head could have possibly run off to, a ferocious gaze of a hunter was already lurking right behind them. Just like a traveling bullet, he lunged through one unsuspecting awakened soldier and tore through his shoulder as if it were made of paper. The rest of the squad immediately went on high alert as one of their members fell lifeless on the ground and a beast jumped right over their heads. Go for more assassinations, buddy. We're rooting for you. Without hesitation, an awakened soldier with a menacing gauntlet landed a critical hit squarely on Bald Head's small body. At the same time, another soldier wielding a fearsome mallet was readying her brutal strike. To cap off the combo, the mallet brought the injured Bald Head from the air to the floor with tremendous force, but the awakened soldier felt that something was off with her vicious attack. Lifting the mallet, she saw that the honey badger beast had surprisingly tunneled through the ground below. They had just lost their target once again. They quickly tried to regroup and conduct another thorough search of the perimeter. Just as they were about to leave, the ground shook in front of one of the soldiers. Bald Head tumbled upwards with unstoppable momentum as he unleashed his skull bash against the guy above him. This caused explosives with safety pins to fall all over the place. Bald Head was finding it hard to even stay conscious at this point. That's when a familiar hateful voice appeared at his flank, asking for the location, and insulting his friend, the Gold Silk Monkey. The awakened soldier who had killed the war armor boar released a vicious chop right in the middle of Bald Head's struggling body. We don't even know who this guy is, but I hate him with a burning passion. The force was so powerful that it caused the surrounding terrain to break, bend, and cave inwardly towards the epicenter of the chop. Bald Head was suffering and shivering from the agony of his injuries piling up on top of each other. The ruthless man was not done yet. He released another punch that caved in his chest. This awakened soldier was simply full of hatred towards beasts, seeing them as nothing but bugs that dared to mess with him. Bald Head endured a brutal flurry of strikes from the soldier as he cried in pain. He raised his arms in a weak attempt to guard his broken face, but the onslaught did not show signs of stopping at all. The awakened soldier finally finished his rampage with an uppercut to the unconscious honey badger. He was sent flying forward until he hit the rocky terrain of the mountain. The awakened soldier squad looked in anticipation of their brutality as the dust settled on this battlefield. Bald Head was still trying to be resilient, as that was his biggest weapon, but he could barely stand and breathe. The soldiers laughed and joked amongst each other to stop wasting time and finish this beast off. There were many other beasts to kill in this massive mountain. In his mind, Bald Head could only think of a single good memory at the precipice of his life. He just wanted to ask the kind Shaolin for some more meat. At death's door, all he wanted was some more delicious meat. "You got this, buddy. We'll give you every cut of meat that you like." The awakened soldier squad resembled a pack of devils grouping up to torment the dying honey badger, using every means to hurt the little guy. They let their sick and twisted methods take over. That's when Bald Head revealed his final trump card. It turned out that he had stolen some grenades from the guy he had dealt with earlier. It was as if time slowed down as he let go of the explosives in the middle of the soldiers harassing him. They quickly caught on, but they were still taken aback by this desperate move by Bald Head. He was already mustering every single ounce of energy left in his tiny body to jump away from the inevitable explosions of the grenades. An explosive light enveloped the whole squad. They tried to flee, but it did not take even a fraction of a second for the powerful force to swallow their bodies whole. The chaotic battlefield was swallowed up by Bald Head's final ace in the hole. Meanwhile, on the other side of the gorge, a familiar scaly figure could be seen traversing the woods. Of course, it was none other than the transcendent beast, Emperor Alligator, finally making his move. "Finally, go on a rampage, big boy." We see Bald Head standing in pristine condition, but something seems off. His presence feels ethereal and spiritual. Peace can be seen in his eyes as a familiar figure gently and excitedly calls out to him. It is none other than the spirit of the deceased kind woman, Shaolin. With just one look, the honey badger can already tell where he is now. He cries due to the mixture of emotions brewing inside him. Excitedly, he jumps and hugs the kind woman. She was the last person in his mind before he passed away. The only person kind enough to give him food out of pure generosity back then. He clings to her tightly as tears cascade like pouring rain. She reassures him that it is okay now. He won't be hurt anymore. "Who's cutting onions out here?" She takes him by the hand as they head off into the bright and serene light together. Back in the battlefield, Bald Head's body is bloodied, battered and bruised from all the beating he endured. His little frame can no longer take it as he lies lifeless on the cracked ground. Gold Silk Monkey manages to push himself despite the painful venom rampaging inside his body. He does not care about the corpses of the awakened soldiers around his friend. All he wants is to rush to his side. He finally breaks down at the sight of his stubborn buddy, meeting his end after diverting the soldiers' attention away from him. "Come on, man. This war is too much." That's when he hears a feeble voice coming from one of the awakened soldiers. The soldier is complaining about his injuries and asking if anyone is out in the battlefield to help him. He pleads for help while cursing out Bald Head. He vows to skin the honey badger alive. No, it does not matter to him if it's alive or dead. He'll never let it go. Hearing this converts the sorrow that the gold silk monkey is feeling into unrestrained rage as he picks up his trusty stick to bash the man in the face. He transformed into a tiny demon incarnate as he knows that this is the man responsible for taking the lives of his precious brothers. Seeing this form, the injured man feels powerless and immediately shifts into pleading for his life. He vows to leave the forest right now, trying every shameless measure to get out of the situation he started. This only serves as more fuel to the fire raging inside the gold silk monkey's heart. He cries in grief and fury, as there is only one thing he wants to do. He unleashes countless strikes from his trusty stick, having no regard for the man's pleas or his own health and well-being. He just wants the man to taste a fraction of the pain he's feeling. "Go off, little guy." Bloody footsteps can be seen leaving the battlefield. What is left on this site is a broken-down stick that is turned crimson with blood, along with the disfigured and unrecognizable body of the awakened soldier who tormented the group of beast friends. He was not messing around at all. The gold silk monkey has only one mission left in his mind as he carries Bald Head's body, limping forward with unwavering conviction. He's bleeding from his poison wound, and the venom has finally spread all over his body. That's when we see their destination, the lifeless body of his brother and best friend. The war armor bore. With a meaningful pat on the head, he looks at the sky of the Bayou Gorge one last time. A faint smile forms on his mouth as he reminisces about their time together. They bickered and fought about simple things, but the bond between the three of them is stronger than blood, species, or form. They're just three friends who went through everything together. Side by side, they nestle in peaceful slumber until their last breath fades into eternal rest. Rest in peace, boys. No more pain. In another part of the mountain, Thorn can be seen slowly limping in the woods. She has one goal in mind, to find the Godhood tree for her safety, despite her grievous wound. She cannot let the sacrifices of her friends go to waste. That's when a familiar fur slowly steps near her. She turns her head and excitedly calls out to the unique coat of white tiger that caught her eye. It turns out to be the detestable Yan Lang Ling wearing the fur from the recently deceased king of the beasts. She dons her mocking smile as she taunts Thorn with her friend's skin worn like a piece of clothing. That's just foul. From now on, I don't like cat girls anymore. Behind Yan Lang Ling is the entourage of fearsome awakened soldiers, along with the genetic transcendent Gullah. The despicable woman continues to push her by saying that the white tiger's fur is extremely warm. Thorn finally breaks down at the sight of her friend and student's skin flayed off and worn. Despite her injuries, she pours her energy into her crimson vines, promptly locking onto the hateful cat girl. Yan Lang Ling took her on easily this time around. She takes advantage of her faster speed to bypass the charge of the crimson vines. She continues to mock Thorn, believing that she is no match for her with her scarred and battered body. She gets close and grabs her where it would hurt, pulling her by the hair and applying pressure to her bleeding wound as she intends to make Thorn suffer before taking her life. That's when a bright golden flash appears at the corner of everyone's eyes. An explosion quickly follows, catching even Gullah by surprise. Yan Lang Ling is forced to retreat as she safely gets out of the explosion in the nick of time, sustaining just a few injuries. It is none other than the remaining superhumans in the Bayou Gorge and Thorn's friends. Lang Feng at entry level 7 and Qing Chuan at entry level 8. The human force is astonished at the sight in front of them. They did not expect other humans to be part of the beast organization in these mysterious mountains. Gullah remains calm as he lays down the plan for everyone. If they catch these humans alive, they can interrogate them about the organization's affairs. He also instructs the once again injured Yan Lang Ling to retreat, as there is no way she can handle these reinforcements in her current state. The genetic transcendent himself will take them on alone. He looks dope though. I hope they can convert this guy into an ally or something. Back in the heart of the forest, General Li and Yu Xiu stand in front of each other. The strongest presence on each side just a few meters away from crippling one side or the other. General Li starts the conversation by stating that the massive god tree in front of him seems like the boss here. Yu Xiu does not waste any time and confirms the probing statement by the general. Inside Li's mind, he formulates his next move. They already knew from the beginning that intelligent beasts exist, but even after speaking and interacting with this sentient creature, it still feels fantastical to him. He does not expect the boss to easily admit that he's in charge of everything directly. Slowly, he draws his sword as he continues to ask if Yu Xiu made the fog beasts as well. It turns out that General Li is an extraordinary second-order transcendent. He has the innate ability of innate wisdom. He's also mastered sword chi alchemy, allowing him to increase his spiritual power and giving him the ability to go toe-to-toe with enemies stronger than him at the cost of his own lifespan. He is a man deserving to be called one of the strongest generals in the Federation. He got those crazy stats on paper. Let's see if he can hold candle to the goat. Yu Xiu casually confirms that he created everything around them and that humans should not have barged in here indiscriminately. The general claps back, stating that strange beasts shouldn't take away the places where humans live. If they don't get rid of them now, he fears that humanity won't be able to live in peace. Ticked off by this entitled and arrogant rebuttal, Yu Xiu concludes that words alone cannot solve the problem today. Blood must be drawn for a resolution. The general does not waste a second as he slashes his sword with every fiber of his spiritual energy. Yu Xiu simply responds by swinging his gargantuan root to intercept the general's blade, shattering it into a million pieces like glass. Along with the broken shards of his precious sword, the general's confidence slowly fragments as he realizes just who he is trying to fight. He is promptly constricted by the thick and strong roots, rendering the calm and composed general subdued. This scene is the definition of F around and find out. We once again find ourselves in a flashback to the war plans of the higher-ups regarding the hunt. They gathered inside the round table where Yan Gao Yuan is showing them. The footage of where the reconnaissance plane attached to the Emperor Alligator was last spotted before it entered the mountain. Right now, this is the visibility in the mountain as captured by the satellites. It is heavily surrounded by mist, and originally, the appearance of the misty mountains before the spiritual energy revival was that of a long gorge surrounded by lush trees. With this distinction, they have pinpointed that the gorge is the hiding place of the beasts. In a serious tone, he further explained what they were discussing earlier. They must consider the possibility that the organization which has control over the mountains might be humans. But in Yan Gao Yuan's gut, he feels that maybe this organization is not human after all. The head of the Federation and General Li were taken aback by the possibility of this hypothetical scenario. That's when he showed the footage of the moment when the reconnaissance plane was shot down by the fog beasts. In the lower right corner, there are some unidentified figures present. After technical restoration, they managed to salvage a result that shocked everyone in the room. There was a grainy footage of none other than the god tree himself, Yuzu. They caught him in 480p. They could not believe that they were seeing a tree evolving the beasts. It's only been half a year since the first spiritual revival. Being able to control 8 peregrine falcons and tame a first-order transcendent emperor alligator in such a short amount of time is unbelievable. They estimate that the strength of this tree could not be lower than that of the first-level transcendent. You must pump those numbers up to be able to manipulate all the strange beasts of all human beings and learn the human language. They think that the answer to these mysteries will only be revealed to them when General Li personally arrives at the enemy's location. What they are going to confront is far from human. This will be their first direct contact with a newly awakened intelligent monster. Back in the heart of the gorge, General Li is being continuously pummeled by the almighty Yuzu. He brandished his root in the form of a sharp blade, only stopping a few inches from the man's throat. Just a few moments ago, this guy was making boastful statements that he would win right here and right now. This all-might-looking dude really thought he got this in the bag. But now, the scene is far from what he expected. Here he is kneeling in front of the god tree. His life is now in the hands of the boss monster. Yuzu stated that he had no intention of starting a war against humans at all. They did not have to attack this place. He extended an offer that if every human force retreats right now, he will never invade human territory. With eyes full of hatred and contempt, General Li expressed his doubts regarding the god tree's words. He continued that Yuzu probably hasn't realized it yet, but all incoming soldiers are equipped with spiritual power isolation devices, which can isolate the spiritual power within a radius of 5 meters around every unit. The spiritual power of Yuzu's subordinates has been cut off. They cannot even perceive the fog emanating all over the place. General Li continued his speech with the announcement that he had just received a message that all the organized beast creatures that have been targeting soldiers have been killed. Whether it's the honey badger that injured Supreme Commander Yan Gao Yuan back then, or the white tiger that fought against hundreds of soldiers to protect the mute woman, all of them have died on this mountain already. He readied his special ability as he continued to taunt and disturb Yuzu. In General Li's perspective, the god tree is the elephant, and the humans are just a group of ants. Only by biting him to death little by little can they continue to survive on this land. They had no reason to fight the elephant in the first place. Humans are stupid, bro. Yuzu finally showed signs of giving in to rage, but he held himself back. He knows that this war cannot be won without making sacrifices. But what that means is every single citizen in this gorge is not afraid of death. The peregrine falcons are continuing their job of bursting through the sky to erase every single airborne unit the human forces possess. They are swift and focused to the highest degree. The soldiers are beginning to realize that their speed is not the same as it was in the beginning. Even though they are incredibly strong, they are showing signs of fatigue already. Gullah had managed to make quick work of the superhuman reinforcements on one side of the battlefield. King Kong is in an intense battle against multiple awakened soldiers at once. He's been tanking enhanced bullets and spiritual abilities like there's no tomorrow. The Emperor Alligator finally arrived at the final sight of his little brothers that he protected every single night of the mountain hunts as the Expeditionary Beast Unit. Press F to pay respects, boys. Tears could not help but fall from his eyes full of hatred and regret. Sparky is rushing towards the enemy lines that are continuously advancing towards the heart of the mountain. His hate and bloodlust are so palpable that you can see it in his eyes with just a single glance. In Yuzu's point of view, this world should belong to everyone, so they are never going to back down. Surviving and fighting is the only thing that they can do. Even if they receive the hatred of this world, they will endure. I follow this tree to the death. He asked General Li a simple question. Since when did the world belong solely to humans? This simple question struck the general like a ton of bricks. Yuzu simply found this whole situation as a comical twist of fate. The humans started this bloody war, but if they can't kill him today, he vowed to stop at nothing to take his revenge. With utmost willpower and resolve, he declared that where they live, everyone does not need anyone's approval. That's because this world that they are living in is a place for all living creatures. This is why he is goaded. These humans barging in just keep on blabbing, and it does not sit right with him. It was as if the Emperor Alligator heard his master's emotionally charged words as he roared in fury. Back on the other side of the gorge, Gullah gripped Ching Chuan by his neck as if he was nothing. He made care of everyone that stood in his way. That's when Sparky finally arrived with a surprise attack from the back. But the genetically modified anomaly managed to notice his blade coming and put up a defensive measure in less than a split second. Sparky is primed and ready for slaughter. Thorn was both relieved and afraid for the golden mutant ant's arrival. In his mind, vengeance is the only thing he can think of. He had finally caught up with the humans that killed his white tiger brother and left him in a broken state. The soldiers immediately positioned themselves to deal with the newly arrived enemy. But before they could even lift their guns, all of them were already decapitated as a blue lightning-fast aura weaved through the multitude of soldiers. Wherever Sparky goes, the fearsome blue mantis follows. Name a better assassin duo than this two. Gullah tried to create some distance against the golden mutant ant, but Sparky is relentless in his pursuit. He did not expect there to be another fast-moving beast among the enemies. And it was incredibly intelligent as well. Amid the chaos, the shameless Yan Lang Ling slowly tried to sneak off as she saw that the battle was escalating to a higher level. This girl is just the lowest of the low. Sparky caught this attempt to sneak off and immediately poised to pursue her. Disregarding Blue Mantis' warnings, he dashed full speed ahead, only to be met by a dark and sinister aura emanating from Gullah. Gullah effortlessly sent Sparky back to where he started from. He assured them that they are not the only ones that can move fast. A frustrated Blue Mantis tried to take a shot at the vampire-looking hybrid, but he was easily stonewalled by an absolute defense. In response, Gullah summoned hundreds of bats all over the place as he activated his Bat Shadow Impact. Blue Mantis was also sent back, defeated, and injured. Blue Mantis regained his footing, but he already knew that although the opponent had only used one move, they were not even close to being a match for this guy. Blue Mantis was only at entry level 7. After all, Sparky tried to stand up as he recovered from his reckless blunder. Like Blue Mantis, he was only at entry level 8. The man in front of them was the ace of the extraordinary genetic division. The level 1 transcendent Gullah. You guys are going to need the big guns for this Dracula. The always calm and eloquent Sparky turned into a beast as he roared with all his might. A golden meteor charged towards Gullah. It was as if Sparky had lost all reason as he tried to attack with the same technique. He clashed against the genetic transcendent, but the results were the same. He was stonewalled completely. With a stubborn shout, he continued with a flurry of slashes at the limits of his speed. Gullah effortlessly dodged every single swing, leaving only after images with each step he took. This dude has ultra instinct. He briefly built up momentum from the floor and exhibited his top speed as he surrounded the vampire with golden streaks at his after images. Sparky was moving so fast that even the Blue Mantis could not keep up with his unpredictable movements. The pure animosity he felt towards humanity culminated as he reached the highest speed he could muster. He slammed down like a golden comet directly towards Gullah. Instead of the end of the battle, all Sparky saw was a face full of contempt. Gullah insulted him for going all out, using all of his strength and speed, only he'd be unable to penetrate his skin. He raised his cloak, which took on a sharp appearance as it swiped Sparky as if he were just a useless bug. As always, Blue Mantis came to his rescue with the fastest speed he could muster. Gullah simply laughed at this charge as it had already been proven that their attacks were no match for him. That's when something unexpected happened. The unconscious, beaten, and bloody Ching Chuan stood up, catching Gullah by surprise. When it came to pure body strength, Ching Chuan was at the top of the charts. So when he grabbed Gullah with a grapple, he held him tightly. He screamed for Lang Feng to finish off their surprise attack as a silhouette of a sword-wielding man came into view from the dark skies. He stated that since he was too weak to cut through the transcendent skin, he would go from Gullah's eyeballs all the way through his intestines. That's a Mortal Kombat fatality. For the first time in this war, the ace of the extraordinary genetic division felt genuine dread and anxiety. Where the killing blow was supposed to land on his hateful eyes, the vampire naturally transformed into 100 different bats, rendering their grapple and stab useless. Lang Feng gritted his teeth in frustration at letting such a golden opportunity go to waste. From a distance, a weak voice telling them what to do could be heard. Among the hundreds of bats flying in the air, there was certainly one particular beast that bore a special feature. Thorn had successfully and immediately recognized the distinction, yelling at her friends to target the bat with red eyes. Gullah clicked his tongue as his trick was so easily seen through by Thorn's intuition. But before he could do anything about it, Blue Mantis was already behind him, going for a sneaky death blow. The bat with red eyes panicked, not expecting the coordination of his enemies to be as quick. In his weak bat form, Blue Mantis finally landed a clean blow on his back, prompting him to scream in pain from the sharp slash. He started losing balance mid-air, blaming his luck for the relentless attacks coming at him one after another. That slash really took a toll on him as he crashed down at unbelievable speeds. Sparky would never let an opportunity like this pass him by. Gullah, in bat form, was once again put in a pinch as the hateful ant approached him at absurd speeds with killing intent. Sparky finally caught up and immediately grabbed the tiny, red-eyed bat by its tiny head. He repeatedly shouted the word die as he exerted his authority over his enemy. He crashed the bat onto the ground, causing a massive impact with just his sheer force. Lang Feng and Qing Chuan watched in anxious anticipation to see if they finally won this time around. Blue Mantis rushed to Sparky's side to see what had just happened. That's when his sinister aura started to emanate directly from the ground where the bat had been slammed into. The only thing on their minds was to run as fast as they could. Gullah activated his powerful transcendent ability, the Shadow Impact. Dark beams or shadow exploded in every direction, swallowing even the light itself. Blue Mantis hurriedly shoved Sparky away from the direct beam of shadow, taking it into his body. Similarly, Qing Chuan pushed Lang Feng to safety as he took the brunt of the force from the shadow beam, piercing cleanly through his body. When the shadow impact finally subsided, the surrounding area became barren, and a thick cloud of dust enveloped the whole expanse. The hundreds of bats quickly coalesced back into the original form of the transcendent Gullah. He complained that the move he just used consumed far too much energy, but he knew not to underestimate the squad he was facing. He had been blindsided far too many times already. Bro just used his ultimate. Lang Feng mourned the loss of his friend who sacrificed his life just to save him from certain death. Blue Mantis was not in the best shape either. He was coughing dangerously as the rage-blinded Sparky called out to him. He looked back at his friend and what he saw was traumatizing. Half of Blue Mantis' body had been blown off by the powerful beam of the shadow impact. His blood and guts spilled all over the floor. Sparky once again witnessed another one of his friends sustaining a fatal injury. This time, Blue Mantis sacrificed the right side of his body just to protect him. Gullah had finally recovered and was already going for another killing blow. His torn-apart cloak transformed into a shark form resembling a drill. He assessed Sparky's traits: a petite body, superb speed, and impeccable strength. He knew that if he didn't kill him there, it would only become a lot harder to deal with him down the line. The only thing on his mind was killing Sparky right now. Kneeling in front of his friend who had just sacrificed himself to save him, Sparky was oblivious to the murderous rush of Gullah. Suddenly, the already injured Thorn stood up and rushed towards Gullah's strike. Sparky was brought back to his senses as his friend, his fifth sister, looked down on him. Gullah's strike pierced through her body as if she were made of paper, and the Transcendent laughed maniacally. She turned to Sparky with her farewell. She said it was her turn this time to save him. Thorn's eyes became lifeless as the sharp cloak was withdrawn from her wound. Rest in peace, girl. This is the second time you're being taken from us. If Gullah reported these events to the military officials, maybe this kind of war wouldn't happen again in the future. But he decided to keep it all to himself. This was the only way he could keep finding pleasure in killing. He reassured them that they didn't have to cry because it didn't matter who died first. Now that he had changed his mind, he was going to kill every single one who stood in front of him. He considered killing Qing Chuan and Thorn as merely appetizers. Lang Feng was followed by grief as he blindly charged towards the monster, swinging his sword full of emotions. He called out to Sparky to take the mantis with him and run away if they wanted to live. He utilized another one of his trump cards as he called out to the mutant rat-digging squad from the construction of the underground city. Gullah didn't like rats at all. He viewed them as hateful creatures. As Sparky prepared to have another go at it with the genetic transcendent, the barely alive Blue Mantis called out to him. He knew they couldn't beat the guy at all. They had to run away. Blue Mantis wanted to let the humans kill each other. For a moment, Sparky thought back to his days as a simple ant, being subjected to human experimentation. He stood alone at the sight of hundreds of millions of his brethren. From the day he saw that sight onwards, he had already accepted his own fate, this extremely tortuous type of pain, knowing that he could perish at any given second, but not knowing when. All he could think about was that this is just how living as an ant goes. It only means that your fate is cheaper than paper. He tried to stand up with great effort as he shivered in pain from lost limbs. In his heart, he still wanted to fight, regardless of whether he could win or not. The fatally injured Blue Mantis saw his friend get up and slowly limp to certain death, so he couldn't help but interfere. With the last ounce of strength in his obliterated body, he pinned down Sparky. No matter how many times he said that this stubborn friend of his didn't stand a chance at all, he just would not listen. Sparky finally let his tears of grief and frustration show. He already knew that everything Blue Mantis was saying was true, but by charging into battle one last time, at least he wouldn't die in vain. He just wanted to protect this precious place as much as he could. If he ran away now, there would be no difference between that and being dead already. Blue Mantis was beginning to understand what Sparky had been feeling and saying all along. If this was really the case for his dear friend, he had a proposal for Sparky if he wanted to win, even if it meant dying. All Sparky had to do was eat him. That's kind of sus. He must consume him whole and let him be his newfound power. This morbid proposal naturally shocked the golden mutate ant. He wasn't even sure if he heard him right. Blue Mantis explained that he was about to die anyway. Way back then, his mother ate his father, and then she gave birth to him. His father became her mother's strength, existing within her for the rest of her life. Sparky refused this crazy idea. He did not want to give Blue Mantis such a ridiculous way to go out. He just couldn't accept him suffering such a brutal death. In all Blue Mantis' life, he had run away from every race. But now he realized that he must take control of his life on his own terms. Letting Sparky consume him was his very own choice. His strength would be Sparky's strength, and his speed would be Sparky's speed. This was how he wanted his life to end. Sparky protested heavily that he did not want to do it at all. He just could not, for the life of him, do it to his buddy. Enough friends have died already. He did not want to lose Blue Mantis either. Just a few meters away from their heartfelt discussion, Gullah was making quick work of the mutant rats that crawled up from the underground city. These simple beasts were no match for his transcendent dark energy. This guy is a super effective rat exterminator. Ling Feng could not stomach this sight at all. In his months staying at the gorge, even he had formed quite a close bond with the beasts. He sneaked up on his foe as he raised his blade, full of emotions. Blue Mantis was relentless with his proposition as he tried to convince Sparky to get real. He coughed up blood persistently. Right now, even just talking was extremely painful for him. They had come all this way and they still had not felt the presence of a single comrade. That meant they should consider the possibility that everyone was already dead. So, rather than dying at the hands of a human, he much preferred handing over his life and powers to a brother in arms. Tears started raining down from his eyes as he admitted that he had always thought of Sparky as a good friend. This was the destiny he wanted to choose for himself. After this ordeal, there would be no need for self-blame. Sparky knew that this was the only way for them to survive. He cried and shook with powerlessness once again. He cursed his weakness for putting him in such a painful and sad predicament. With a roar of frustration, grief, and rage, he opened his monstrous jaws wide open. Something remarkable had just formed after the bittersweet goodbye of the two bug friends. Lang Feng tried to prioritize the lives of the mutant rats more than his own, as he was chased by Gullah's attack for attempting a rescue. He was critically hit as a gush of blood spurted out of his mouth. The mutant rats could not help but cry at the sight of their good friend in such a fatal condition. Gullah mocked him as he could not see the point or merit of saving a mere mutant rat. In the end, every single one of them in the group would die by his hands anyway. As he targeted the mourning mutant rat, a giant explosion of pure energy swallowed up everything in front of him. His expression turned serious, as he felt that something bad had just happened to him. His powerful strike was effectively and effortlessly blocked by the newly transformed golden mutant ant. He came equipped with a blood-red exoskeleton armor, and traits such as his body color now resembled Blue Mantis. Sparky is out here pulling up with a fresh new drip. He's looking like a whole superhero. Gullah was puzzled by the ant in front of him, changing in appearance. It was impossible, as he had seen it almost dying just a few moments ago. He suspected that this might just be another trick or ploy, but its appearance was not the only thing that had changed. Its aura had undoubtedly become stronger as well. Sparky had finally broken through to entry level 9. Gullah quickly determined that this beast in front of him only had the aura of someone entering the 9th level. He, a proud transcendent being of the 1st level, assured himself that the ant in front of him couldn't be his opponent at all. He mocked Sparky continuously, calling him hopelessly stupid for tossing away the opportunity to escape that his friend had painstakingly given him. He boasted that even if Sparky became stronger, an ant still wouldn't be a worthy opponent for him. Sparky simply responded to this relentless mockery by moving so fast that he rushed past Gullah in less than a blink of an eye. This is the part where he should say, "Nothing personal, kid." Before the genetic transcendent could even process that speed, panic could be seen painted in his eyes as he tried to find Sparky's location behind him. The speed he just witnessed was terrifying. He promptly activated Cloak Impact as his dark cloak spun with a destructive force and a formidable speed of its own. To his surprise, it landed on absolutely nothing at all, as it only dug through the rubble with no sign of Sparky. He had a bad feeling about missing such a supposed surefire strike. Standing proudly like the menace that he is, Sparky had not only dodged a transcendent being's attack, but he was also so fast that he was able to rescue every single mutant rat in the area before Gullah could even detect where he was. low-key looking like a sharper Iron Man. He knew that this lifeless human, Lang Feng, had never been on the side of their divine god tree. But he had also observed that this guy had treated the strange, mutated rats as if they were his own. And now Sparky was returning them to his side. Sparky turned around and faced the humans that he once hated simply for the fact that they were humans. He vowed that he would avenge every single one of these people. Gullah was surprised that in just an instant the corpses were moved. He mocked Sparky's vow, saying it sounded like he was certain of defeating a transcendent being. He admitted that he had underestimated him earlier, but he wouldn't let him go now. He intended to make this ant regret living. Before he could even finish his evil monologue, a solid punch had already landed squarely on his jaw. That's the best way to shut a villain up. The force was so immense that it sent the vampire flying like a rag doll. Sparky beckoned his opponent to stand up and not fall next time. He had no intention of letting this guy die so easily. With a sinister and fiery aura, he declared that he was going to torture Gullah endlessly. The genetic transcendent couldn't believe that he was getting beaten by a foe who was only at the 9th level. He stood up and refused to give in to Sparky's threats. He prepared himself for their next bout, noting that his foe was not qualified to issue such intimidation. He dashed towards Sparky with blinding speed, immediately delivering a punch enhanced by his cloak. He laughed maniacally as crimson thorns started to cover his weapon. He slammed it directly into Sparky's thick armor. Ramping up the intensity and speed, he pummeled the ant with pure brute strength. He mocked the ant for being just a mere level 9, thinking that incredible speed was inconsequential against him. In the end, he believed that the most important thing in battle was not speed but power. As he enjoyed his onslaught, a chill ran down his spine as Sparky emerged from the dust with a fierce glare. Once again, he responded with a punch to the face, but this time it was infused with a much denser force. Get some rest, buddy. Gullah promptly lost his balance due to the powerful surprise punch that Sparky had just unleashed. He was starting to resemble a blood-armored battle god as the duel continued. The genetic transcendent was being put at a disadvantage little by little. He was fully aware of this and desperately opted for a different approach. His back bulged grotesquely as a multitude of bats were summoned around him. He controlled a summoned bat to rush and dive through the air like a flying bullet at top speed. It reached Sparky, but this bullet-fast speed was no longer enough to touch him. With a light step to the side, Sparky effortlessly dodged the diving bat. The bat went past him and promptly detonated into an explosive mess. It turns out that Gullah can turn his summoned bats into lethal bombs. This is his unique technique. This is just Batman gadgets, bro. He warned the ant that if he continued to dodge his volatile summoned bats, he would redirect them towards the corpses of the humans that Sparky had gathered, annihilating them even after death. Sparky felt darkness welling up inside him as he decided that he must kill all the bats flying around the area. Gullah thought he had heard wrong, finding the sentiment absolutely ridiculous. He asked the ant just how many bats he thought were in the air right now. Sparky revealed that he had summoned more than 13,000 weapons of mass destruction, and was now going to flatten the place. Those are rookie numbers. Sparky prepared himself as the foe beckoned his army of blasting summoned bats downward like a rain of TNTs in the form of mammals. He observed the positioning of the bats as he aimed for the most optimal path. A powerful golden aura surrounded his hand, ready for the slaughter that was about to come. One bat was sliced cleanly by his sharp blade, and then another one. He moved so fast that all he left in his trail were tiny explosions from every bat that he sliced and diced. Gullah was taken aback by the next progression of their duel. His summoned bats were going back upwards instead of diving down towards his enemy. Before he could even make sense of what was happening, and why his summoned bomb bats were coming back to him, the little packages of explosives were already ready to burst all at the same time. He was swallowed whole by a massive explosion, helpless and clueless as to what had just happened to his own special technique. He was flung out of the blast with severe injuries, having tanked the brunt of his own special ability. He was not in good condition at all as he tried to stay conscious. He needs some milk. As he was free-falling through the air, a shiver ran down his spine as he felt the unbelievably fast Sparky appear right behind him mid-air. In true Sparky fashion, he sent the guy hurtling through the air like a bat without wings using a single, classic, solid punch. The force was so strong that Gullah resembled a meteor falling in the cold, hard ground at terminal velocity. He was beaten, bruised, and bleeding as he lay flat on his back on the earth. Sparky was not even remotely done yet. He stomped his clawed foot down on the villain's head, locking him down in a humiliating position. His golden aura extended all over his body, from head to fists, to blades and down to his sharp clawed toes. Gullah immediately realized that if he got hit here, he would be put into the worst-case scenario. Sparky's lethal strike was already upon him as he started pleading for him to wait and hold on for just a second. Bro was just catching non-stop else. Naturally, Sparky did not listen to his desperate appeals at all. An impact that shook the whole mountainous area landed on the desperate Gullah. This strike was so strong that the area of effect reached catastrophic levels. True to his reputation as a genetic transcendent, Gullah had managed to survive the monumental beatings with nothing but humiliating wounds and a desire to run away as far as possible. He coughed intensely as he bled from seemingly every part of his body. He could not believe that he was being brought down to this state so proficiently. He could not fathom just how the golden mutant ant's true strength was suppressing him so hard. Not only was he devastatingly strong, but he was also blindingly fast, and Gullah just could not keep up at all. He was starting to feel genuine fear in the face of such overwhelming power. He simply could not accept this. With frustration and denial, he still had the audacity to mock his opponent for being only at the 9th entry level, while he was a first-level transcendent. To him, it did not make sense that he could not win at all. What a crybaby. With dissatisfaction and rage, he started gathering power inside his mutated body. His muscles started to grow at an inhuman rate as energy surged. Did Bro just turn into Broly? He grew to the point of resembling a rampaging giant against a tiny ant. He wanted to make Sparky regret ever getting on his bad side with a heavy punch from his gargantuan fist. His punch was so powerful that it caused the entire ground to crumble as if a powerful earthquake had ravaged the mountains. But all his power was useless as Sparky effortlessly evaded the heavy strike. Not only did he dodge the fist, but he also used it as an opportunity to move to the giant Gullah's back where he had free range of options. The colossal vampire quickly turned his body around and unleashed a flurry of lethal punches that could end the battle by itself. He was at his wit's end, as all strategies were thrown out of the window in his desperate attempt to kill Sparky. But all he got was even more frustration as he could not land a hit on the effortlessly evading ant. After finding a hole in the giant's flurry of attacks, Sparky went in for a critical counter right in the body. Unfortunately, it was a trap set by the enemy. His punch not only missed, but his arm was also caught in a lock. Oh snap, he fell for the classic move. Sparky swiftly went into alert mode as he realized the blunder he had just made. Gullah was already celebrating despite his bloody injuries. For once since Sparky had evolved in this battle, he finally grasped a single advantage. He charged forth with his claw as he once again flaunted his status as an extraordinary first-order powerhouse. The rampaging claw hit Sparky directly. Gullah reveled in his guaranteed victory, as a point-blank strike with all his force was simply too strong for enemies to endure. Sparky remembered the words of the divine God Tree to him. From the start, he had a strong hatred towards humanity. But God Tree assured him that not every human is bad, and that perhaps in the future, he would change his opinion of human beings. And at that time, he would have true companions. Sparky was alive, well, and full of vengeful grief in his eyes. Gullah was at a loss for words as this beast had survived his full force at close range. Sparky had completely transformed as his energy turned dark and malevolent. He looked at Gullah, the one who had slaughtered his human companions, the one who had offended his master and tried to take their home away, the one who had brutally killed the only friend that he had. That ain't an ant anymore, bro. The genetic transcendent felt fear like he had never felt before. Sparky deemed his actions unforgivable. A punch full of hatred caved his face in as the two flew at top speed. Another impact that was even bigger than the ones before decimated the terrain. Gullah was sent halfway into the ground where he belonged, and Sparky stood before him like an armored death god. He truly is built different. Sparky's long and arduous duel with the genetic transcendent has finally come to a close. All of a sudden, his newfound armor started crumbling from within. It was exploding and dematerializing out of nowhere. He immediately pinpointed the possible reason for this. His current body might not be able to bear this amount of power. He had already accepted this fact. After all, since the beginning, this immense power did not belong to him. With this sentiment, his powerful transformation slowly became undone. He walked away from Gullah's body, leaving shards of his evolved armor withering away. He knew that he had finally reached his limit. He had finally avenged his comrades. He walked towards their resting place, and even though it might have been too late to say it now, he took a seat near them and looked at each one individually. It was truly great that he had known them in his short life. He felt at peace sitting amongst the friends he fought with their lives and deaths on the line. The beautiful Thorn, also known as Chi and Shin, was serene as always, laughing past with the mute rats he had grown fond of, and she and Tong fell into a terminal slumber surrounded by people he cared about. Sparky's final thoughts were an apology to his master. The extravagant armor was peeled away, revealing his original body. His life force was slowly fading away with each passing second. He took his rest. I'm going to need a few hours to recover from this one. Rest in peace. Meanwhile, not far from the battlefield, the hateful woman Yan Lang Ling was still running from a fight she personally deemed impossible to engage in. Grasping at her wounds, she tried her best to flee. That's until someone wearing the same uniform as her stood firmly in her way. Seeing the familiar face of this person shocked the detestable woman. It was none other than the raging Xiao Ling. Finally, some retribution. Yan Lang Ling did not expect to meet anyone at all on this path, let alone Xiao Ling. She blamed her bad luck for this encounter. That's when an idea that could possibly get her out of this pinch came into her mind. She immediately changed her tone to sound panicked and exasperated. She warned Xiao Ling that the situation was not good at all. The genetic troops and mutant beasts were fighting ahead, but most of the beasts had been wiped out. She urged Xiao Ling to swiftly go over to the battlefield to join their forces for reinforcement. Deep inside, she just wanted an opportunity to kill her. But the enraged Xiao Ling was not taking any of her BS. She was only thinking about one thing and one thing only. She asked Yan Lang Ling if that was really the case, and Yan Lang Ling simply tried to run past her awkwardly. She remarked that she was injured, so she planned to go back. Deep inside, this hateful cat girl just wanted to lure Xiao Ling to her death. Before she could even get far, thinking that her acting skills were enough to get away, she suddenly felt a bright and hot feeling in front of her. She was sent to the ground with a sudden explosion from Xiao Ling. She immediately berated her supposed comrade for acting crazy and attacking her out of nowhere. She condescendingly asked her if she was looking to die. But to her surprise, Xiao Ling responded positively. She assured her that she wasn't going to be the one dying today. With hateful eyes, she threatened the injured cat girl that it was she who was about to kick the bucket. Yan Lang Ling tried her innocent act again. She started questioning her if she really wanted to kill a teammate. Xiao Ling was already getting tired of her poor acting as she seriously responded that she really would kill her today. Once she finally got it into her head that this angry woman wasn't kidding at all, she swiftly underwent a shift in demeanor. She stood up and confronted Xiao Ling. Even though she had indeed offended her before, she insisted that now was not the time for fighting. She proposed that they should work together to kill the beasts. This only served to fan the flames of anger in Xiao Ling's heart. She furiously warned her to stop talking nonsense. Yan Lang Ling desperately tried to find an excuse. She asked her if this was because of the doctor, claiming that she had no choice back then. Her reason was that the medicine was too strong, and she could not control it. Before she knew what was happening, the doctor was already dead. Hearing this was the straw that broke the camel's back. Xiao Ling unleashed a forceful punch that caved in Yan Lang Ling's hateful face. His panel is so damn satisfying after everything that had just happened. The impact was so strong that she was sent into a backflip, but with just the sheer power of the punch. She slammed down on the ground, complaining that her nose hurt so bad. Xiao Ling might have promised the doctor on his deathbed not to kill her, but she did not say that she wouldn't beat her up. Finally letting go of all pretenses, Yan Lang Ling channeled her wild aura as she planned to go toe-to-toe with Xiao Ling. She rushed like a wild animal, aiming to start the battle with a swift scratch. Xiao Ling responded with an immediate flame fist counter squarely on her body. At that moment, Yan Lang Ling already knew that she was done for. The flame fist that landed on her critically was enough to put her in miserable pain. She needs some milk. Before she could even recover from the shock, Xiao Ling was already continuing to pummel her down with a wide swing kick to the face. She flew and bounced on the ground like a thrown rag doll, and the mountain rocks caught her flying body with a devastating impact. To follow it up, Xiao Ling manifested her rage-filled fire butterfly. She burned her just enough to cause an unbearable amount of pain while being swallowed by a raging inferno. As the flames died down, she rapidly reached out her hand aiming to grab onto Yan Lang Ling's face. She brought her down to the ground while gripping her face with brute force. The wrath in her heart and eyes just could not be extinguished. She resembled the Queen of Death and Fire as she walked menacingly towards Yan Lang Ling. She was already admitting that she was wrong, profusely, and desperately pleading for her life. She insisted that she really was in the wrong, and if she let her go just this once, she wouldn't repay her later. This girl is so bad and go she in for her life. Xiao Ling responded to her distressed words by conjuring a blazing fire blade. With a rapid motion, she stabbed Yan Lang Ling's hands firmly into the ground. It was so fast that she could not even react at all. When the feeling of searing pain finally caught up to her, she cried out in agony, as she felt the burn of the blazing fire blade. Xiaoling guaranteed that she would not kill her, but she also wasn't going to let her go easily at all. Imagine being locked up by a fire sword. What a miserable way to be caught. There were countless beasts on this mountain. She assured the terrified Yan Langling that she would not be lonely at all. As Xiaoling was saying that, 2 hungry and wild tempest wolves were already just a few meters away from them. As soon as she saw this, Yan Langling's face became filled with horror as she desperately screamed. From horror to rage, she furiously cursed at Xiaoling. She damned her to die like a mad woman, but the tempest wolves were already upon her with their voracious appetite, equipped with sharp teeth and claws. All she could do was scream in agony as the tempest wolves feasted on her while she was wide awake. All she could see was the figure of the cold Xiaoling, someone she had crossed one too many times. She became the helpless lunch of the tempest wolves. Eat well, boys. In a blazing, fiery forest, Xiaoling is trying to catch her breath while leaning on a tree. A painful headache assaults her out of nowhere as she tries to find out what is wrong and why she cannot go back to her master. Her body feels powerless. She looks like she has COVID. She might be in dire conditions, but she still tries to brave through it and runs to hurry back to her master's side. On the other side of the battlefield, the primates are trying their hardest to tank the explosive power of human technology. Yuzu's roots are doing the heavy lifting by thwarting and guarding against most of the explosive and fiery attacks. Grass should be weaker than fire, but the Godhood tree is just built different. The Peregrine Falcon faction, along with the Fog Beasts, is doing their best to break through enemy lines and launch an assault on the headquarters. Yan Gao Yuan is starting to feel the pressure of the formidable forces from the Beiyu Gorge as he orders for all the incendiary bombs to be deployed as soon as possible. The artillery vehicles carrying the incendiary bombs do not waste a second as they unleash hell upon the charging beasts. The incendiary bombs in the form of fast-traveling missiles lock onto the massive fog beasts. The vapor monsters are successfully deterred as the bombs blow up directly on their fog bodies. They slowly start evaporating at the high temperature that the incendiary missiles just unleashed. Even some of the flying peregrine falcons are subjected to the destructive heat of the missiles. The battlefield is quickly turning into hell on Earth. Yuzu's roots are fighting valiantly despite being burnt in almost every part. Despite the heat and destruction that the incendiary bombs are capable of, Yuzu's roots are simply in a league of their own as they show evident signs of fright and regeneration. Tanking missiles and healing himself back to full health. This guy is just flexing at this point. The soldiers quickly catch on to the fact that the roots are so full of vitality that the fire is simply not enough to cause serious damage as they heal back up to pristine condition before their eyes. Yan Gao Yuan quickly reassures his soldiers to stay calm and keep bombing. He reasons that the roots need spiritual power to keep repairing themselves. Once they run out of spiritual power, they can capitalize and take them down for good. Also, from their position, it is all but guaranteed that the tree roots would not be able to reach their ace in the hole, the missile launchers. Yuzu's roots continue to be bombarded and engulfed by the flames of the missiles. The missile launchers are doing their jobs magnificently as they continue to rain down hell on the opposition. To try and tip the balance of the battlefield, 3 peregrine falcons can be seen rushing through the air, obviously aiming for the missile trucks. Unfortunately, 2 of the 3 peregrine falcons are immediately stopped by the awakened soldiers that are waiting to ambush. They are caught up to the fact that these formidable beasts cannot always maintain full-strength speed for the whole duration of the war. They formulate and execute a counter perfectly. As 2 of the peregrine falcons are caught, the remaining one boosts its speed even further to fly deep in the back of enemy lines. All it takes is one. Beatty. The soldiers' panic can be seen as they lay their eyes on one speeding falcon that resembles a bullet with its speed. It is full of determination and willpower to do the mission that was tasked to it. The valiant singular peregrine falcon dives deep and crashes against the destructive missile trucks of the enemies. It causes a massive explosion that shakes the entire battlefield. The clueless soldiers finally see that behind them, the missile truck they were supposed to protect has already exploded. To add to the chaos of the combat zone, a sudden earthquake is suddenly triggered by something underground. With the dust and explosion smoke gather, everyone knows that something has just come to the surface. It is none other than the Transcendent Level 1 Emperor Alligator coming in hot as he lunges towards the formation of the soldiers with his massive jaws open. Let's go, it's feeding time, boys. As the massive beast descends upon them, they have no choice but to stay on their ground and rain enhanced bullets like madmen. Even under fire from such bullets, the Emperor Alligator is simply unaffected as he looks like an invincible raging monster. At the Psychic Monitoring Station headquarters, the woman in charge finally lays eyes on her arch-nemesis. It's been a while since she last saw this emperor alligator in the flesh. She swears that this time around, this beast will not be able to run away again. Yan Gao Yuan gets out of his cozy tent to observe this absurd development with his own eyes. This man is under so much stress. The emperor alligator that they had been so adamant about hunting is standing before their full military force. The monstrous reptile tanks every single bullet that is launched towards him with rage in his eyes and heart. He lets out a sonic blade that affects every single soldier and military force in the war zone. Awakened soldiers or regular soldiers. No one is spared by his powerful voice. Tanks and troops are mowed down as the emperor alligator starts his rush towards the base camp of the force. This looks just like how we played with our toys when we were younger. The humans try their best to stop him. No matter what happens to them, they must keep this monstrosity away from the Supreme Commander. Yan Gao Yuan promptly orders for every infantry and supernatural unit to fall back. He also requests the Air Force to get ready and deploy muscle-paralyzing bombs as fast as they can. The Air Force does not waste a second as their aircraft start dishing out muscle-paralyzing bombs and bullets towards the Emperor Alligator. He takes them with his thick and tough scales like a boss as always. Deep in his thoughts, the Emperor Alligator has already figured out his plan in action. Flames engulf the whole battlefield below as the base camp above the cliffs stays safe. The Supreme Commander of the whole operation, Yan Gao Yuan, tries to look at the state of the war zone for himself at the top of the cliff. He is greeted by the sight of the Emperor Alligator shouting out the god tree's name in perfect human language. Imagine seeing this in the middle of a war. Just wave the white flag. Yuzu's roots move lightning fast in response to the Emperor Alligator's plea. He makes quick work of destroying every single airborne unit of the Air Force, effectively ending their reign of muscle-paralyzing bombs. That's some clutch assists. Call him Nikola Jokic. Taking advantage of the space that his master created for him, the Emperor Alligator jumps and roars into action as he rushes forward. No matter if it's humans, tanks, or whatever else, he does not care for the damage that he's unleashing. He only has one target in mind. Yan Gao Yuan is sent into his fight-or-flight mode as he is now exposed to the enemies. Suddenly, a singular muscle-paralyzing missile has found its way heading towards the Emperor Alligator's eye. Even the supposedly safe cliff that their base camp is located at is engulfed by the explosion of the missile from point-blank range of the Emperor Alligator. Yan Gao Yuan muscles through the impact of the explosion while his secretary tries her best to hold on for her life. He must see if the Emperor Alligator is neutralized with his own eyes. Contrary to what he was expecting, a massive figure with a gaze that would make anyone freeze greets him. The Emperor Alligator is uninjured by the missile that he just tanked directly. He has reached his destination and asks if this man in front of him is the master of the soldiers. Yan Gao Yuan realizes that he is now at the mercy of a bloodthirsty beast with its human-sized teeth aiming at him. The Emperor Alligator judges that if this single human die, everything ends right here and right now. He scoops the whole side of the cliff that the man is standing on as he intends to end this war. Supreme Commander on the rocks. What a lunch. Yan Gao Yuan takes his stance, refusing to surrender. He declares that they cannot lose here. He orders his troops to fire directly into the beast's open jaw. The Emperor Alligator quite literally eats a bunch of explosives. The remaining Air Force units in the air also take their revenge as they rain down hellfire on the vulnerable Emperor Alligator. Once again, he is being swallowed up by the unrelenting sea of fire from humanity's bombardment. These guys just won't give up. Back in humanity's worldlier headquarters, the fearsome spiritual missile they had been developing is finally ready. This is humanity's last resort when push comes to shove. If even the powerful General Lee can't handle the mutant beast of Bayou Gorge, then only God knows what will happen. Humanity is so fast when it comes to making weapons of mass destruction, man. The commander of the outpost is getting antsy as he asks for updates regarding General Lee's side. It seems like there has been no news from their ace for the last hour or so. Back in the heart of the battlefield, General Lee is continuously being beaten by Yuzu. With just one powerful route, he manages to thwart the Federation's strongest general with no problems at all. He asserts to the powerful soldier that he could easily beat him. This general refused to listen to the words of Yuzu. He insists that he is not the type of person to back down. He believes that he will not lose. Seeing the willpower of the man, Yuzu decides that before ending his life, he will show him his real strength. General Lee is taken aback by this statement. He did not expect that after the intense beating he had just experienced, his opponent wasn't using his full power the whole time. This is not even my final form. With a powerful roar, Yuzu pushes his spiritual power to the limit. The entirety of the gorge starts crumbling just from the pressure he is exerting. The general cannot believe that this is real spiritual power coming from a tree. As the terrain begins to crumble, Yuzu's red vines start going wild all over the place. General Lee looks powerless in front of such an impressive display of might. He braces himself for impact as he looks at the figure of Yuzu's empowered form. He was already strong, and now he's even stronger. If humanity cannot kill him now, General Lee thinks that he will surely become a menace in the future. Rather, he was living peacefully. You guys are the ones that's turning him into a menace to society. He takes out a black pill that he really did not want to resort to. He does not want to take this pill at all costs, but seeing the God Tree power up, he does not have a choice. He bites down on the black pill. He must destroy the tree in front of him before the medicine wears off. He refers to Yuzu as the demon tree. Even if he must risk his life, he vows to never let him live. He pledges that you will bury him along with the wild beasts right here on this very mountain. He starts undergoing a fearsome transformation. His skin turns to a darker hue as his strength rapidly increases, while his health rapidly declines. He finally achieves the strength of a mid-third level spiritual power of 680,000 as his lifespan decreases to 10 hours. I respect the commitment. He's going up against the enraged Yuzu, his second level spiritual power of 490,000 and a lifespan of 200 years. Yuzu activates Landslide, spawning countless earth spikes on the ground between him and the general. The general quickly utilizes his new boosted strength and speed as he jumps on each earth spike with ease. He wants to distance himself from the Pharaoh general for a long-distance battle, but this man is not going to let him get what he wants. The general uses the debris as his footing to propel himself and get close to the target. He conjures up a blade made up of his pure enhanced spiritual energy. He slashes the blade down with mighty speed and force. It meets Yuzu's willow blade and root. The two colossal forces clash heavily. The whole terrain in the gorge suffers the brunt of the impact from the collision. General Lee finally gets close to Yuzu for the first time their whole fight. Before he can even make his move, Yuzu already summons an earth punch that almost knocks the empowered general's head off. Bro really gave him that full metal alchemist punch. He sends him flying towards the mountains. The force of the punch is so powerful that it is not enough to stop his momentum. Yuzu proceeds to chase the flying general down with his powerful roots. As soon as the roots surround and grip onto the general, dozens of sharp slashes are suddenly unleashed. Yuzu screams in shock and pain as his roots are sliced and diced. General Lee just activated one of his most powerful abilities, the 10,000 swords. After getting out of the root binding, he does not slow down his charge at all. He turns his 10,000 swords towards Yuzu himself. And the blades made up of pure spiritual energy lunge directly towards him. In response to this attempt, Yuzu picks up the whole mountainous terrain and lifts it up using his roots. General Lee catches on to what he's about to do, but is too late. The whole concrete arch of the mountain is bashed against the small body of a human. He ate those rocks like breakfast, bro. To cap the whole combo off, Yuzu lets the willow leaf flying knives loose. The verdant green blades slice up everything in their path towards the general. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling is still rushing through the forest. She grits her teeth as she desperately tries to go to her master's side. Back at the president's office, a new battle report from the front lines has finally arrived. They are informed that the Emperor Alligator attacked the headquarters of the Supreme Commander himself. The fate of Yan Gao Yuan is unknown at the current moment. The director of the supernatural unit is temporarily taking over the command of the operation for now. With desperation and anxiety in his eyes, the commander of the outpost asks if the thing is ready yet. He is informed that it is indeed ready. When General Lee retreats, they can launch the terrifying spiritual missile directly. Of course, the nuke is always the final answer. The only problem they have is that after stepping into the depths of the mountain, they had lost all connection to the general. All I know is that he seems to be in a fight with the opponent's boss. After an intense exchange of blows, Yuzu simply regenerates his damages. General Lee knows that continuing to fight an opponent that's essentially unkillable will only waste time and strength. He simulates the power of the black pill as his strength starts to climb up once again. He deems it necessary to act fast and destroy the monster's core before it's too late. Even his speed starts to drastically improve as his lifespan is reduced to a mere 5 hours. With an evidently more powerful spiritual energy blade in his hand, he has finally reached the threshold for the transcendent third level. Yuzu's core is being targeted by such a catastrophic level of power. The power is so extreme that the aftershock of the direct impact causes the whole Bayou Gorge to tremble. Every single fiber of General Lee's being is behind that magnificent slash. But Yuzu's round core figure is starting to emerge from the aftermath once again. General Lee is taken aback by such an unexpected development. Yuzu's round core resembles a demonic being as he finally tastes the power of a third-level transcendent. Our boy is looking a little too evil here. General Lee's current spiritual strength is at the third transcendent level. Yet, after unleashing his killing blow, he had only managed to leave a crack on the god tree's core. Yuzu was beginning to show signs of madness from the intensity of the fight. From the general's perspective, many people were relying on him to protect them, so he couldn't afford to lose. He must keep fighting for their sake. For Yuzu, these words coming out of the general's mouth were nothing but nonsense. He combined his branches to form a fearsome drill that struck the opponent directly on the body. He asked the general if his people deserved to die. And by that logic, were human lives the only valuable ones? The general spat out blood as his body was ravaged by the branch attack. He continued, stating that humans were the ones who had been sending hunters to harass them. And now, they had gathered an army for annihilation. General Lee answered that this was necessary for the protection of humanity. This sentiment finally broke Yuzu. It felt like a big joke, like this man was spitting on his face. They had never invaded a single village. They had never touched any cities. Just because humans were afraid of them for no reason at all, they were trying to erase their existence altogether. He felt levels of anger that he had never felt before. Who the hell gave humanity the authority to do whatever they wanted? General Lee could not respond to the stinging words of the god tree. When you're fighting the hero and his words are starting to make sense, you're the bad guy. That's when someone contacted him from the earpiece he was wearing. The signal finally went through, and he could finally hear the instructions from the president's office. He was informed that he had exceeded the battle time and needed to leave the area immediately. They had finally decided to launch the spiritual missiles. He needed to move at least 10 kilometers away from his current location. These instructions struck him like lightning, and was immediately conflicted. In the end, he replied to the people on the other side of the earpiece, refusing to pull out of the blast site. This decision caught the commander of the outpost off guard. Even Yuzu was stunned. For the general, he absolutely refused to admit that as a transcendent third stage, he was inferior to a second stage beast. He had already made up his mind that he must defeat it. This dude is going to die for his ego and pride. The commander of the outpost, Lao Jiao, got on the microphone to address his brother personally. He stated that there was so much more that General Lee needed to do, so they couldn't lose him yet. He sincerely urged him to come back. The words from this man had a great effect on the general. One word from Daddy asking him to come home made this dude fold. Where's the tough guy talk, buddy? He informed Yuzu that it seemed like he didn't need to fight anymore, confusing the god tree. He continued to inform him that a missile carrying the crystallized wisdom of humanity would soon come and destroy this place. This was a level of destruction that no one could stop, no matter what. From the very beginning, his mission was to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes, destroy them, and finally take back control of the mountains. His prerequisite was to defeat the boss within the time frame of 1 hour. And as we can see, if there exists a beast that cannot be killed by a third-level transcendent within an hour, this is what happens. If they were to continue fighting, both would be defeated due to sheer exhaustion. After all, humanity did not want to resort to using the spiritual missile either. The spiritual power of that weapon of mass destruction was close to 1 million. It was a prototype missile that was developed with the full efforts of the government. Although the radiation was not as extreme as nuclear weapons, this area would undoubtedly and inevitably become one big radiation zone. All the bloodshed just for a radioactive wasteland. Congratulations, humanity. They originally intended to expand the area for human activities, but now it seemed like they had ended up hurting themselves in the process as well. They were suffering losses instead of gaining. This was essentially their last card. He insulted the god tree one last time before fleeing. He deemed that his inability to move was his biggest failure, and that he should think about how to survive this one. Yuzu seethed in anger as he knew that he was truly helpless in this situation. The spiritual missile was already heading for him with unprecedented speed and accuracy. It was traveling amongst the woods as it locked onto its primary target. Yuzu desperately called out to every beast in his mountain to come back. The roots that were once engaged in combat in various areas of the battlefield started to retract back onto the heart of the gorge. The ballistic spiritual missile was already upon him. With every root and branch activated, Yuzu did not intend to die here. The fleeing general saw the missile hurtling through the air, and Yuzu saw it heading straight for his core. He tried to block it with every single one of his vigorous roots, but he already knew that this would be insufficient. The head of the missile drilled through the tough roots and decimated its way all the way to the other side. It finally landed on its final target head-on. It dug deep right into the god tree. Yu's core, I'm literally screaming internally. Just like that, a spiritual missile ravaged him from the core right through every single part of his colossal body. He even dug deep downwards to the underground city, until it finally exploded and destroyed the whole Bayou Gorge from the underground up. The only thought in Yu's mind was his words for the citizens of his mountain, that he promised to protect them all, that he would not let them die. The heartfelt words that he vowed to everybody. He promised them to survive together in this little place that they could call home. The mountains had finally been erased from the map. The only thing visible from afar was a gargantuan explosion, a culmination of human progress in its purest and most destructive form. Ain't no way, bro. The massive blast swallowed everything up within a radius of 10 kilometers from the heart of Bayou Gorge. Why does that explosion look like something else though? Beasts and plant life alike were annihilated in just a second. The rushing Xiaoling was even caught up in the pressurized air coming from the blast. From underground to the skies, the spiritual missile reigned supreme all over the mountains. The soldiers at the outskirts of the mountain watched in relief as the signal for the end of the war lit up the sky. The missile had finally been launched, and the hard part for them was finally over. The head of the Federation was quickly updated regarding the triumphant hit of the missile. The mission had finally succeeded. Outside the blast radius, General Li finally reverted to his normal, albeit injured, form. He coughed up blood as the injuries from his fight and his consumption of the black pill had left him in rough condition. That's when a group of awakened soldiers saw him struggling to stand up while supporting himself with a rock. These concerned soldiers were there to pick him up. As the majority of the troops had already begun to retreat, they had to hurry back as well. Mr. Running away from Babel even has an entourage to take him home. Upon hearing this, General Li quickly demanded an update on the situation in their war zone. It turned out that as the army fought against the wild beasts of the mountains, they had managed to kill those they could and fled from those that were too strong to fight. The cleanup had almost been completed as well. The biggest threat to humanity and the most troublesome monster they faced was none other than the Emperor Alligator. They had taken down nearly every tank, missile launcher, and attack helicopter they had. By his sheer strength and willpower alone, the Emperor Alligator had mowed down and killed 10,000 soldiers, including the Supreme Commanding Officer, Yan Gao Yuan. They had to use thousands of missiles to finally kill it in the end. It was a gigachad until the end. Rest in peace, brother. Now that the last boss in the mountains had been killed by the headquarters missile with the help of their idol, General Li, there were no more powerful beasts in the mountains. The spiritual value in Bayou Gorge had dropped from its original 300,000 to only 1,000. The headquarters had also issued the retreat order. After a barrage of updates, a familiar figure could be seen standing menacingly not far from the group of awakened soldiers. There was none other than Xiaoling, slowly making her way towards the group of soldiers. She had been crying her heart out as she mourned her master, whom she could no longer sense. She could no longer feel the strong connection they had established. It had been severed. The general and the soldiers were baffled by her emotions and words. Xiaoling released her unrestrained fiery aura as she continued to blame the soldiers in front of her. She knew that they had done this with their own hands. One soldier tried to get in her face to demand that she retract her aggressive spiritual energy. This intrusion was met with a strong punch squarely in the face. Go to sleep, buddy. The group was alerted as one of their own falls in a single strike. Xiaoling did not retract her aura, and it only grew stronger. With a blazing hot spiritual energy, she coldly confessed that the tree that humanity had just killed was none other than her master. This revelation was a big surprise, even to General Li. My face when the imposter among us was revealed. The awakened soldiers did not waste any more breath as one of them charged with a sharp claw, ready to land a killing blow on her. They'd have finally found out who the traitor in their own military was all along. Xiaoling stared coldly at the man charging towards her. In response to the man's claw, she summoned the spirit of the transcended centipede to swiftly deal with him. The centipede constricted and bound the man until his last breath. Seeing this, the general finally connected the dots as to why the silver centipede in their custody had suddenly died and been absorbed by Xiaoling. The group of awakened soldiers immediately took up their positions as they readied themselves to take Xiaoling down. But the general promptly stopped them in their tracks. He confidently declared that he would be the one to do it. He warned the rest of the troops that they would only serve as a hindrance to him. Suddenly, he's the man again. This guy is a clown. Xiaoling executed a lightning-fast rush with her flames locked and loaded, charging towards the general. This clash resulted in a massive burning explosion, ultimately sending someone flying through the ground at incredible speeds, bouncing like a ragdoll. Naturally, Xiaoling was at a disadvantage as she was too weak compared to the formidable general. He emerged from the smoke and started to berate her for her actions. He insisted that he took her in as a disciple earlier to keep her close and monitor her. He had really hoped that she was not the mole they were looking for. With evil in his eyes and aura, he expressed that he felt heartbroken by this development. He saw Xiaoling as such a promising person. In response, she got up and activated her newfound power-up, the ability called Spiritual Empress. The general brandished his blade made of pure spiritual energy. He refused to believe that someone at the first level of transcendence did not stand a chance against him at all. With raging flame butterflies surrounding her, she rushed towards the man, challenging him to a duel of strength. The two transcendent beings clashed with full force, destroying everything in their path. With a final shout, General Li's blade managed to slash through the rampaging flames of Xiaoling. An explosion of light and rubble could be seen from miles away. General Li stood like a blade-wielding deity while Xiaoling struggled to stay on her feet, injured and bleeding from tanking such a formidable strike. He implored her to stop fighting, as there was no way she could defeat him. If they kept on like this, she would undoubtedly die. Xiaoling looked at him with cold eyes as blood dripped from her wounds. Seeing her empty eyes and that cold gaze, he finally knew that she was already gone. She tried to conjure up another batch of flame butterflies, but she quickly extinguished them as she no longer had enough spiritual energy. He had enough of this exchange as he let out another slash, sending her flying. He promised that if she would just come with him, he would not hold grudges about her past. He would even raise her like his own daughter. That's a hard pass even for me. You're a creep, bro. This sentiment only served to anger Xiaoling even more as she implored him to never talk to her like that. The general gritted his teeth and finally decided that she would die right there and right now. But as he was about to bring down his spiritual blade towards her, a duo of Tempest Wolves suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They took him by surprise and latched their jaws onto the general's body. Those are some good boys right there. In a dark and endless void, Yuzu's consciousness and core can be seen floating in the abyss. It was so incredibly dark that he could not see anything at all. Suddenly, everything that had happened finally hit him. White Tiger died. Bald Head died. Gold Silk Monkey died. And the War Armor Boar also died. Death had been all around him in just the past few hours. Oh man, those are the death flowers from every anime ever. He also remembered that Sparky had passed. Almost everyone he cherished had their lives snuffed out. His thoughts wandered back to when he first reincarnated as a tree. He wondered if he was going back to being alone once again. He remembered a bright smile and a lively voice calling him Dad. Suddenly, the endless dark abyss started to light up little by little. He wondered who it was that he was remembering, but it was none other than the precious Xiaoqing. The light continued to grow, and soon encompassed every inch of the empty void. Yuzu's consciousness had been awakened once again. Do it for her, big dog. Back in the duel happening on the outskirts of the mountains, the two Tempest Wolves were trying their hardest to latch onto and hold onto the powerful general with all their might. He found it unbelievable that these beasts were running out to save Xiaoling. With a casual and angry swipe of his hands, he sent the two beasts flying away with heavy injuries. One of the Tempest Wolves was wounded to the point of losing consciousness as it bled out. Xiaoling immediately rushed to the side of the Tempest Wolf to examine its condition. She lamented that at that time back then, she could not protect the beast. This time around, she pleaded to the gods for everyone to live on and survive. As the Tempest Wolf closed its eyes and breathed its last breath, Xiaoling finally broke down as tears uncontrollably rained down from her once lifeless eyes. She could not take the agony of everyone that she cared about passing away in such a short amount of time. The Tempest Wolves, Sparky, White Tiger, the Peregrine Falcons, Bald Head, and her master himself. It finally sunk in for her that everyone was gone. General Li stood before her with fury and bites from the Tempest Wolves all over his body. The group of awakened soldiers accompanied him from behind. He assessed that his body's functions were quickly deteriorating more and more as time went by. She questioned him if they truly had to erase everything. Just because humans could not solve the problem effectively, they resorted to such extreme measures. He looked at her meaningfully as she bawled her eyes out in grief. She asked them if there must have been other ways they could have ended all of this. She resented that humans always resorted to war as if it would solve everything. She asked the general and all the soldiers around her a simple question. She genuinely asked them if it was the beast's fault for simply being alive and living. This question elicited a complex reaction from the general. At first, he was taken aback, but he regained his composure as anger welled up inside again. He yelled at her to shut her mouth. This man is willing to die on such a messed up hill. He justified his and everyone's actions, stating that they were just a bunch of beasts that spoke human language. They did not do what humans did. They could not guarantee that these beasts wouldn't attack human cities. No, in his viewpoint, even if there was a slim possibility of an attack, they wouldn't let it have any chance of ever happening. The awakened soldiers and the general surrounded Xiaoling as they tried to justify their actions collectively. They tried to convince themselves that they were not in the wrong while teaming up on an injured woman. Let the scene speak for itself. General Li conjured up another spiritual blade as he intended to send her to accompany the beasts they had killed. Xiaoling at this point was broken beyond saving from the grief and powerlessness that she was feeling. He was already within killing distance as he intended to end the war right there and then. Xiaoling's eyes looked lifeless already. She had given up all hope as she just stared at the charging murderous general with no reaction whatsoever. That's just really sad, man. Suddenly, a familiar tree with burned roots and trunk came flying in from out of nowhere. The round core that Xiaoling was all too familiar with was now surrounded by molten material that burned brightly and ruthlessly. The soldiers had no idea what was happening, but all of them knew in their hearts that this was not good news at all. General Li was the only one feeling true dread and fear as he carefully watched the tree flying towards their direction. Xiaoling was also taken aback by such a bizarre twist of fate. The god tree, Yuziu, finally landed on the battlefield with his new and fiery look. He cemented his roots onto the ground as the burning fire continued to blaze around his core. Let's freaking go. He looks like Ghost Rider right now. The soldiers tried to brace themselves for the impact, but that was the least of their concerns. The powerful roots of the god tree were already on the move, and the targets were unaware. General Li tried to scream and warn everyone that this was the boss of the mountain. But his voice was drowned out by a roar that was so loud and frightening. It engulfed everyone within the vicinity with terror upon hearing it. It was as if a new life was lit up inside Xiaoling's heart as she tearfully called out to her master whom she thought had passed. With a deafening and threatening roar, he warned the humans in front of him to get away from his precious Xiaoling. With a sudden sweep of his roots, the area was flattened along with a decent chunk of awakened soldiers. The surrounding troops had not even processed what was happening and what this blazing creature in front of them was. General Li shouted at the god tree, frustrated and infuriated at the tenacity of this monster. Looking at his status, all of his branches had been damaged, 9 of his tree roots were impaired, and even his regeneration ability had been disabled. He had been warned that his whole system would collapse soon. It would break down in exactly 10 minutes from now. The awakened soldiers tried to gain their composure and got into their respective positions to rush at the god tree all at once and try to go for the kill. General Li panicked at this charge as he hurriedly warned them not to go. He assured them that all of them combined would be no match against such an opponent. The raging Yuziu did not intend to leave a single one of these soldiers alive. His ferocity took over as the burning flames of his core grew even more. He stretched out his roots, eliminating the charging soldiers in less than a second. He continued to scream in rage and agony as his roots traveled from one end of his kill zone to another, claiming the lives of soldiers with maximum efficiency. With their comrades dying left and right from charging forward, the soldiers on the ground quickly realized that this was way above their pay grade. Some of them were too stunned to even step forward, but the roots took the chance to bring the action to them. Another soldier got his head crushed as the roots advanced forward. Where's your head, big dog? The only thing on Yuziu's mind was to kill and kill. All these humans must die. His rampage was so chaotic that some of the charging soldiers were even burned by his flaming core. Even Xiaoling found it hard to stay safe amidst the uncontrollable rampage of her master. General Li finally acted and jumped towards the god tree with his spiritual blade in hand. His longevity was also quickly dwindling down. He had 57 minutes of lifespan remaining. This would truly be their final fight. The general was up against Yuziu's 9 minutes and 10 seconds of longevity remaining. General Li, with his trusty spiritual blade in hand, rushed towards the rampaging and smoldering monster that is the god tree. Even with the massive damage of the upper part of his round core, Yuziu is not going to let that crack get in his way. Just as he was preparing a strike in response to the charging general, he was suddenly caught off guard with the speed of the spiritual blade. It landed squarely on his core, cracking and breaking off shards even more. After tanking that missile impact from just a few moments ago, the general believes that there's no way that the god tree could beat him anymore. He charged once more with the intent to kill. The roots immediately halted his charge and dragged him away effortlessly. Contrary to his belief, the roots themselves are enough to stop his momentum and injure him gravely. It held on to him like he owes it money. No matter how hard he tried to free himself, the root was unmovable. Yuziu started to burn even more brightly as his lifespan slowly ticks away. It was as if he was going insane as he reaffirmed that this mountain of theirs is where everyone lives. Xiaoling tried to get closer to her master, but the heat and spiritual pressure he was emitting was far too hostile and wild. General Li is having a hard time breathing as he was being slowly choked to death by the roots. That's when the god tree jumped off the floor and took flight like a burning rocket ship taking off. He jumped all throughout the mountains, covering staggering amounts of distance as he traversed his home. He did this insane way of traveling from one point to another while dragging the struggling General Li by his neck. Bro was riding the most deadly roller coaster out there against his will. The general had a bad feeling as he finally ascertained where Yuzu was truly heading into. Looking down from a distance, the central battlefield had finally calmed down as the fires of battles slowly dwindled away. Countless casualties on both sides littered the ground as the historic war had finally ended. The soldiers gathered to confirm that targets have been verified as out of commission. In front of the primate beast corpses, they celebrated that finally, everything has been cleaned. They gathered around the Emperor Alligator. This beast in particular was an insane force of nature. Every single one of them took a huge sigh of relief when they confirmed that it has finally died. Taking the tally of casualties on their side, they could not help but feel conflicted at their supposed victory. The Superbeing team is now only left with around 30 people. Are you sure about that number? The highest-ranking soldier alive took charge as he ordered his troops to count their people and check the number of bullets. In his mind, he was quietly celebrating. Since the Supreme Commander, Yan Gao Yuan, had died, he is now the person in charge of everyone. He just needs to lead the soldiers to clean up the mountains. After some light work, all the credit will be his for the taking. With a commanding voice, he instructed everyone to prepare, heading deep into the mountain. He roused them to start the mission to kill all the remaining weak beasts. That's when the commanding officer got flattened to the ground by massive roots that came out of nowhere. The soldiers were caught off guard as the blood and guts of their acting leader was spilled and showered all around them. The flaming horror at the core of the god tree served as a reminder to the soldiers that this creature is not something that they can mess with. Yuzu turned his attention to the surprised soldiers, and all he can see was hateful humans. He turned his roots into a killing machine as he goes on the second part of his savage massacre. The soldiers were so frightened by this development that they forgot to even raise their weapons. They would have accomplished nothing anyways. The roots of the god tree decimated its way through the hordes of humans in the battlefield. Even the heavy-duty tanks looked like a toy being flung onto the air as the humans watched helplessly. One awakened soldier tried to take charge as he tried to gather the remaining forces. He knows that they are no match for this type of monster. He ordered for everyone to retreat, but all he got was his head crushed away from his body. Yuzu cemented his roots even further into the ground of the bloody war zone. Every single person looked in horror of the strength that they are witnessing in front of their eyes. He resembled a demonic entity as he alters the terrain of the site. With rage-filled voice, he yelled at the humans to leave his territory forever and to never ever come back. The struggling General Li, trapped in the grasp of the roots, managed to let out a word of warning to his troops. He told them to run. But Yuzu does not intend to let any one of these people ever come back here permanently. After that sentiment, he went on an unholy slaughter. When Xiaoling caught up to her master, all she saw was a terrain that was terraformed into an unrecognizable mess. In the middle of the war zone was his master's blazing figure holding the lifeless body of General Li with his arms cut off. He turned the general into a mannequin. At the second monitoring station headquarters, the woman in charge watched the horrors of the god tree going on an unrestrained carnage. Every single human in the vicinity was wiped out. In a hidden corner of the recently ravaged battlefield, a single secret camera can be seen recording everything that unfolded. This unseen trinket did not escape Yuzu's attention. He promptly destroyed the device with a lightning-fast strike of his root. No paparazzis allowed in this mountain. The footage would have been sick, though. He stood solemnly as the fire in his core slowly consumed his rapidly depleting lifespan. Xiao Qing approached her master carefully as she tried to call out to him. Despite the grievous injuries and the slaughter, as insane as he looked, he still recognized Xiao Qing perfectly. He had warned her that she should just go now. With the camera and any recording devices in the battlefield destroyed, her real identity had been completely erased. No one knew who she was or what her affiliations were. He had been warned by his system and he only had 1 minute left. The system was on the verge of its inevitable collapse. Hearing this from her beloved master caused a cascading river of tears to fall from Xiao Qing's eyes. She did not want to go anywhere else. She just wanted to be by her master's side until the very end. Seeing the determination of the girl in front of him astounded Yuzu. At his final moments, he decided to tell her the whole truth that he had been hiding from everyone else. He confessed that originally, he had been a human being. This sudden revelation only served to confuse Xiaoqing. The god tree continued with his declarations. He told her the truth that her soul was truly hers as Xiaoqing, but the body belonged to Xiaoling, her sister. He continued to explain about the disaster that befell them back then. He told her that only her soul as Xiaoqing had managed to survive in the end by using her sister Xiaoling's body, but ultimately, this body was not truly hers. Every single time that he thought about the two lively sisters when they were still alive, his heart could not help but ache so much. He really wanted to save Xiaoqing and her sister, but alas, here they were today. Hearing the truth from her master, Xiaoqing's emotions only welled up even more. He urged her to go back to the humans after this massive war. This battle, this whole conflict, they had finally won it. He stood valiantly with a complicated expression on his round face, burning brightly in the middle of the war zone. Before the god tree, Yuziyu disintegrated into nothing. He reminded his beloved Xiaoqing that from now on, no matter what happened, she must hold her head high and live with utmost confidence. Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. He regretted that he could not keep the promise that he made with every single one of his friends in the Bayou Gorge. He wanted to go now and apologize to them. As he deteriorated into nothing, he left the grieving Xiaoqing with an apology. He asked for forgiveness for leaving her alone from now on. Rest in peace to the OG. Back in the office of the head of the Federation, the man in charge had a grim expression on his face. His office staff had just received the updates regarding the current situation in the Bayou Gorge. The Hun operation had ended after a grueling and long 18 hours of combat. If we tallied the damages, it would come up to a terrifying figure. 50,000 soldiers, including the superhuman unit and the genetic unity, had perished, a complete and utter wipeout. Except for Xiaoqing, also known to the humans as Shaolin, every single troop that was sent to the north of the gorge had passed. If I was in the human side, I would find that incredibly sus. In return, the rest of the beasts were also killed. Meanwhile, somewhere far from the desolated war zone, we see a beautiful beach surrounded by the boundless expanse of the sea, while the sun is beaming down. Oh snap, is this a beach episode all of a sudden? But hidden in the depths of the sea is an environment that nurtures countless terrifying beasts. A first-order transcendent baleen whale can be seen leisurely swimming around with menacing eyes. This beast dwarfs the regular whales in these depths. Zooming out in the frame, the mighty baleen whale was nothing out of the ordinary at all as the colossal killer whale king. A transcendent fifth-order beast, holds the whole sea as his domain. Hell no, that's a big boy right there. The eyes of the beast in the depths shine with this savage gaze. We're only getting started. Out of nothing but an infinite void, we see the familiar sight of Yuzi's system notification appearing and acting out as if it were glitching. It was trying to send a reminder that the system had been damaged. Since it was damaged, it naturally started to enter backup mode. And with the next reminder, system activation had finally commenced once again. Yuzi's round core was intact and deep in slumber. He slowly opened his eyes as he heard an unfamiliar voice calling out his real name. He was startled as he faced the screen in the system that he knew all too well. He immediately panicked as he remembered his last memories. He was sure that he died, so why was he still alive? He did not know where he was, and the surroundings were pitch black to the point that he could not see anything. The voice that called out to him and woke him from his slumber confirmed that he really died earlier. The glitched-out system had simply entered the settlement interface. He calmed down a little as he got the confirmation that he had really passed away. The remaining question in his mind was why his consciousness still existed. In conjunction with that, would he be reincarnated again? The glitched-out system explained that even though he had died, it was still not over. Everything in the world would continue to operate as usual. As Yuziyu, he was completely wiped out, but as the willow tree, he was not dead yet. This revelation painted a curious expression on his face. He ardently asked the glitched-out system what it meant by this cryptic information. The system started to glitch even more. The system was finally rebooting. It meant that the world would soon come to an end. In enigmatic fashion, the system declared that Yuziyu must be dead when the darkness falls in order to become a true god. With a serious tone, he asked if the ones that would bring the darkness would be the humans. The system only informed him that there were much scarier creatures than human beings out in the world. After this war, that's not very reassuring at all, bro. So now, the system would give him an even greater strength, and it would give him a new lease on life once again. But there was a condition. Someday in the future, when disaster strikes, he must heed the system's request for help unconditionally. When asked if he was willing to accept this deal, he did not hesitate to agree, as it was not like he had any other choice in this matter. The system confirmed that he was right. He had no control over the situation at all. his core started to become enveloped in a magical white smoke. But before anything happened, he wanted to ask the system one final question. He simply asked who the hell this entity known as the system was. It went silent for a moment, but the only answer it gave was that he would only find the answer to this question when the time was right. From the round core, he started to fuse into the magical white smoke. It was starting to form an image that resembled a human. This was Yu, a handsome form of a man with long hair made up of the power of the system. With a smile on his face, he was ready to get things started. Our boy looks majestic as a mofo. Back in the battlefield, Xiao Qing was still kneeling in front of the place where her master had passed. She was still in shock and intense grief. With her lifeless eyes, she started to see bright glowing magical lights slowly emerge. From just a few, they multiplied to the point that they surrounded everything around her. In her hands appeared the brightest light form of them all. In the deeply cratered Bayou Gorge, giant roots started to appear and move about with life. The bright lights turned up to the point of swallowing the whole area. With a small round core floating in her hands, the magical roots started to surround Xiaoqing. To her surprise, the roots that quickly sprawled all throughout the mountains started to pick up every single beast that had passed away in combat. On one side, the broken-down Sparky, the legion of mutant rats, Leng Feng, Qing Chuan, and Qian Xin, also known as Thorn, started to ascend with the roots gripping them with care. The loyal Tempest Wolves, the half-skinned White Tiger, the brave White Crane, even the inseparable trio of War Armor Boar, Gold Silk Monkey, and Bald Head started to join everyone else. Xiaoqing watched as a powerful force began to lift every single lifeless beast in the mountains, even the gargantuan Emperor Alligator joined them in the air. Bro was casually going to execute the most overpowered plot power of all time. In the middle of it all, a blood-red trunk of a tree surrounded by countless strong roots emerged from the ground up. The epic story had finally begun. Wait, is this just the prologue? Xiaoqing held her master's new core carefully as the roots slowly brought her closer to the new and improved body of Yu Ziyu. The crimson trunk slowly opened in the middle, welcoming the new form of the God Tree, which she says is her first time. The core started to emit a blinding light, signaling the beginning of a new era. She held a round blue core as she sincerely pleaded for her master to live once again with every one of the beasts. While holding the lifeless bodies of the valiant warriors of the recently destroyed Bayou Gorge, the core started to travel towards its rightful place at the center of the new crimson tree. As soon as it reached the crevice of the body, an immaculate light of life started to blast everywhere as far as the eye could see. The already impressive crimson trunk started to grow even further, growing at a fantastical pace. In just a moment, the bare body of the tree started to have bountiful flowers blossoming in every branch. The once burned-out branch started to materialize once again, now turning into a majestic golden color, looking more powerful than ever. Oh snap, his branch just got upgraded into premium. The new god tree stood tall and strong with improved golden branches and abundant, beautiful leaves resembling gorgeous cherry blossoms. Yu Ziyu raised one of his newly spawned golden branches to the air, intending to find out just how powerful he had become. With a swift slashing movement, he materialized a resplendent willow leaf knife in the distance. Surprisingly, he did not just release the willow leaf knife without a target. It was so sharp that it tore through the fabric of space itself, creating a dimensional rift. Ain't no way you got this much of a power-up. That's hype. Outside of the world's atmosphere, a satellite station that had no idea what was happening was destroyed and cut in half as the powerful willow leaf knife opened a dimensional rift right in front of it. Just like that, the dimensional rift started to close and the destroyed satellite station was knocked out of orbit. In a single sweep, the God Tree cost humanity a hefty number of resources with this one. Rest in peace, astronauts. Through his branches and leaves, he started to emit a stunning rain of light. It was so beautiful that it stopped Xiaoqing in her tracks. Once these droplets of pure light started to land on the skin of the bloody woman, the results were unbelievable. Every single wound and injury in her body, internal or external, healed just like that. Similarly, every single lifeless body of the beasts held by the God Tree's roots was subjected to the miracle rain of light. This is what we need. The gold silk monkey had passed away due to the painful poison that destroyed his body started to open his eyes once more. The supposed skin paw of the white tiger stepped into the ground like it was brand new. The loyal White Crane, Peregrine Falcon faction, the Tempest Wolves, and the King of the Beasts were once again full of life with newfound strength. The Emperor Alligator, who fought through hell against tens of thousands of soldiers by himself, was now full of vigor once again. A trio that we love, Gold Silk Monkey, War Armor Boar, and Bald Head, looked battle-ready at any time. Blue Mantis and Sparky looked as cool as ever. King Kong and the rest of the primate faction celebrated in their own resurrections. Lang Feng, Qing Chuan, and Xian Xin appeared confused, and rightfully so. They remembered dying just a few hours ago. Sparky remembered being reduced to ashes and vanishing, while Blue Mantis recalled the pain of being eaten by his own friend. Before they could even process what was happening, Thorn was already crying tears of joy as she rushed towards the white tiger and her friends. This put an end to their confusion and replaced it with joy. Lang Feng welcomed his mute wrath that he considered his very own kids with open arms. Brother got that rat family. Even some of the gorillas exchanged meaningful moments with their brothers and sisters in arms. The trio of monkey, boar, and honey badger were back to their usual shenanigans. Amidst all the celebrations, some people were confused about the woman in front of the god tree. Xiaoqing, now healed of all her injuries, stood in disbelief as she witnessed everything happening with her own eyes. The new Yuziyu looked more powerful and menacing than his previous form. Xiaoqing tried to call out to her master. He slowly opened his eyes as he began to awaken himself. He addressed every single one of his present subordinates. This time, in the battle against humans, they had successfully won. Every citizen of the destroyed Bayou Gorge started to celebrate at the announcement of their master. He admitted that he was mistaken from the start, acknowledging that he was wrong to think that by remaining neutral, they could avoid war. He was far too naive. And that's why things had escalated. This humiliation and pain they had endured urged him to rally everyone to repay it to the enemies. From now on, each of them needed to reassert their position against humanity. They're going on the offense. I'm all in for this. They needed to go hard and ensure that humans would never dare set foot in their place again. The Emperor Alligator asked his master what they should do from now on. The humans thought that the god tree was dead. If they knew that he had survived the brutal spiritual missile, they would definitely invade with full force once again. In preparation for this, they needed even more allies. They truly needed to bolster their forces since the beasts in the Bayou Gorge were not enough. He ordered everyone to search and scour the mountain ranges in the vicinity within 5 days. They must bring all the exotic beasts to him, regardless of whether they had good innate abilities or not. Those who refused to submit and come back to him would be killed immediately. Every beast was roused into another savage mission as he mandated them to subdue as many as they could. That's when something caught the god tree's attention. He called out to Bald Head, who had been acting highly unusual, more than he normally did. When asked what was wrong with him, Bald Head and the Tempest Wolves simply rushed towards Xiaoqing's side, crying tears of joy. That's so heartwarming, man. Xiao Ling was also the one that welcomed him in the afterlife earlier. It only occurred to the god tree that in the eyes of his original beasts, Xiaoqing and Xiao Ling had already passed away a long time ago. He felt joy as he witnessed this heartwarming reunion. It must have been nice for them to see her again now. Sadly, this could not go any longer as he reluctantly ordered Xiaoqing to go back to the human side. They needed her on the other side as they simply could not live without her valuable help. With newfound joy and life in her eyes, she agreed to the mission given to her by the god tree. After 5 days, the second stage of spiritual recovery would start, so they needed to move quickly. Meanwhile, the two men, Lang Feng and Qing Chuan, were blushing and still wondering who Xiaoqing was. They may not have known who she was, but they were certain of her beauty. Out in the desert, quite a distance away from the chaos of the Bayou Gorge, 2 sets of massive beasts' footprints could be seen marking the hot sand. A familiar fiery red tail wagged in the air. In perfect human speech, the owner of the tail complained about a beast called the Desert King Cobra for wasting so much of their time. A horned beast tried to politely calm his big sister down, as she'd been cursing too much. This duo was none other than the Fire Fox Nine Tails and the Demon Cow. Nine Tails was incredibly annoyed as she continued to curse. If it were not for the snake, they would have already gone to their master's side. The Nine Tails and the Demon Cow, 2 of the strongest transcendental beasts under UZU, were finally coming home. They are about to work extra overtime time make up for missing the war. Down in the underground city, everything had been ruined in one fell swoop. This was the area that the spiritual missile had ravaged with the most destructive force. Qing Xuan kneeled in defeat as he looked at the decimated fruit of his labor. King Kong and the primate faction were also underground, grieving the loss of their hard work in the underground city. They should just build a nuclear bunker this time around. Lang Feng was finally allowed to go downstairs to the secret underground city. He interjected that they had no control at all over this matter, but at least everyone was still alive. Qing Xuan agreed, feeling extremely grateful after being revived from death. The feeling he had right now could not simply be described as amazing. With his newfound motivation, he stood up with enthusiasm and urged everyone to start from scratch once again. He even invited Lang Feng to come and help with the construction. However, Lang Feng immediately declined, reasoning that he had kids to take care of. The god tree set up the fog on the gorge once again, and as its massive roots traveled all over the perimeter. At rank 2, his tree roots could only spread underground, reaching a depth of a few hundred meters. Now the difference could be seen clearly. Half of the foggy mountain was filled with its strong roots. Even the growth of its 9 main roots had been much faster than before, and it could only feel that they were getting even stronger. It blushed in anticipation of this prospect. It was like an excited child thinking about its next unlocked ability. All 9 of its mutated roots had reached the 3rd level. They now spanned kilometers long, and one of them had reached the peak of rank 1 transcendent when it came to speed and strength. Now, it could also extract spiritual energy from other organisms for its own use. As soon as it read about this new capability, it immediately wondered who it should try this skill on. That's when it laid eyes on the napping and yawning bald head. Without any delay, it jabbed a tiny root towards the body of the honey badger, catching him off guard as he screamed in surprise and pain. "Let bro sleep a little. He just got back from the dead and he's already an experimentation subject." Just like that, a tiny stab and suck netted it a hefty 3,000 spiritual energy easily. In battle, if it could keep absorbing the enemy or any other creatures to replenish its missing spiritual energy, it would be truly clutch. It already knew that this was going to be an amazing ability. This fight with the humans was not meaningless after all. Now, it wanted the system to upgrade its life force talent. At least now, it knew the ins and outs of fighting against the forces of humanity. The system gave it 3 directions in which its life force talent could evolve. It could strengthen its regeneration speed, reduce regeneration use, or strengthen its regeneration ability. It immediately picked the last option, and a surge of strength started to flow through it. Next time, even if its body was destroyed, it could slowly recover. It might take months or years, but as long as it had any surviving parts remaining, it would be fine. Now the question lingering in its mind was who in the world had revived it and what darkness the system was referring to. In the 2nd military area nearest to the Bayou Gorge, the night was dark, and the troops were on high alert. The guards at the entrance of the facility were surprised at the sight in front of them. It was none other than the formidable prodigy of the superhuman unity, Xiao Ling. She purposely made herself look injured and battered, and all the guards were just in disbelief seeing her survive the war. She quickly cleaned herself and took a shower at the base camp. "Cover your eyes, kids." Xiao Ling was going to start helping her master investigate General Li this time around. He wanted to know just what an awakener was, as mentioned by the general. She felt conflicted as she was now away from her master once again. She walked the empty halls of the 2nd military area and headed directly to the clean and neat office of General Li. She rummaged through the files on his computer but failed to find any relevant information or confirmation at all. You gotta find the general's hidden folders. That's when something in her peripheral vision caught her attention. She looked at the painting on the frame and activated mind perspective. She saw through the painting, and a secret door was revealed behind it. She followed the hidden door and bravely entered the concealed room. The thing she saw as soon as she entered were a big game changer. She was shocked at the sight of this discovery. I bet what she found is similar to what was in Aaron's basement in Attack on Titan. Back at the Bayou Gorge, the god tree had been exercising and practicing another one of its new abilities. It was the spiritual field that encompassed almost the whole gorge. Within this technique, everything was its domain. Using the spiritual field to surround everything around it within a radius of several miles was amazing. This should have little to no impact on opponents on the same level as itself. However, using this could reduce the strength of weaker foes. As it upgraded this practical skill, the range and strength would undoubtedly get even better. Suddenly, it was interrupted by Xiaoqing, who took on her spirit form to eagerly report back to it. She had finally found the thing her master was looking for. She found evidence to support that General Li had awakened from a previous era. He had the memory of a sword cultivator. "Are you saying that we got transmigrators now? We're beefing with other isekai protagonists?" In the general's secret room, she found an alchemy furnace and other things that undoubtedly belonged to a previous era. Not only that, but she also discovered a book that recorded everything. The god tree eagerly asked what was recorded in the mysterious book. She explained that in the past era, Taoism had manifested in the world. There used to be hundreds of ethnic groups back then. All these groups and all the living organisms possessed great supernatural power. At the end of the era, everything turned into a chaotic mess. Those who had great supernatural powers tried to change and challenge fate. But, In the end, they were all suppressed, and their souls were scattered, never to be reborn again. Yuzi, you wondered how cultivation managed to resurface right now. According to General Lee's detailed description, mediocre characters like himself had survived the previous era purely through luck. With that in mind, it was much more difficult for a truly talented person from the previous era to reincarnate and return to the current times. So, you're saying the general was just a low-tier isekai man? Are we about to see some truly OP opponents in the future? He pondered this legendary ancient cultivation era. Maybe it was all because spiritual energy had appeared once again. He thought about how, in the end, the mighty power of past practitioners disappeared and was permanently erased. In the grand scheme of things, they became just another legend to be told. After humanity's loss and with the second spiritual awakening approaching, it seemed that they wouldn't come again for a short period of time. Even though General Lee had died, he had left 8 disciples. Those 8 would certainly split the forces among themselves. Churching warned her master that these humans were a race not to be underestimated at all costs. She wanted to use this chance properly. She wanted to reach the highest position in the Federation and grasp authority from the inside. If she's running for president, she would have my vote. Xiaoling 2024. Even if she failed, she vowed to never let humans become an obstacle for her master ever again. The unbridled determination could be seen in her eyes as she promised herself and her master that she wouldn't let the tragedy they had endured happen once again. In the Raya Mountain, the dry conditions and treacherous terrain have given birth to some extraordinary beasts. In one of the dangerous areas of the mountain, a massive rock formation has been drilled through by beasts, making it a place for a colony. Abnormally large red ants littered the ground of this massive and dark nest. It seemed like they had just seen someone coming into their home unannounced. A familiar golden figure could be seen walking slowly and forcefully towards the unsuspecting insects. Sparky, with his significantly smaller frame, stood amongst the red ants as if it were his own home. With his confidence, he made it seem like he was not trespassing into the colony. The virgin red ants versus the Chad Golden Sparky. Looking at the countless massive red ants surrounding him, he called them out for being too weak in front of their faces. He urged them to come with him without any resistance, promising power beyond their wildest dreams. This invitation was naturally answered with the simultaneous charge of the massive red soldier ants. Without hesitation, Sparky let out a casual punch that effortlessly sent the rushing insects into the air. He sent the considerably bigger opponent diving into the rock wall behind him. The rest of the ants became hesitant to charge forward. Sparky insisted that he was just carrying out his orders. If these ants did not want to surrender, they could drop dead. After establishing his dominance, he asked them the big question. All the colony had to do was choose between living or dying by his hands. That's when a horrifying figure of a massive ant queen began to emerge from the dark recesses of the colony. They had white hair and a frighteningly monstrous appearance. Meanwhile, in another mountain, the gold silk monkey stood against a group of hostile monkeys with pure confidence while holding his trusty stick. This little beast had grown incredibly strong when it came to combat. The scars of his mistakes and the cause of his death were still evident on his body. The pack of monkeys became disorderly as they clearly did not like to see an outsider intruding on their territory. A colossal white monkey stood above them, quietly observing the situation at hand. This guy looks chill, get him on the team. Bald Head found himself in a similar situation as he wrestled with a spider monster on the other side of the mountains. The last of the trio, the war armor boar, fiercely faced a drastically bigger and more menacing murderous wild boar. White Tiger, on the other hand, made quick work of subduing a large group of reptilian monsters. They were helpless against the sharp teeth and claws of the king of the beasts. Blue Mantis was on his own quest as he greeted his mother, indicating his return. Countless blue mantises stood around his mother, a beast that clearly stood on a league of her own. She looked at her returning son with a complicated expression. Bro really went home to recruit his mama. After the decisive war with the human beings of the Federation, expanding power became the top priority of the God Tree. Thankfully, with Life Essence, he did not have to worry about being unable to control disloyal beasts at all. After evolving to rank 3, the element flower that the demon cow ate for his breakthrough bloomed once again. Since the demon cow had not returned yet, he wondered who he should give this precious material to. That's when the idea of a suitable candidate entered his mind. He called out to the hard-working Qing Chuan with the element flower in tow. The man had been hard at work, leading the charge for the reconstruction of the underground city. To his surprise, the God Tree tossed the flower directly to him. The boss had just ordered him to eat it. Like the loyal subordinate that he was, Qing Chuan asked no questions and put the element flower in his mouth in one bite. This guy did not even check what he was eating. The effects of the powerful material were immediately felt by Qing Chuan. A power that he had never felt before started flowing throughout his body. He felt himself becoming stronger and stronger by the second. While undergoing his breakthrough, the God Tree explained to him that this was an element flower. It would transform his body into the purest elemental body possible. The God Tree knew that Qing Chuan had normal talent when it came to cultivation. But this was not an issue at all. On the contrary, his potential allowed him to sublimate the value of the element flower the most. Qing Chuan began experiencing a strength flowing inside him that he had never felt before. His body was absorbing the efficacy of the flower to the highest level. Bro was turning into a Super Saiyan. Once his breakthrough process started to stabilize, his human form changed drastically. He became bigger and more muscular, as sharp traces of the earth element protruded from his arms. He had just become a transcendent rank 1 earth element life form. He gained the ability to control earth. He could now turn earth into weapons with his earth pierce skill. He could split the earth, and he gained the ability to turn his body itself into the earth element, making him immune to physical attacks. Qing Chuan clenched his fist as a frightening power flowed in his veins. This was his new power. He could only wish that he had this power back when they fought against the genetic transcendent vampire, Gullah. The God Tree was pleased that everything went smoothly with his power-up. He reminded this loyal subordinate to get acclimated quickly. The boss and everyone in the gorge would be relying on him in the future. Qing Chuan sincerely kneeled in front of his master. He solemnly swore to follow the God Tree for his entire life. After this successful trip to the ruined underground city, Yu Ziyu quickly took his leave as he had other plans for their extensive preparation. With his subordinates leveling up, now was his turn to upgrade his own abilities and combat prowess. His element control was currently at level 2, and he had 12,000 remaining evolution points in the bank. He was prompted to confirm whether he wished to use 10,000 evolution points to upgrade his element control to level 3. Once he answered yes to the prompt, his roots started to go wild as the earth all around him suddenly became altered. His roots and the earth itself danced all around the massive expanse of the Bayou Gorge. With his newfound power, he could not help but imagine the humans trembling in fear as he warmed them in his mind. As the earth swirled all around him, he was already picturing humanity trembling in fear facing him. His roots started to move and serve as massively forceful feet against the earth that he had been manipulating. Finally, it had been almost a year, and he was only starting to obtain the ability that he wanted the most. With the ground around him being structured by his earth element control, he used his roots to finally move around. When it comes to purely walking, I can probably beat the God Tree. Thorm was casually chilling in one of his branches as she congratulated her master for this significant milestone. She only had one concern regarding the use of this ability. She wasn't sure if it was alright for the God Tree to use so much spiritual energy. She also deeply worried that the humans would attack again. The God Tree reassured her that since the tide of spiritual energy would erupt in 3 days, human forces would not dare to come into their territory again anytime soon. He wanted humanity to know that he was alive and kicking. In 3 days, he would declare their position in front of all humans. The beasts that he had sent out to expand their forces started to come home one by one. The war armor board brought the horde of fearsome hogs with their frightening leader in tow. White Tiger commanded the reptilian monsters to follow him. Sparky, triggered his style, came in a dominant fashion as he rode on top of the Ant Queen, surrounded by the entire beast colony. The mysterious white monkey beast and gold silk monkey looked like an ominous duo being carried by the loyal troops of primates like kings. That's cold as hell. Blue Mantis successfully brought his mother and the rest of their clan to serve the same master that he served. Big Mama got her whole family in the squad. Baldhead surprisingly worked tenaciously to recruit multiple beasts in different shapes and forms. The diversity and quality of his crew were astounding. Every single newcomer beast kneeled in front of their new master. With this, they would have an astronomical combat force that humanity had never seen before. Humanity would not know what hit them. The new beasts were successfully subdued and recruited to serve the God Tree. In the middle of the manipulated Earth, he meticulously observed the new members of his growing team. The representatives of each new beast faction expressed their submission and eagerness to serve with a simultaneous, thunderous roar. Yu Ziyu seemed pleased with the rate at which their forces had been expanding. The additional ones this time around were nothing to sneeze at. Even Xin felt the urge to kneel and renew her vow to her master. She solemnly promised to fight for the sake of the God Tree forever. He deemed that Xin had stayed at the entry-level rank 6 for far too long. He brought out one of his branches to address that issue. He was going to help her break through right then and there. As the life essence dripped down from his branch, Chien closed her eyes and braced herself for her reward. Wait, pause, that sounds dirty. Now that he was at the Transcendent Rank 3 level, a single drop of his life essence was equivalent to roughly 10 drops when he was at Rank 2. Additionally, Chien also possessed the half-plant attribute. Since they shared the same origins, she could likely absorb life essence much more efficiently and effectively. After receiving the life essence, her strength quickly shot up to the peak of the entry level, the Manga rank. She's so fine though. Yuzi was also notified that his ability called Vitality C had been upgraded to level 3. After obtaining this skill from the sinister crimson plant, it combined with Chien to form a single entity. Now, he could create a forest out of spiritual energy within just 5 seconds. It seemed that as Chien's combat ability increased, so did his vitality seed. With his new ability to create a magical forest in just a few seconds, Yuzi felt even more powerful. This current combat ability could even be used to overwhelm an entire city. With her new power-up, the God Tree ordered her to bring in even more companions to increase their forces. He decided that from now on, they were going to hit the reset button. She would be permanently referred to as the Fierce and Beautiful Thorn. Under the night sky, the God Tree observed his quickly developing beast kingdom. From a decent distance away, the serene ambience of the quiet night was disturbed by the explosion of a forceful impact in the middle of the woods. It was none other than the Emperor Alligator engaged in a fight against a smaller hedgehog beast. The White Crane was also hard at work as he followed the orders of the God Tree. On the other side of the mountain range, a beautiful blanket of snow could be seen surrounding the entrance of a deep and dark cavern. From outside the cave, sounds of a fierce battle could be heard. As they headed inside, a familiar set of crimson vines could be seen. The only difference now was that they looked significantly more formidable. Thorn had been going on a rampage inside the deep cavern. She toppled the whole population of the cave beasts. To think that she was once helpless in a similar-looking cavern, she had really come a long way. She ordered the trusty Tempest Wolves to bring back the unconscious cave beasts directly to the God Tree. Wild beasts of all shapes, sizes, species, and forms flocked towards the direction of Bayou Gorge obediently. Coming from the deep and dense woods, they soaked in the power of the spiritual pond one by one. As they emerged from the magical water, they became new and improved versions of themselves. Yuzi's attention was caught by a particular beast bound by his golden branch. It was the hedgehog beast. It seemed that this beast had the chance to use a powerful ability to escape when it had the opportunity. It was simply captured due to the sheer number of beasts that hunted it down. As Yuzi brought his branch down towards the hedgehog, it panicked and quickly signaled its willingness to submit to the god. It was just afraid that this transcendental being would kill it. Yuzi was disheartened that such a powerful creature was so cowardly. Suddenly, he felt something that put him on high alert. Oh snap, what the hell is it this time? He panicked as soon as he sensed a strong power coming close to them. Its spiritual energy was 10,000. No, it was 20,000. As it came closer, the power level reached 30,000. This beast was none other than a brown panda joyfully and leisurely walking alongside Qing Xuan. He was so lively that he was even singing to himself. Bro was pressed because he felt the energy of a cuddly plushie. He asked Qing Xuan if the god tree he had heard about was really that strong. He was also curious if the rumors were true that they had truly been gathering nearby mutated beasts. Yuzi did not waste time and sent one of his roots toward the beast. He was surprised to see and hear the panda speaking human language so fully. He asked if this beast was the same panda that escaped from a zoo. The panda confirmed that it was him. He boasted that thousands of humans had tried to chase and capture him. In the end, he still successfully escaped because, according to him, humans are just dumb. He was already addressing Yuzi as his Lord God Tree. He excitedly asked to be given a name. The God Tree reassured him that they would talk about that later. For now, they should climb onto his roots so they could travel quickly to the heart of the gorge. With childlike enthusiasm, the panda told him that there would be no need for a ride. He would simply roll until they got there. He claimed that this method would be way faster. He jumped and tucked his body in. He began to roll clumsily, painfully bouncing off the ground and obstacles multiple times. This boy is an absolute crackhead. In the end, he had to quit rolling around due to multiple injuries resulting from his stunt. Qing Xuan was chill though. He walked through the ground like a fish in water. Yuzi's sturdy roots served as a swift traveling vehicle for the panda as it darted through the woods with incredible speed. The little beast was amazed and wide-eyed with joy as he laid eyes upon the heart of the mountains for the first time ever. This place was truly pretty and special. Even the loud-mouthed panda was taken aback by the majesty of the god tree and the Bayou Gorge. This tiny silly beast is the second-ranked transcendent that has come here. The panda was not even paying attention at all. As if he were a child, he pointed out just how big the face of the god tree is. Surprisingly, he also did not come to this place empty-handed. He brought an overflowing basket full of fire spirit stones as a meeting gift. After analyzing the impeccable quality of the fire spirit stones, Yu immediately inquired about where the panda got them from. It turns out that there is a whole bunch of this magical mineral in the panda's personal cave. With a happy demeanor, he even offered to give the god tree every piece of fire spirit stone if he wants. In exchange for it, this guy just wants to stay. He really likes this place. It's lively, and there are a lot of companions. Yu was surprised by this offer to take every mineral, as expected of an animal raised by humans in captivity. This guy even knows about meaning gifts. In response to the generous panda, he brought out a jar of something special as a return gift. Inside the jar is their very own monkey wine. They discover it when they subdue the monkey faction. Now, Gold Silk Monkey oversees brewing this special drink. It's so special that they only have a few jars of it. The curious panda's curiosity was quickly piqued. He couldn't wait to open it, and when he did, a mouth-watering pleasant aroma exploded out. Even the quiet Jinhua couldn't help but take a little look at the contents. Much to the heartache of the Gold Silk Monkey, the transcendent panda gulped the whole jar down in one fell swoop. He's just like me. For real. His face was flush with drunkenness and joy. This wine was truly delicious. The little beast was hooked. This guy right here is the Iron Ear Panda. He can devour spirits through minerals and spirit stones to strengthen himself. He can control an endless amount of fire inside his body. He also possesses unparalleled resistance to heat and flames. He has giant power and stone armor, giving him a fearsome number of defensive capabilities. Yu observed the Iron Ear Panda, and he was surprised. Just his pure attributes alone are scary enough. Whether it's offense or defense, he excels in both. With his life force talent, Devourer Spirit, he can theoretically devour 5 different types of spirit stones and obtain every type of elemental resistance there is. A beast this strong and a potential this immense must stay and join them. He approached the panda that had just finished drinking all the liquor. Since this little guy likes to drink and wants to stay, Yu bestowed upon him the name Wine Deity, and inducted him as the 9th-ranked member of the 9 great ferocious beasts. Wine Deity looked cluelessly at the god tree as he inquired why he was ranked 9th. He asked if 9th is the strongest of them all. With a desire to keep this beast on his side, Yu gaslighted the little guy into thinking that the 9th rank of the Supreme 9 is the best. He's out here lying to literal child. He's giving this ranking to the gullible panda as he asserted that he's expecting great things from now on. The panda couldn't care less as he only cared about more monkey wine. Back on humanity's side, the Federal Supreme Council has started to commence a meeting. 2 days from now, the spiritual tide will sweep through the world. Every decision-maker at the round table knows that this time around, many people will fall victim to the spiritual tide and the onslaught of beasts. This is a time of epic change on a scale that they have never experienced before. Humanity must do their best to get ready to accept the dark era. These guys are done. They tried to devise a plan for the coming days. Not only the mountains and forests, even the city will experience a rise in spiritual energy levels. They need to guarantee that before the second tide comes, the city remains peaceful. The head of the Federation ordered the spread of the news regarding the spiritual tide to the public. Along with that, he also intends to publicize the spiritual energy cultivation method. They've already done their research, and they want to make the technique widely available to the masses. The general inquired about the group of secret people on the ancient martial arts side. It seems like those people are not preparing to do anything at all. One of the members knows that those old scoundrels are just enjoying the change brought by the tide of spiritual energy. That mysterious faction does not have the time to care about humanity. From the Bayou Gorge Beast War to the rise of the spiritual energy tide, the problems just keep on coming for them. You guys need Jesus or something. In the end, no one knows what this world will become. Back in the heart of the Bayou Gorge, sparks of pure spiritual energy in the form of blinding lights are starting to form slowly on the surface. Yu assessed that the spiritual energy underground is starting to rise endlessly now. It is true that the spiritual missile launched by the humans pierced a massive hole in the depths of the ground, but it also sped up the arrival of the spiritual energy tide with its pure force. Maybe it won't need 2 days anymore. Tonight, it will happen. Tonight is the night that the outbreak of the spiritual energy tide begins. Every beast citizen of the mountains, new and old, lined up in front of the god tree. He's announcing the start of their new awakening. This time, he can guide every one of his subordinates to the ground ahead of time. But of course, what matters most is whether everyone can withstand the intense and colorful spiritual energy or not. If they fail to do so and their bodies fail to withstand the spiritual energy, their bodies will undoubtedly explode and die. With this warning in mind, he urged those who do not have the confidence to move back. The beasts responded by roaring in unison, symbolizing their determination to undergo a new awakening. Seeing his beasts fired up, Yu proceeded to begin the process that would change everyone's life. He channeled the spiritual energy tide coming from the depths of the earth to manifest through his body. The light of the tide was so intense that it covered the whole Bayou Gorge. Lang Feng watched from a distance, admiring the sight of the god tree channeling a force larger than life. Sparky and Blue Mantis looked at each other as they felt an endless increase in their powers. King Kong, the Ant Colony, and the war armor boar glowed in different lights as they experienced the same boost. One Tempest Wolf started to shift and change violently, and it ultimately culminated in him not being able to handle the spiritual energy and exploding brutally. Rest in peace, puppy, you be your best. Yu ordered those who could not withstand the force to leave. After seeing the results of taking on the spiritual tide without the capability to do so, the wild beasts started to run in panic. That's when he finally saw some of the beasts on the verge of a breakthrough. Bald-headed looked fierce as a golden aura and lightning surrounded him. White Tiger's body started to morph intensely. With a final push, his form successfully evolves as he flaunts his new pair of angelic wings. Both Bald-head and the White Tiger are now in the first rank of transcendence. In the upcoming 48 hours, every one of them will keep getting stronger. The White Crane and the Peregrine Falcon faction tried their best to endure the excruciating evolution. Meanwhile, all sorts of wild beasts, whether on land or in the sky, rushed towards the direction of the spiritual tide. This was what Yu was waiting for. As the spiritual tide appeared, endless beast hordes emerged. Seeing the stampede from afar reminded him of when he first became a tree. Back then, he only gained a mere 149 evolution points. This time around, it's his time to grind. He wonders just how many evolution points he will get this time. With his new fearsome form, he wondered if he would acquire 1,000 or maybe 10,000. Maybe it's way more than that. Maybe he'll acquire millions. Here comes the money. The humans have finally detected the significant increase in spiritual power around the Bayou Gorge. The spiritual power they unexpectedly discovered is as high as 800,000. The more terrifying part is that it was still rising at the moment, but will soon break through 1 million. They had no idea what was going on. As far as they know, the beasts of Bayou Gorge have been wiped out in the war alongside the human forces. The only explanation that would make sense was that the monster they dubbed as the Demon Tree has not been destroyed yet. The one in charge ordered for the surveillance satellite focus on the Bayou Gorge. They could not believe that they had no information regarding the situation until now. They've only discovered that they have lost the connection with the surveillance satellite right now. Someone must get fired from this department, bro. The leader could not help but bang the desk in frustration. Detecting 800,000 spiritual power out of nowhere felt like a cruel joke. How can humanity even fight back this time around? The spiritual missile not only failed to kill their biggest opponent, but also made it even more powerful. After dealing with the charging beast horde, Yu has gained a whopping 720,000 evolutionary points in the bank. He did not expect that this wave would create a large number of first-order transcendent beasts. If he had not reached the third order himself, this fight would have been extremely difficult to handle. Among the countless beasts that he faced, 2 monsters stood out. He captured both the ancient behemoth, woolly mammoth, and the ancient behemoth, dinosaur. Bro is casually building Jurassic Park out here. He found it unbelievable that not only the gargantuan woolly mammoth but even the ancient dominator dinosaur has awakened. If even more dinosaurs return, even the wildest beasts atop the pyramid of hunters will have to make way. From now on, ancient ferocious beasts will only continue to return to the current era. We already have King Kong. It looks like Godzilla is next on the list. In addition to these 2, there are a large number of other transcendental creatures. He boxed all of them up with his impenetrable prison. They can stay here and evolve even further. While observing the captured beasts, a familiar voice called out to him. It was none other than the demon cow and 9 tails rushing towards their master's side. The long-awaited reunion is here, boys. He glowed with joy as he laid eyes upon his 2 precious beasts. They're finally back home. The transcendent 9-tailed fox has gained immense strength. She gained the mesmerizing beauty of enchanting gaze. Her flame claws, flame coat, and flame surge improve her combat abilities to another domain. Yuzu also noticed that she gained an extra tail compared to the last time they saw each other. With each advancement in evolution, one more tail that possesses a terrifying innate power is added. She is becoming more and more like the legendary nine-tailed fox. He considers the possibility that his #1 general, this young fox right here, might just be the inheritor of an ancient lineage. The two rushed to their master's side and frantically asked what happened to the Bayou Gorge. The terrain that they were used to was changed dramatically. He could only respond that it was a long story. You two missed so many parts, better work hard to make up for it. Bringing the two beasts back to the heart of the mountains, he shared what had happened while they were gone. A profound sadness can be seen in the eyes of Nine Tails. She's realizing that the humans were more scared of them than they had imagined. They truly believe that there is no place for beasts in this world. Demon Cal interjected that this was exactly why they must quickly build their own country. Now that these two are back, Yuzu has 2 more generals to rely on. There's only 1 day left, in just 24 hours. They will announce their existence to the whole world. They will see the glory of the God Tree. Time passed slowly, and after a loud explosion, the entire world was enveloped in a colorful glow. It shook every part of the world. Whether it's land creatures, plant life, or marine species, everything has come to a standstill. The spiritual tide has officially erupted. People on the streets were forcefully subjected to the rampaging power of spiritual energy. The humans who can't bear this tide will experience a miserable fate. They will disintegrate into tiny particles and dissipate in the air. If I was here, I think I would not survive at all, boys. While those who survive will undoubtedly gain even greater powers. Moreover, the colorful spiritual energy rising from the deep mountains and old forests is even more abundant and exuberant. Bayou Gorge was in the heart of all of this. This was the epicenter that experienced it all. Furthermore, with the presence of Yuzu with the Bayou Gorge, the concentration of spiritual power in the area became even more grand and exaggerated. All the creatures in the gorge were absorbing this majestic surge of spiritual power like they were hungry for it. Everyone is eating good today. And as for the other beasts in the world who could not bear the intense concentration of this tide, the desire for survival made them run away to places where spiritual power is thinner. And where else can you find lesser spiritual concentration other than human settlements? In Bark City, the military tried their hardest to hold the high grounds as the horde of countless beasts tried to break through the city's defenses. They absolutely cannot let these monsters enter. The wild fleeing beasts tried their hardest to barge into the city as the military rained down bullets upon them. Out of nowhere, a massive foot came stomping down on the unsuspecting guards on their high ground. There was a colossal elephant that rushed through with brute force, breaking the wall that separates the beast horde from the city. The wild wolves were the first ones to capitalize on the chance as they chomped down on the soldiers. In Ghazi City, a familiar sight can also be seen under the bright full moonlight. In Bangor City, countless monstrous bees littered the sky under a blood moon. They've ravaged the city and literally drained the life out of the masses. In Yasuo City, a collaboration between different beasts brought down the bustling metropolitan area. Is this the city of feeders and noobs? But their rampage could not go on forever. The beasts found something strange coming down from the sky. There was a nuclear bomb headed right into the heart of the city. The metropolis in chaos was being targeted for humanity's last resort. As it lands, a massive radioactive explosion decimated the whole area. Izu City has successfully eradicated 80% of the mutant beasts. In addition to that, 5 other cities are currently under attack. With this much chaos, they have no clue what to do next. They even considered the option of dropping even more nuclear weapons. At the Bayou Gorge of China Federation, something unbelievable is taking place. The shadow of a giant divine tree can be seen undergoing a beautifully moving evolution. Bro looks majestic as hell. Yuzu resembled an ethereal being as his pure spiritual energy glowed in a bright blue hue. In this ghostly form, he could perceive the world on a different level. He saw the distant lights belonging to human cities. Judging by the distance he had been seeing, they were probably about 200 to 300 kilometers away. Bro is calculating where his target is. The humans have finally gained visual of the status at the heart of the mountains. The monster they dubbed as the Demon Tree had evidently evolved from the cascading tide of spiritual power. Despite deploying an astounding number of troops and weapons, that only made the boss and the beasts of the Bayou Gorge even stronger. What was even more concerning was the destruction of the spiritual power satellite, specifically used for monitoring them. Now, the boss was no longer concealing its true power like before. In their estimation, they found its power level to be a staggering 1.8 million. A high-ranking official expressed his contempt for the demon tree. In his eyes, it had killed too many of their people. Moreover, General Li was also killed in battle against this monstrosity. This dude is unreal. You started this, bro. Despite all of this, the ancient martial side did not seem to care one bit about these developments. Now that the enemy was no longer keeping a low profile, they concluded that it was probably feeling confident in its power and no longer feared humanity. Initially, they were reluctant to use nuclear bombs because they did not want to turn the mountains into a desolate radioactive wasteland. But the situation had changed. They desperately needed to seize this opportunity to invade the den of the beasts. They wanted to launch another nuclear missile, a real and destructive one. Not just some insignificant experimental spiritual energy missile. They wanted something that would completely obliterate all 4 mountains of the Northern Canyon. Back in the Bayou Gorge, things were still heating up as the beasts received the gift of the tide. Even Yu himself was undergoing the strengthening process. Everyone became incredibly amazing after the evolution. Now, it was time for the boss himself to enhance his own abilities as well. With that in mind, he opened the system panel. On the surface, there was fog control to conceal oneself, and in secret, there was the illusion ability to confuse the senses. The power of crystallization, on the other hand, provided remarkable defense in battles. It strengthened the branches, roots, and even his flying willow leaf knives. In addition, there was the power of Earth's upheaval, which allowed him to improve his grasp on the Earth element. For his first pick, he chose to upgrade the illusion ability. After all, it was currently only at level 2. With a consumption of 30,000 evolutionary points, his illusion ability was upgraded to level 3. With this enhancement, combined with his fog beasts, it would truly be fearsome. It would make the enemy perceive the fog beasts as even more surreal and terrifying. He immediately turned his attention back to the system panel, browsing through his choices to decide what to upgrade next. He still had a lot of evolution points left. That's when he felt something enter his area of influence at breakneck speed. There was a barrage of nuclear missiles, courtesy of humanity. Oh, hell no. They really did not hesitate to pull the Oppenheimer this time around. The missiles locked onto him with the aim of ending the war once and for all. As soon as he perceived the incoming nuclear attack, he ordered all his subordinates to go and hide in the depths of the earth. He urged them to run to safety while pushing his golden branches to their limits, going full power. He launched countless willow flying knives into the air, targeting the nukes. The knives tore through the fabric of space as they collided with the nuclear missiles. As the 2 unstoppable forces made contact, an unprecedented nuclear explosion was unleashed onto the mountains. Every citizen of the gorge struggled to brace themselves from the impact of the blast. Meanwhile, Yu remained sturdy on the surface of the nuclear blast. This was not safe at all. The smoke obscured his vision as he wondered if that was it. He was quickly given the answer as another bigger ballistic missile tore through the smoke of the first wave of nuclear weapons. This was an intercontinental missile. This one was truly going to destroy him. They used decoy nukes. Bro, how big is their budget? As the intercontinental missile landed on the heart of the mountains, everything in the vicinity was lit up by the fiery colors of destruction. A gigantic mushroom-shaped cloud of nuclear devastation swallowed up the Bayou Gorge once again. The Federation leaders watched in anticipation as humanity's weapon clashed with a freak of nature. They held their breath as they wondered if it worked this time. As soon as they saw the devastating explosion of the intercontinental missile, they heaved a sigh of relief, thinking they had finally succeeded in destroying the tree that threatened their existence. Some of them even wanted to inform the Prime Minister right away. But upon closer examination of the live footage, something didn't add up, and the analyst told them to wait, feeling that something bad was about to happen. The smoke cleared, slowly revealing a crystalline formation with a crimson luster. The people at the round table were slack-jawed and speechless as they watched the projector. It was revealed to be a massive crystal figure that remained unscathed from the terrifying force of the intercontinental missile. The Federation leaders couldn't believe their eyes. They found this sight impossible, thinking it was simply an illusion. As the crystal started to unravel, a familiar glint of an eye could be seen behind it. Just the sight of this menacing glare sent a shiver down the spine of everyone at the round table. Bro was contemplating his life choices. Yu emerged from his form and loudly cursed the humans for courting death by his hands time and time again. His roots and branches went wild as the earth around the mountains began to crack open. In the distant city from the gorge, unsuspecting people felt a sudden earthquake for a moment. The area around the Bayou Gorge was destroyed beyond recognition. But Yu stood with his undamaged crystallized body and roots. His crystallization ability had resisted the impact of the nuclear intercontinental missile just now. It had also withstood the intense heat comparable to the surface of the sun. He may have survived, but the burning sensation he felt was still unbearable. Xiaoqing's spirit immediately checked on her master's condition. He assured her that he was fine and that they needed to leave now. The time had finally come for the humans to pay. He's about to go John Wick against these fools. The military troops tried their best to keep the beast horde at bay as the creatures went after them in every possible direction. With a wall standing between the beasts and the city, this is their last stand. They sack themselves up as they rain down bullets in the air and on land. All they know is they must never let the enemy rush in at all costs. No matter how hard they hustled, the beasts eventually started to gain the upper hand. It started from the top of the wall as the mutant beast swarm found its way directly into the enemy lines. In conjunction with that, the land beasts have also successfully managed to eliminate all the soldiers under the wall and break through the fortification. As soon as the colossal land monsters got into the wall, a single awakened soldier immediately responded and lunged into a beast's body, killing it with just a single blow. The gray-haired old man is determined to take care of this beast horde. This veteran awakened soldier, known as Mr. Li, urged the troops on top of the wall to leave the monsters pouring through the hole to him. All they have to do is concentrate on dealing with those outside the city. This sudden earthquake has certainly put them in a difficult situation. In just a few seconds, it caused cracks to appear in the fortified wall. The military units on the wall brought out the big guns as they intensified the hail of bullets. They were mowing down the enemies effectively, but there are just too many mutant beasts. They are heavily relying on the artillery to keep them at bay. They truly cannot afford to let even a single beast get any closer to the city walls. Mr. Li battled through every beast that managed to bypass the guns and artillery as he tried to raise the morale of the troops at the same time. The strength of these beasts is up to level 8, and there are way too many of them. He was certain that if they cannot deal with this horde as soon as possible, the city is as good as gone. As he jumped to attack a beast, another earthquake unexpectedly occurred again. The beast horde was taken aback at what they sensed as soon as the earthquake struck. Whether it was a land or sky beast, every single creature began to flee in the other direction. Even the countless beasts outside the city were frantically trying to turn around and run away. The military just attributed the beasts running away due to this sudden earthquake. Regardless of the reason, they let out a collective sigh of relief as they believed that they have managed to survive successfully. But that's when a grim feeling struck the veteran, Mr. Li. Bro started hearing boss music. After the beast horde scattered around, a thick fog started to envelop the area. The military troops were sent into confusion as they had no clue what was going on. That is when they started to notice that something was coming out of the thick fog. A massive crimson trunk stepped on the ground with fearsome force. With every single combat beast of the Bayou Gorge eyeing the city walls menacingly, the land and skies were not a safe space for these humans anymore. With beautiful leaves and golden branches swinging in the air, Yu was brought his savage beast army to knock on humanity's door. The veteran soldier can already feel that this is way too different from the previous spiritual wave. The surge of spiritual energy coming from this charge is like a vast ocean. He already knew that they were screwed. They don't stand a chance at all. He urged every soldier to run for their lives and get out of the walls. They must sound the alarm and get the people in the city to evacuate as soon as possible. Whoever can escape should do so, otherwise, every one of them will die. In the eyes of a human, the demon tree is finally here. Yu's roots have already extended beyond the city wall. He's already in the process of invading the metropolis with his vigorous roots. They grew all over the city to the heights that rival the high-rise buildings. Soon, every root started to connect with one another as they formed some sort of barrier. In the blink of an eye, the whole city was surrounded by the God Tree. He ordered his beast army to capture all the people residing in the city. The beasts immediately carried out the God Tree's orders as they breached the bustling city full of people. Demon Cow made quick work of capturing groups of people with his gravitational power. The beast spider trapped people in her web. A fire burned brightly, locking the escape routes. Ninetails is making sure that these people would not be able to leave at all. One resident tried to hide on the 90th floor of a high-rise building to wait for a rescue team. He was jump-scared by Yu's root breaking through the window. Imagine chilling your room and that thing breaks in. Along the way of his massive roots, people were being snatched one by one. Mr. Li was under the rubble of the city wall as he tried to fire a normal gun while cursing the demon tree. This stunt only served to annoy Yu. He picked up the old man from the rubble and brought him closer face to face. The tiny man continued to spout nonsense that humans will not let the demon tree get away with this. He swore that they would kill Yu. The thing is, humans have already tried that multiple times. Now, they have come here to assert their position. This life and the destiny of this planet. All of it is no longer up to humanity to decide. With that sentiment in mind, Yu started his bloody revenge with the foolish Mr. Li. The roots of the god tree twisted and turned, snaking their way through the city until they enveloped every inch of its landscape. The complete takeover by the tree was an astonishing sight to behold. Simultaneously, within a particular commercial space situated in the same location, a wide array of enticing goods for human consumption were meticulously arranged. Shingang, King Kong, and the rest of the gorilla squad couldn't help but feel their eyes light up at the sight of the delectable assortment of food before them. The mouth-watering plethora of culinary delights was enough to make anyone's taste buds tingle with anticipation. Meanwhile, Thorn found herself drawn to the clothing section of the commercial space. With an air of ownership, she laid claim to the entire section of available clothes. Outside the confines of the city, Xiaoqing's spiritual presence sought guidance from her master, inquiring about their next course of action. It became apparent that they would wait for the humans to approach and engage in negotiations. Their base, Fog Mountain, was strategically positioned in the northwest region of the Federation, making it easy to defend but challenging to attack. However, considering the vast expanse of the Chinese Federation, any aggressive attempts to breach their defenses would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for the beasts. The god tree, using a piece of stone debris, began to sketch on it, outlining their plans. He illustrated that by establishing the Qingfeng city as their boundary and extending their dominion to encompass the northern border up to the Daiqiang River basin and the surrounding desert, their focus would be on effectively managing the rear area. This would set the stage for the god tree's ultimate dominance over the entire region when the opportune moment arrived. With the reemergence of the fog, Xiaoqing's master would no longer fear the deployment of nuclear weapons by humans. The mere threat of such weaponry would deter any further attacks in the near future, while the conquest of the China Federation would result in the loss of a significant portion of their territory. As long as the god tree halted its advance, humans would be less inclined to disturb their dominion. Yu couldn't help but feel an immense sense of satisfaction at how well she grasped the intricate plan. This demonstrated the remarkable intelligence and capability of Xiaoqing. At this crucial juncture, everything hinged on the actions of a specific individual, human who hastily fled the scene, ensnared in the Reap prison, using a getaway vehicle. This individual happened to be the seasoned awakened soldier, battered and wounded, racing back to report to the Federation. Tasked by the god tree to convey its demand, he bore the responsibility of demanding that the Federation surrender the individual responsible for planning and executing the nuclear attack on Fog Mountain. Failure to comply with this demand would result in the swift disposal of the entire Maple Leaf City, along with the 200,000 human lives residing within it. The weight of this task burdened the injured soldier heavily. Perhaps it was time for the old man to seriously consider retirement. Xiaoqing remained unsure whether the Federation would acquiesce to their demands and surrender the designated individual. However, the god tree's true intention lay not in apprehending a specific person, but in eliciting a clear and resolute response from the Federation. Even if the identified individual were to present themselves, they would be nothing more than a negligible pawn. Compliance with the god tree's demands would force the highest-ranking federal officials to bow before a transcendent creature, significantly tarnishing their prestige. On the other hand, if a Federation refused to comply, they would bear the immense guilt of allowing hundreds of thousands of lives to perish, a colossal crime on their part. Thus, regardless of the Federation's decision, they would ultimately find themselves on the losing end. That's a checkmate right there. Xiaoqing's face contorted with a mix of emotions upon hearing her master's foolproof plan. Across the ocean, in Sakura country, two colossal beasts stood face to face, ready to engage in a fierce confrontation. One was a land-dwelling titan, while the other was a fearsome deep-sea creature. The grassland plateau harbored the formidable fierce wolf pack. The #1 restricted area hosted the white giant rhinoceros, and lurking beneath the earth was the underground king gopher rat. These transcendent creatures would soon plunge into a brutal battle against Yu. Impending beast wars promised a scale of conflict that no one was adequately prepared for. Surveying the Reap prison he had constructed, the god tree contemplated how to allocate his substantial reserve of 1.6 million evolution points. In addition to the evolution points harvested from the Fog Mountain beast horde, Maple Leaf City had also provided a significant amount for him to gather. Summoning two recently acquired ancestral beasts, the god tree beckoned them closer. A mammoth possessing the rare reversal gene and an actual dinosaur responded to his call, rushing to his side. These two creatures displayed immense potential, prompting the god tree to summon them and offer them a portion of his life essence. However, that was not all. The god tree also sought to confirm their rankings, solidifying their place within his formidable lineup of ferocious beasts. Henceforth, the mammoth would be known as Glacier, the seventh ferocious beast, while the dinosaur would bear the name Tyrannotitan, the eighth ferocious beast. By infusing them with his life essence, he aimed to enhance their foundations and fortify their capabilities. Bro is recreating the Ice Age movie. Glacier, the mutant mammoth, was a transcendent rank 1 beast endowed with abilities such as giant power, savage trample, brutal impact, and thick fur. Its life force talent, sky-tearing ivory, rendered it unbeatable against other beasts of the same rank. On the other hand, Tyrannotitan, the mutant lizard, currently holds a beginner rank 9 status. Its atavistic life force talent set it apart from its counterparts. Equipped with scales, claws, steel tail, and dragon roar, all enhanced by the berserk ability, it stood as a formidable and fearsome creature. Finally, with the assembly of all 9 ferocious beasts, the God Tree's long-awaited objective was achieved. Each of these monstrous creatures has that dog in them. Within the federal office, a somber and gloomy atmosphere prevailed. The revelation that the tree had mobilized an army of ferocious beasts to attack a human city caught them off guard. Meanwhile, the veteran awakened soldier who delivered the report lay in the infirmary, gravely injured and deprived of sleep for 3 consecutive days. Rather than spilling blood, the demon tree had invaded the city and taken hostages, cornering and threatening them. Its actions seemed more reminiscent of a human rather than a demon tree. The Federation had understood that regardless of a decision to comply with the demands or not, the consequences would be dire. However, the Admiral, who had devised the plan, viewed it as a clear-cut choice. He intended to offer himself in exchange for the lives of an entire city, demonstrating his unwavering resolve. The leader warned him that venturing forth would likely result in his death due to the tree's thirst for revenge. Yet, the Admiral remained resolute, unafraid of the prospect of death. Numerous doubts plagued his mind, and he yearned to confront the tree directly, seeking answers. Immediately following the meeting, a fleet of cars embarked on a journey to the imprisoned Maple Leaf City. However, in the presence of the colossal god tree, the fleet of cars appeared minuscule, rendering them insignificant in comparison. The sheer scale of the tree's presence defied imagination, leaving them awestruck as they witnessed it firsthand. Uzu, finally sensing the arrival of the humans, instructed a transcendent soldier to approach and announce the Federation's presence for negotiations in a respectful manner. As the thick roots of the trees slowly unfurled, revealing what lay within the prison, the familiar face of the transcendent soldier brimmed with disdain toward the tree's arrogance. He prided himself on being a super being, having attained the pinnacle of transcendent rank 1 due to the surge of spiritual energy. If given the opportunity, he desired to risk his life in order to defeat the tree. However, what awaited him within the prison was a menacing and disorderly primate faction. The overwhelming presence of multiple formidable beasts staring him down sent shivers down his spine. In an instant, Lil Broga humbled so quickly. The thunderous roars of the gorillas could make even the bravest man tremble. To add insult to injury, the soldier found himself face to face with a familiar hoofed beast, the demon cow, towering above him with multiple golden horns and an indomitable stance. The demon cow and the scared stiff transcendent came face to face, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. The weight of the situation made the transcendent soldier stumble over his words as he desperately tried to convey their peaceful intentions and desire for negotiation. It became painfully apparent to him that he was out at his depth. The demon cow, unmoved by the soldier's words, simply motioned for the humans to follow. The soldier's already fragile psyche suffered another blow as he witnessed the demon cow speaking flawlessly in perfect human language. It was a stark reminder of the vast divide between their worlds. As they made their way forward, the transcendent soldier glanced upwards and caught sight of a majestic beast, his fiery figure perched atop a massive root in the distance. The 9 tails fixed them with a piercing gaze, silently informing them that every move they made was under scrutiny. Suppressing his irrational thoughts, the transcendent soldier focused on entering the city. The deafening roars and taunts from countless powerful beasts echoed through the air, serving as a raucous welcome for human delegates. Among the gathering factions of spiders, boars, and mantises, all eyes were trained on the humans. The newly ranked Glacier and Tyrannotitan emitted an aura of murderous intent, their predatory instincts on full display amidst the other beasts. Not to be left out, the likes of Bald Head, White Tiger, and the Tempest Wolves reveled in the excitement. The arrival of the cars marked their arrival at the towering presence of the God Tree, casting an imposing shadow over them. Steeling his resolve, the Admiral emerged from the vehicle, fully aware of the significance of this pivotal moment for humanity. His gaze met with Uzu, who peered down upon them from his elevated position. In the admiral's mind, he stood before the same demon tree that had decimated their troops, a reminder of the fallen General Li's valiant struggle against a formidable and overwhelming monster. The pressure he felt was overwhelming, threatening to engulf him. Close by, at the root prisons, the trapped civilians of Maple Leaf City pleaded with General Chao for salvation. Their desperate cries for help, invoking the well-being of their loved ones, tugged at his heartstrings. Without hesitation, General Chao introduced himself as Admiral Chao Yun-yi, the one responsible for planning the deployment of nuclear weapons. In a bid to secure the release of Maple Leaf City's residents, he offered the beasts complete authority over him and his comrades. In response, the God Tree posed a pointed question, probing the lowly admiral if he was attempting to issue an order. The query sent shockwaves through the surrounding beasts, triggering a chorus of angry roars. The beasts would not tolerate any form of disrespect towards their revered God Tree. The tension escalated rapidly as the mounting pressure threatened to overwhelm the human delegation. They feared that these fearsome creatures might unleash their fury upon them at any moment. The beasts present in this realm surpassed anything they had encountered before. Even the weakest among them possessed combat abilities at the beginner rank 6 level. Furthermore, the presence of numerous transcendent creatures added to the palpable atmosphere of danger. All particular concern was the menacing dinosaur, its predatory aura fixated upon them from the outset. If it weren't for the presence of the demon tree, the transcendent soldier couldn't help but imagine that the dinosaur would have already attacked them mercilessly. Lil Bro is developing a dinosaur phobia. And then there was the demon tree itself, an entity that radiated an aura befitting the king of beasts. The transcendent soldier knew that if they dared to provoke this titan, they would meet their demise without a sliver of hope for resistance. Amidst the tension, Admiral Chao and his delegation needed to find composure. He clarified that his plea was merely a request to spare the innocent civilians, urging UZU to reconsider involving them in the conflict. UZU responded with a question of his own, probing why the admiral believed the situation had escalated to this point. The question left the admiral speechless, his shame palpable. At the root of it all, it's always humans doing something stupid. UZU, indifferent to whether the admiral was the mastermind behind the events or not, issued a stern warning to the humans. He made it clear that if they ever crossed paths with him again, if they dared to be recognized by him in the future, mankind would face a grim fate, a scene of unimaginable bloodshed. Admiral Chao listened intently, fully aware of the gravity behind the threat. Recognizing the sincerity displayed by these humans, UZU vowed to fulfill his promise of releasing the captives. However, he stipulated that the humans would have to send their own people to retrieve them. With resolve in his voice, UZU declared that Maple Leaf City now belonged to the territory of the Fog Kingdom. He warned that anyone who set foot within its boundaries would meet a gruesome fate. With those chilling words, UZU annihilated the hidden camera aimed at him, causing the room where the Federation officials were monitoring the situation to fill with nothing but the crackling static of a blank screen. After replaying the footage repeatedly, Admiral Chao couldn't help but feel frustrated by the God Tree's audacity in claiming their territory as part of this newfound kingdom. They now knew that the God Tree was fully aware of their surveillance, as his words and threats were undoubtedly directed at them. As they observed the mammoth and dinosaur among the countless ferocious beasts in the video, the realization struck them that engaging in another war was an unthinkable risk. The Federation head made the decision to restrict Admiral Chao's movements, much to his protest, explaining the dire situation at the grassland plateau with the formation of a wolf horde and seed beasts encroaching upon the coasts, coupled with the occupation of their lands by the newly established Fog Kingdom. The Federation head emphasized that the entire country was under siege. For now, they had no choice but to step back and avoid further losses. Though Admiral Chao maintained his spirited demeanor, he couldn't deny the accuracy of the Federation head's assessment. The massive roots that had covered the city began to recede as the human delegation and rescue vehicles departed. Finally, the matter had been resolved, and these humans would not pose a threat to them again. UZU entrusted the city to the Great White Ape and his battalion of primates, assigning them as its guardians. Graciously accepting the responsibility, the Great White Ape expressed his humility and respect. Qinggang, having completed his task of gathering resources from within the city, returned alongside them. Some of the resources remained to be transported, but they could take their time in the future. For now, they could rest. As they prepared to depart and return to their homes, back to the mountains, UZU couldn't help but revel in the recent victories they had achieved. It seemed that he couldn't stop accumulating W's, each one solidifying their position and influence. Cracks sprawled across the barren land, stretching far and wide, extending towards the distant horizon. From the depths of this desolate expanse emerged the colossal roots of the God Tree. their imposing presence reaching toward the heavens. Yu, finding solace in the familiarity of his mountainous homeland, cherished the transformation that had taken place. After enduring the devastating aftermath of nuclear baptism, the entire area had been transformed into a lifeless plain. However, this desolation suited him just fine. With a wave of his roots, Yu activated one of his abilities, causing thick roots to emanate a vibrant hue of vitality. These roots swiftly extended in every conceivable direction, teeming with life and radiance. In a matter of moments, the once barren land was rejuvenated, restored to its verdant and lush glory. The vibrant colors of flora and fauna adorned the landscape, breathing life into the surroundings. Thus, his home was once again perfect, a testament to his power and the bond he shared with the God Tree. Accompanying this restoration was the arrival of his boisterous subordinates, the White Tiger, White Crane, and Thorn, who eagerly rushed to their master's side, their joyful presence adding to the revitalized atmosphere. Thorn, filled with excitement, had important news to convey to the God Tree. News that piqued Yu's interest. With great enthusiasm, she revealed that the White Tiger and White Crane could finally speak, a development that was both surprising and intriguing. Curiosity piqued, Yu awaited a demonstration of their newfound speaking abilities. The two nodded confidently, ready to showcase their progress. However, to Yu's surprise, the White Tiger could only utter the phrase, "Quickly, but find the God Tree. Sorry, and everyone is going to die." These peculiar words puzzled him, leaving him to wonder about their meaning. Similarly, the White Crane's limited vocabulary allowed it to articulate only the phrase, "I won't let you guys go after them." These utterances deepened the sense of bewilderment in Yu's mind. The talking points of the subordinates were simply too bizarre, leaving him grasping for understanding. Realizing their limited vocabularies had exposed them, the White Tiger and White Crane panicked, their inability to explain themselves further increasing Yu's mental strain. A painful headache gripped his mind as he called out to the Crane, hoping for a more coherent response. Having assumed that the White Tiger embodied enough foolishness to cover the entire kingdom, Yu never anticipated that the same could be said for the White Crane. Typically lacking any significant presence, the Crane's presence was often forgotten. Even if it were to flee, Yu might not even notice. Nevertheless, the profound words from his Lord God Tree stimulated the Crane's mind, extracting a diverse range of vocabulary. With a sigh of relief, Yu finally felt this sense of familiarity, as if he had returned home. The newly rebuilt land was adorned with sharp peaks of white rock formations, standing tall amidst the verdant surroundings. These formations were swiftly severed by numerous potent green blades, a testament to Yu's enhanced abilities. Yu's Willow Wind Blade had reached the 3rd level, a remarkable achievement. He had invested a staggering 100,000 evolution points to enhance this lethal ability, resulting in a power that commanded reverence. The blade's range had surpassed his prior limitations, extending to new horizons. Moreover, its cutting prowess had become significantly sharper and more potent, capable of slicing through any obstacle. Additionally, he had upgraded the hallucinogenic properties from level 2 to level 3, granting him the ability to manipulate a realm of fantasy. Combining this enhanced ability with his advanced spiritual field at level 3, Yu could ensnare enemies within an illusion, greatly weakening them. It was an exceptional combination, further solidifying his prowess. Now he possessed the capability to transform an entire mountain into an illusory realm, bewildering his opponents and gaining a strategic advantage. As an enticing cherry on top, he had discovered a lightning and ice spirit stone in Maple Leaf Sea. Though its energy was not substantial, it was a valuable addition. Coupled with the fire spirit stone found in Raya Mountain, the birthplace of the panda, he had now gathered 4 types of spirit stones, enhancing his abilities further. Aware of the impending threat of deep-sea creatures venturing onto land, Yu knew he had to become even stronger before their arrival. Having already secured Raya Mountain, their objective now was to expand into the northern region, uncharted and treacherous territory. The northern region remained a mysterious realm, perpetually shrouded in cold throughout the year. The scarcity of human presence, extreme elemental conditions, and a profusion of wild beasts characterized this area. It occupied the northern expanse of the vast Woe country, that the harsh environment had caused the nation's territorial decline. The barren and arid deserts, serene rivers now fraught with danger, and evergreen highlands had transformed into perilous hazard zones awaiting their conqueror. To ascend into the northern region, Yu needed to conquer and claim Raya Mountain as his own, establishing a stronghold for further expansion. And that was precisely what he had accomplished, with the transcendent rank 1 mammoth, Glacier, leading the charge. trampling over anything obstructing its path. Glaciers showcased sheer, unstoppable strength. Followed in closely behind were the bloodthirsty beginner rank 9 Tyranno-Titan and the peak transcendent rank 1 Emperor Alligator, both formidable beasts in their own right. With these three vanguards leading the charge, the God Tree felt reassured, knowing that his forces were formidable and ready to face any challenge. Sparky and the Gale Wind, hungry for power, trailed behind, their transformations progressing steadily. The Gale Wind praying mantis had also reached beginner rank 9, a testament to its growth. Meanwhile, Sparky had advanced beyond the initial stage of transcendent rank, much to the God Tree's pleasant surprise. His recent preoccupations had prevented him from noticing Sparky's transcendence, and he admired the golden mutant ant's growth and newfound energy absorption ability. With this in mind, Yu also intended to head towards the panda's ore cave, as he sensed the potential for even greater power there. In the heart of the tundra, conditions were exceptionally harsh, the cold biting through the air. It was in this frozen hunting ground that Tyranno-Titan asserted its dominance, engaging any beast it encountered. Glacier, on the other hand, showcased sheer unstoppable strength, mowing down heaps of snow apes with ease. The Emperor Alligator remained as dependable as ever, adept at conquering areas densely populated by beasts. Together, they advanced, leaving their mark in the frozen expanse. As they journeyed further into the northern region, the three vanguards sensed the robust spiritual energy concealed within the depths of the tundra. They knew that somewhere within this frozen wasteland, a menacing creature bided its time, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal itself. In the frozen mountains of the tundra, a furious blizzard rages relentlessly. Just below a low cliff, a hidden, small cavern comes into view, concealed from the elements. A massive root, familiar to the area, cautiously enters the cavern. Just outside, the God Tree affirms that this must be the place he has been searching for. At the bottom of the cavern lie fire spirit stones, shimmering and ready to be claimed. With a powerful punch, he breaks through the cave's floors and dives deep into its depths. What greets him at the bottom is an enormous deposit of fire spirit stones, scattered across the walls and floors of the cave. According to what Gong had mentioned, it should be a small-scale spirit stone mine. However, the sheer volume of these spirit stones should be sufficient for his needs. Now, all that remains is for him to commence absorption. Utilizing his main roots, he slowly devours the essence of the fire spirit stones. High above, the peregrine falcon quickly notices the change taking place within the God Tree. The pure element of fire radiates throughout his massive body. Is he about to become a fireproof tree? Even the falcon finds it challenging to cultivate such an intense amount of heat and spiritual power. Sensing the transformation in their master, Demon Cow, and Nine Tails hasten to his side. His spiritual power increases from 1,810,000 to 1,830,000, with no signs of stopping. The peregrine falcon and the demon cow attempt to communicate with their master, but Nine Tails discerns that this is simply the reaction after absorbing the fire spirit stones. It appears that the God Tree is cultivating, and she knows exactly what to do. Swiftly, she ascends to the top of her master's branches and decides to cultivate the fire element alongside him. The majestic and fiery figure of Nine Tails seamlessly merges with the fire essence of the fire spiritual stone mine. Yu realizes that with Nine Tails present, cultivating alongside him, the surrounding fire attributes become even more refined. This exemplifies the power of complementary elemental cultivation. His spiritual power has now reached 1,891,020, and it continues to rise. He activates his system and strengthens a single branch to level 4, which costs him a whopping 10,000 points. Even his system upgrades cannot escape inflation. That's tough. The exorbitant price of upgrading a single branch even causes him some distress. After reaching Transcendent Rank 3, the number of his branches has increased to hundreds. Currently, he possesses only 2 million evolution points. If he were to allocate everything to the branches alone, he wouldn't have enough to upgrade the rest of his body. A Rank 4 ability is considered disastrous for human beings. Thus, when transcends to Rank 4, he will become a harbinger of catastrophe. With his level 4 branch, he can now imbue different attributes into each one. At the moment, he can choose between the fire and earth elements. From a distance, Gong leads the guerrilla faction on the battlefield, demonstrating his exceptional mastery of the earth element. With each enhanced strike of his fists, wild beasts fall one after another. With the assistance of the guerrilla faction, their advance becomes unstoppable. That is, until Gong spots a menacing monstrous bull charging toward him at full speed. However, Before the bull can reach him, a massive white snake swoops in to save the day with a powerful bite. Oh snap, they grow up so fast. The once small white snake has transformed into an elegant and colossal beast, rescuing its brother Qinggong from imminent danger. But their reunion is interrupted by a fierce roar. A massive bear with ferocious features stands before them in a fit of rage. Believing that together they can easily defeat the brown bear, the two beasts prepare for the battle ahead. Meanwhile, Demon Cow is taking a leisurely stroll through the snow, since his master and sister, Ninetails, are engaged in cultivation. Staying beside them proves rather dull. Suddenly, he hears and senses a distinct rustling in a tree nearby. Emerging from the source of the noise is none other than Tyrannotitan. However, something seems amiss with the beast as it salivates uncontrollably, appearing almost deranged. As this is his eighth brother, Demon Cow inquires why Tyrannotitan is not on the front line and instead wandering around here. In response to the question, the dinosaur opens its jaws and attempts to take a massive bite out of the transcendent Demon Cow. It is met with the restrictive power of Demon Cow's manipulation of gravity, with a mix of curiosity and restrained anger in his eyes. Demon Cow questions the dinosaur's actions once again. He suspects that this little guy intends to rebel, so he adopts a menacing posture, standing before Tyrannotitan. Quickly realizing that it is no match for the overpowering monster, Tyrannotitan retreats from the illusionary notion of challenging Demon Cow. Lil Bro is starting a failed revolution for fun. Cook this lizard. You and the currently cultivating God Tree senses that Demon Cow's power has once again grown stronger. Having successfully purified the fire spirit stones for her master, Ninetails yearns to engage in battle. Yuzu grants her permission and assigns her the task of retrieving Sparky and Thorn while she joins the other beasts in subduing the remaining beasts in Raya Mountain. He also ensures that there will be fire spirit stones reserved for her. With that, Ninetails bids her farewell to her master, leaving the God Tree as a lonely old man once more. The sun shines brightly and the weather is clear in Bayou Canyon. The roots of the God Tree sprawl across the lush greenery. Meanwhile, the white tiger, spider beast, and iron ear panda gather together, indulging in playful antics and pranks on a couple of vultures. This scene does not escape Yuzu's watchful eyes. As he arrives, the tied-up vultures immediately plead for his assistance. With lumps on their heads from being beaten up, he sternly scolds them, warning them not to bully the three vulture brothers. Much to the terror of the three vultures, he plans to teach them further lessons upon his return. On the other side of Bayou Gorge, Leng Feng can be seen tirelessly practicing his techniques. Holding a blade made of pure purple energy, sweat drips down his face as he catches his breath. This dude looks like the Shonen MC's rival or something. Qinggong informed him of the recent actions of the God Tree in Maple Leaf City. Leng Feng can hardly believe that the God Tree would attack his city, but he also acknowledges the benefits he received from the city's supplies. His friend also relayed the news that Lin Hai City, where his sister Langyi resides, has been attacked by a horde of beasts, resulting in the destruction of the entire city. Recalling this piece of information fills him with tumultuous rage. He worries incessantly for his beloved sister, Lang Yu. His train of thought is interrupted by the sudden arrival of the God Tree. Appearing out of nowhere, Yuzu explains that he is aware of Leng Feng's concern for his sister. Understanding the turmoil in Leng Feng's mind, the God Tree allows him to leave and investigate for himself. That's a good boss right there. Yuzu, the divine being who possessed immense wisdom and power, harbored a profound belief that Leng Feng's sister, whom he presumed to be alive, awaited her brother's return. Fueled by this belief and driven by compassion, Yuzu tapped into the boundless potential of his enormous roots to construct a magnificent bridge that would aid Leng Feng on his perilous journey. With genuine concern etched on his divine countenance, Yuzu conveyed to Leng Feng that he was free to return to the sanctuary of Bayou Gorge once he found his sister. Alternatively, if Leng Feng chose not to return, Yuzu humbly requested his assistance in exploring the vast wonders of the outside world on behalf of the God Tree. The proposition presented by a divine entity left Leng Feng awestruck and overwhelmed. However, as he gazed into the reassuring eyes of Yuzu, a surge of courage swelled within him, compelling him to embark on this daunting mission. A mixture of anticipation and anxiety churned within his being, causing his clenched fist to tremble with determination. Taking advantage of the bridge specially crafted for him by the God Tree, Leng Feng tapped into the powers of his shadow form, transforming himself into an ethereal being, propelled forward by an extraordinary burst of speed that defied all expectations. He disappeared into the distance, leaving behind his sanctuary, where he'd faithfully nurture a haven for a multitude of baby beasts. Witnessing Lang Feng's departure, Yu Ziyu's expression turned complex, a myriad of emotions surfacing within him. Lang Feng had temporarily forsaken the refuge where he had dedicated himself to fostering the growth of these innocent creatures, born from the ravages of nuclear radiation. These young beings, with their physical deformities and shortened lifespans, were tragically fated to perish if they did not break through the limitations imposed upon them and ascend to the transcendent realm. Even Yu Ziyu's life essence, which had nourished them thus far, proved to have diminishing effects as time wore on. Each day, thousands of beast cubs were born into this world, that only a small fraction, ranging from 10% to 20%, would survive long enough to reach adulthood. Yet, there was a silver lining amidst this tragic reality. Most of these nuclear-deformed beasts exhibited superior levels of talent compared to their unaffected counterparts. From the very moment of their birth, they face a relentless trial by death, which promised to forge them into formidable beings of extraordinary prowess. Finally, Lang Feng arrived at the desolate city of Linhai. Rain cascaded relentlessly from the heavens, enveloping the city in an oppressive shroud of darkness and melancholy. The sight of the destruction that befell his hometown struck Lang Feng to the core of his being, evoking a potent mix of sorrow and determination. Unperturbed by the bleakness that surrounded him, Lang Feng set out to clear the debris and wreckage that littered the streets, his bare hands tirelessly toiling in a race against time. The intensity of his efforts resulted in multiple cuts and abrasions, causing his hands to bleed profusely. Yet, his eyes radiated an unwavering resolve and unyielding focus. Deeply concerned for his friend, Qinggong could no longer bear witness to Lang Feng's relentless endurance of such harsh conditions. Approaching his determined companion, Qinggong's face mirrored a cocktail of sadness and worry. Taking his seat not far from Lang Feng, Qinggong mustered the courage to question how much longer his friend intended to continue this grueling excavation. It seemed as though Lang Feng's mind had become consumed by the singular purpose of unearthing every fragment of fallen concrete and debris in his path. Qinggong's worry only intensified as he observed Lang Feng's unyielding persistence. Unable to stand idly by any longer, he decided to intervene, lifting a sizable chunk of concrete road upon which Lang Feng stood. He inquired about the depth they needed to reach through their relentless efforts. Lang Feng remained resolute, unwavering in his determination to dig until he reached the profound depths he believed held the key to his sister's whereabouts. With unyielding hope, he clung to the belief that his sister might be found within the confines of their house's basement. Thus, the two friends, united in their purpose and standing alone amidst the abandoned city's desolation, delved deeper and deeper into the remnants of what was once a thriving and prosperous place. They tirelessly searched for any signs of life, determined to unravel the mysteries that lay dormant. However, their endeavors yielded no one and no trace of existence. With each passing moment, Lang Feng's unwavering determination and steadfast heart gradually crumbled under the crushing weight of this devastating realization. He finally comprehended the grim truth that no hordes of beasts inhabited this forsaken city. On his journey to this location, he had found it peculiar that not a single beast had crossed his path. But now, all the fragmented pieces of the puzzle began to coalesce, forming a heart-wrenching truth. This city, his cherished home, had fallen victim to the annihilating might of man-made nuclear weapons. We're really out here with blunder after blunder. Qinggong, his heart heavy with sorrow, proceeded to explain the god tree's desire for Lang Feng to transcend the shackles of hatred toward his own kind. Despite the complexity and weight of Lang Feng's emotions, Yu Ziyu, the compassionate deity, did not wish for him to make a choice tainted by vengeance. As Qinggong's words pierced through the fog of Lang Feng's anguish, a glimmer of clarity broke through. In that moment, he resolved to align himself with the god tree. To stand as a force of justice and vengeance, solidified entirely. Tears merged with the raindrops that cascaded down his face as he made a solemn vow to avenge his little sister. Meanwhile, in a different region of the Federation, bathed in the warm embrace of sunlight and serenity, a young woman with vibrant pink hair, donning the uniform of an awakened soldier, found herself standing on the edge of a rooftop. She's kind of cute though. A veiled contemplation enveloped her features, as her thoughts delved into the depths of her being. Approaching her with genuine concern, another awakened soldier inquired about the nature of her thoughts. With a solemnity that matched her contemplative expression, she revealed that her ruminations revolved around her elder brother, whose whereabouts remained unknown. In an attempt to console her troubled soul, the soldier assured her that her brother was engrossed in rigorous cultivation in a distant location and would undoubtedly come to fetch her upon completion. Their current mission, he reminded her, was to assist their sister, Ling, and securing her position within the formidable second military region. Taking a final breath as if to release the weight of her thoughts into the wind, the young woman summoned her inner strength and adorned her face with a resplendent, radiant smile. However, a peculiar birthmark beneath her right eye drew attention, an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingering in the air. Returning to the sanctuary of Bayou Gorge, the roots of the majestic Godhood tree pulsed with vibrant life, perpetually in motion. Finally, Leng Feng and Qing Gong emerged triumphant, their return triggering an outpouring of jubilation and relief among the nuclear-mutated beasts and the underground rats. Though Leng Feng's absence had been brief, these creatures had developed an unwavering fondness for their valiant savior. The writs of Yuziyu swiftly extending a warm welcome to the prodigal heroes. Curiosity burned within him as he inquired about Leng Feng's decision and his plans for the future. Overwhelmed by a deep attachment to the infant beasts he had nurtured with utmost care, Leng Feng expressed his earnest desire to remain within the sanctuary of Bayou Gorge. Moreover, after experiencing the intricacies and complexities of the human world during his arduous journey, he found solace and purpose within the hallowed grounds of the God Tree's realm. From the first time, Leng Feng respectfully addressed the God Tree as his lord, leaving Yuziyu visibly taken aback by this newfound reverence. Kneeling down on one knee, Leng Feng humbly requested permission to accompany Yuziyu on his divine exploits, vowing his unwavering allegiance. The joy that emanated from Qing Gong was palpable, a testament to their unbreakable bond. Recognizing Leng Feng's unparalleled talent, unyielding determination, and unswerving loyalty, Yuziyu commended him with profound admiration, urging him to never waver in the face of any challenge. The God Tree held Leng Feng's indomitable spirit and unwavering pride in the highest regard. Thus, with resolute authority and divine decree, Yuziyu declared that Leng Feng would henceforth serve as the shadow of the God Tree, the indispensable and integral member of their united front. As the final piece of the grand design fell seamlessly into place, the stage was set for the future. The monstrous energy of the God Tree filled the entire Bayou Gorge after assimilating the fire and earth elements, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle that left no corner untouched. In the future, as he delves deeper into his cultivation journey, the prospect of harnessing the powers of ice and lightning beckons, promising to augment and diversify his attribute attacks to unprecedented heights. Ro is about to become the Avatar. As he diligently strengthens every branch, absorbing the remaining spirit stones along the way, a tangible sense of anticipation arises. It is a foregone conclusion that his spiritual energy level, currently at an impressive 2 million points, will undergo a remarkable surge to a staggering 5 million points. With such an astronomical boost, no beast, no matter how formidable, will be able to withstand his overwhelming might. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the northern region, the weather conditions remain as extreme as ever, imposing their unwavering dominance upon the land. It is within this hostile environment that the musk ox finds its home, establishing its reign as the ruler of the snowfield. Resembling a mighty ox but adorned with majestic goat-like horns, these imposing creatures embody a unique blend of strength and resilience. In the heart of this wintry domain, a colossal musk ox bellows at its opponent, exuding an aura of unwavering determination. Responding in kind, the demon cow, a force to be reckoned with, issues an even louder and more resounding challenge. Setting the stage for an epic clash between these formidable beasts, the clash commences as the two titans engage in a fierce battle, employing their fearsome horns as deadly weapons. The impact of their collision reverberates through the surroundings, causing the musk ox's once mighty horns to shatter into countless fragments, leaving its head shattered and broken. Yet, the battle does not conclude with this single confrontation, for the Golden Silk Monkey and the War Armor Boar duo swiftly rush to provide backup. Brandishing his trusty stick, they engage in a relentless onslaught, decimating multiple musk oxen in a whirlwind of swift and calculated strikes. Simultaneously, the wild boar charge, fueled by boundless force and power, indiscriminately claims the lives of numerous oxen, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The rank 1 transcendent mammoth, Glacier, does not shy away from the fray, eagerly trampling over countless musk oxen with unyielding determination. Following closely beside him, the formidable Tyrannotitan indulges his voracious appetite, making short work of any ox unfortunate enough to cross his path. However, amidst the chaos, the demon bull stands tall, bravely facing the overwhelming onslaught of the enemy horde all by himself. Channeling his formidable gravity manipulation abilities, he unleashes an unstoppable force upon the battlefield, rendering the charging enemies powerless, their movements stilled by the weight of the world itself. In an instant, a significant portion of the opposing forces find themselves buried deep within the frozen tundra, their hopes of victory dashed. Witnessing this display of indomitable strength, even Titan, the ferocious Tempest Wolf, cannot help but feel a twinge of trepidation. Hungering for action, the Tempest Wolf eagerly awaits its turn, eager to join the fray. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a snow leopard emerges with a feral roar, pouncing upon the Tempest Wolf with savage intensity. Caught off guard, the Tempest Wolf bellows in pain as the powerful jaws of the snow leopard clamp down upon its flesh. Recognizing the dire situation, the golden maned wild boar swiftly reacts, charging towards the scene. The snow leopard, momentarily distracted by this sudden development, finds itself in a vulnerable position. Seizing the opportunity, the wild boar successfully fends off the snow leopard's assault, freeing the Tempest Wolf from its grip. Yet, to its astonishment, a deep gash adorns the wild boar's face, evidence of the snow leopard's calculated retaliation. The snow leopard, arrogantly smirking at the wild boar's failed attempts, underestimates the lurking threat that stealthily approaches from behind. In an instant, before it can react, Bald Head, an electrifying entity, strikes with lightning speed, bringing down the snow leopard in a single devastating blow. This display of unparalleled swiftness establishes Bald Head's dominance, cementing its status as a fearsome predator capable of striking swiftly and mercilessly. Amidst the ongoing chaos on the front lines, the demon cow discerns movement at the Musk Ox camp, signaling the approach of a creature with an entirely different level of power and presence. Slowly but surely, the peak transcendent rank 1, Musk Ox King, emerges from the shadows, casting a towering shadow over every beast in its vicinity. In a different place altogether, at Raya Mountain, a sudden and vibrant crimson glow pierces through the sky, marking the birth of a fire elemental flower under the watchful care of Uzu. Another elemental flower, condensed through his relentless pursuit of combat excellence, blooms in record time, a testament to his strengthened combat prowess. Returning to the battlefield, the culmination of the arduous conflict looms ever closer with each resounding step. Glacier and Titan, formidable allies united once more, prepare to face the formidable Musk Ox King and its legion of relentless underlings. Their efficiency and prowess in battle have not gone unnoticed by Uzu, who eagerly awaits their return, his expectations met as they present him with the spoils of victory. Among the captives ensnared by Titan's powerful jaws, the mutated snow leopard, a transcendent rank 1 beast possessing extraordinary talents, captures his attention. Marveling at the capture of this high-tier speed skill possessor, Uzu seeks to uncover the heroes responsible for this impressive feat. Glacier steps forward, recounting the story of how the snow leopard's arrogance led to its downfall, thanks to the stealthy intervention of Bald Head, the honey badger. Contemplating the snow leopard's fate, Uzu recognizes the creature's exceptional talents and resolves to keep and nurture it, recognizing its potential value. As for the remaining musk oxen, despite the peak transcendent rank 1 status of their king, their lackluster talents leave them deemed unworthy. Determined to utilize their resources effectively, Uzu determined that these oxen will serve as valuable evolution points, fueling his own growth and progression. The battle for supremacy in the northern region wages on, relentless and unabated, as the hands of time move with unyielding determination. In the blink of an eye, an entire month passes, bearing witness to the team led by the indomitable demon cow, whose mere presence strikes fear into the hearts of any and all who dare to challenge them. Even the self-proclaimed overlords of the snowfield, upon sighting this formidable team, find themselves overwhelmed by coward Diz, fleeing at the very sight of their adversaries. Nevertheless, the team does not emerge from this prolonged conflict unscathed, for they too bear the scars of battle. The Tempest Wolves faction, once a formidable force numbering 30, has dwindled to a mere 18, casualties of the relentless trials they faced. Similarly, the Wild Boar group, now reduced to a mere 7, has experienced its fair share of losses. However, amidst the carnage and sacrifice, 3 Tempest Wolves and 2 Wild Boars have achieved the coveted transcendent rank 1 status, a testament to their resilience and unwavering determination. Alas, the team's struggles reach a climax as they encounter their most formidable opponent yet, a transcendent rank 2 extreme ice bear, whose monstrous power dwarfs anything they have faced before. Overwhelmed and outmatched, the team faces near annihilation, their survival made possible only through the combined efforts of the demon cow's enigmatic gravity field and the unwavering resolve of Glacier and Titan. Forced to retreat and regroup, they return home, their hearts heavy with uncertainty and the weight of defeat. Yet, behind Glacier and the Demon Cow, a glimmer of hope emerges. The White Snake, a mystical presence in its own right, delivers news of a long-awaited discovery. The cursed bear's nest has been located. To their astonishment, this lair resides within an ice attribute spirit stone cave, unraveling the mystery of the extreme ice bear's unparalleled strength. With the ability to harness the power of an ice attribute spirit stone cave, the bear holds dominion over the frozen lands, solidifying its status as an almost insurmountable foe. Aware of the dire odds they face, the Demon Cow, in a calculated decision, chooses to temporarily continue their retreat. They recognize that confronting such a formidable adversary requires more than their current capabilities alone. With a newfound sense of purpose and determination, the time has come for their ninth brother to make his combat debut. Within the next 10 days, a momentous event would occur as Nine Tails prepared to join the upcoming battles in the formidable Raya Mountain. The majestic mountain ranges had recently become a part of Bayou Gorge's expansive territory, and now Nine Tails found herself returning to the side of her devoted master, Yuzu. Meanwhile, the indomitable God Tree experienced yet another astonishing surge in power, rendering him even more formidable than before. By his side stood Nine Tails, diligently dedicating herself to cultivation and striving to reach her full potential. As Yuzu observed his loyal subordinate, he couldn't help but notice that she, too, was on the verge of a breakthrough. With a surge of fiery energy, a profound transformation ignited within Nine Tails, her essence blazing with newfound strength. Yuzu spared no effort in providing encouragement and guidance to facilitate her evolution. After a tumultuous session of cultivation, Nine Tails emerged with an aura distinct from before. She had successfully ascended to the next level of transcendence, acquiring the remarkable ability known as Sky Leap in addition to further enhancing her existing powers. The revelation that Nine Tails had acquired Sky Leap came as a shock to Yuzu. As a renowned transcendent rank 3 cultivator, he was content with his ability to merely traverse the earth. He never anticipated that his faithful companion would already possess the power of flight. Such a remarkable feat could perhaps be attributed to her extraordinary heavenly fox bloodline. Eager to share her newly awakened talent, Nine Tails divulged that alongside Sky Leap, she had gained precise control, an ability that enabled her to delve into the depths of her spiritual potential. This exceptional talent not only reduced her spiritual energy consumption by an impressive 30%, but also significantly enhanced her finesse in manipulating spiritual energy. Wait, that's kind of broken. The secret to mastering Sky Leap lay in the precise control of energy, an elusive skill that proved incredibly challenging for ordinary beasts to attempt. The exertion of this majestic ability consumed a substantial amount of spiritual energy. However, after a brief period of soaring through the heavens, Nine Tails reluctantly descended to the ground. Her flight lasted a mere few minutes before her spiritual energy reserves were depleted, unable to sustain the demands of Sky Leap. It became evident that further practice was necessary to refine her newly acquired skill. In an attempt to assist her progress, Yuzu offered Nine Tails a newly blossomed fire spirit flower. Consuming this rare flower would elevate her spiritual energy level to an impressive 400,000. Much to his surprise, she declined this generous reward from her master. "Can I get it instead?" Baffled by her refusal, Yuzu couldn't help but question the reasoning behind her decision. Nine Tails explained that she could easily enhance her spiritual energy through her own efforts. She suggested that the elemental flower would be better utilized by other beasts, as it held no value for her. She straight up told him that she's a strong and independent foxwoman. Uncertain about whom to bestow this precious herb upon, Yuzu pondered the matter at hand. A month had passed since the surge of the spiritual energy tide, a period of relative tranquility. During his interlude, Xiaoqing, their trusted ally, sent an urgent update message to her master. She detailed the devastating aftermath caused by the global beast horde, which ravaged numerous small countries within the Federation. In response to this perilous threat, Buck Country, Kaishi Country, and many others mobilized their military forces to resist the encroaching horde. However, countless nations now served as havens for the beasts, and the looming menace of the horde continued to cast a dark shadow over humanity. Amidst this crisis, the 10-country alliance emerged, a collective effort to safeguard humanity's survival. Plans were underway for a meeting between the alliance and the Chinese Federation, deliberating the feasibility of launching another raid against the God Tree. Bro, and will these fools learn? This profound update opened Yuzu's eyes to the possible future that awaited them. In a frozen expanse of the tundra, treacherous mountain ranges posed constant hostility to every living being. Amidst this hostile landscape, a formidable beast with thunderous presence sprinted at breakneck speeds. It was none other than Bald Head, fleeing from an unknown menace, his body marked by wounds and injuries. Hot on his heels trailed the tempest wolves and wild boars, each struggling to overcome their own wounds. Tyrannotitan and the White Snake appeared equally battered, their once mighty forms now displaying signs of wear. Even the hooves of a monstrous beast, known as the Demon Cow, bore injuries despite its formidable stature. The Demon Cow and Glacier, leading this group of beasts, wore solemn expressions upon their faces. Despite their injuries, the Gold Silk Monkey and the Wild Boar faction retained an unyielding fighting spirit. Finally, the battered assembly of beasts arrived before their master, the God Tree. Before addressing them, Yu took stock of the returning group to ensure their full party had safely returned. His discerning gaze quickly noted the diminished numbers compared to the start of their expedition. Yet, amidst this apparent setback, he observed the remarkable growth exhibited by the 3 Tempest Wolves and the 2 Wild Boars who had successfully broken through Transcendent Rank 1. The significance of battle as a catalyst for natural growth in these beasts became increasingly apparent. The Demon Cow commenced his report, divulging the reasons behind their return. He recounted the discovery of an ice attribute cave and the presence of a Transcendent Rank 2 beast guarding its secrets. Yu found it hard to fathom that such a remarkable cave resided merely in the outer reaches of the northern region. The revelation of a Transcendent Rank 2 beast posed a grim surprise, indicating the existence of even more formidable creatures lurking in the deeper recesses of the northern region. This presented a substantial obstacle to their expansion plans. Swiftly, he issued a command to Ada, a peregrine falcon, instructing the bird to summon the Iron Eater Panda and the Vulture brothers with utmost haste. With a sweeping motion of his golden branches, the God Tree showered his wounded beast army with life essence, a cascade of revitalizing energy. Within a month of relentless battle, countless beasts had already experienced breakthroughs, their wounds fully healed under the transformative influence of the life essence shower. The remaining Tempest Wolves, now at beginner rank 9, exhibited telltale signs of an imminent breakthrough. Most significantly, Yu ordered the Demon Cow to refrain from participating in the upcoming battle, urging him to remain behind. Tonight, the Panda and 9 Tails would embark on a daring mission to plunder the spirit mine. The Demon Cow continued to voice his concerns, suggesting that they await his own breakthrough before proceeding with the mission. He feared that the extreme ice bear guarding the cave would prove insurmountable. However, the God Tree reassured him with unwavering confidence, assuring him that everything would unfold according to plan. The Demon Cow found himself perplexed by the depth of this assurance. Suddenly, a familiar figure, radiating a commanding aura, stepped into the meeting, igniting a blaze of recognition within their hearts. It was none other than the current 9 Tails, a majestic and deadly beast who had finally attained the 2nd rank of transcendence. With the indomitable presence of the powerful big sister of the ferocious beasts, the God Tree turned to the Demon Cow, questioning whether he now felt reassured enough to proceed. The snowstorm of the northern region continued to ravage the mountain ranges, relentlessly assaulting the towering peaks with its icy fury. Above the sky, the Vulture brothers soared with fierce eyes, and perched atop one of these birds, an unlikely companion rode with unwavering determination the Iron Eater Panda. As the winds howled around them, 9 Tails gracefully traversed the skies with her agile maneuvers, executing her sky leap. Meanwhile, the White Snake glided effortlessly through the frigid air, matching the speed and agility of her companions. Iron Eater Panda, still in awe of the circumstances that led him to fight alongside his newfound sister, couldn't help but bombard her with an unrelenting barrage of questions. Eager to establish a bond, he inquired if he should address her as Big Sis, following the convention of their comrades, and with relentless curiosity, he pestered her for flying lessons. His relentless questioning continued, with inquiries ranging from the possibility of 9 Tails sprouting additional tails in the future, wondering if their number would exceed 100, to the peculiar notion of whether her mystical fire would be extinguished in the presence of water during a routine shower. Amidst his ceaseless queries, Iron Ear Panda couldn't help but notice that 9 Tails had grown strangely silent, her voice absent from the ongoing conversation. Fearing her silence as a sign of displeasure, he began to fret, convinced that he had somehow angered her and bracing himself for the potential retribution that awaited him. However, 9 Tails, unable to bear the weight of Iron Ear Panda's constant pestering, decided to assert her independence. With a burst of her sky leap, she surged forward, leaving the rest of the party behind, her graceful form disappearing into the distance with breathtaking speed. Iron Eater Panda, Humbled, and in all of her remarkable swiftness, tugged at the reins, urging the vulture beneath him to match the velocity of their sister. Yuzu pondered the feasibility of entrusting the mission to the party, considering their eventual encounter with the formidable extreme ice bear. The demon cow had already retreated to the depths of the canyon, seeking solace within the confines of the ore cave to cultivate and replenish its strength. The underground fire spirit stones, a vital resource for their endeavors, were slowly being absorbed, their energy channeled into Yuzu's evolving branches. Having exhausted his 2 million evolution points, Yuzu had diligently upgraded each branch, elevating them to level 4, thus expanding their potential. With this advancement, his branches gained unique elemental attributes, enabling him to bestow them with various elemental powers. Furthermore, his ever-growing abilities would allow him to absorb the essence of ice and lightning spirits, further expanding his repertoire of elemental forces. The ability to split his branches, previously limited to a single division, now burgeoned into a formidable force when multiplied by 10 during the process. Yet, there remained one more aspect of his tree's evolution left to explore, the evolution of his roots. Unbeknownst to Yuzu, the vastness of the ocean held secrets of the existence of formidable aquatic creatures, whose ranks remained shrouded in mystery. However, for the time being, he set these thoughts aside, prioritizing his personal growth and unwavering determination to become stronger. With resolute determination, he accessed his system prompt, eagerly examining the various abilities at his disposal. Among the numerous choices, one ability stood out: Blood Contract, acquired after vanquishing the blood strain. This ability offered the potential to synchronize his strength without a thorn. Intrigued by its possibilities, he opted to enhance and fortify this ability, utilizing a portion of his evolution points to fuel its growth. With a firm resolve, he committed 1,000 evolution points to the upgrade, witnessing as the blood contract ascended to its second level. A surge of excitement coursed through his veins, urging him to push further. With a remaining balance of 106,000 evolution points, he resolved to continue strengthening the blood contract, channeling an additional 5,000 evolution points into its enhancement, propelling it to the coveted third level. Now, armed with this newfound power, he possessed the capability to bind others through the medium of blood, turning them into loyal dependents. Overwhelmed by the revelation of this astonishing ability, Yuzu marveled at the similarities it shared with the legends of vampires. With the potential to transform ordinary individuals into devoted servants, he now held the essence of life itself, equipped with the power to control minds. Standing atop a snow-covered hill, the chilling winds sweeping around him, Yuzu called forth Gong. Responding to his master's summons with unwavering loyalty, Gong, possessing the earth attribute, swiftly traversed the terrain, effortlessly traveling through the very ground beneath their feet. Aware of the imminent meeting between the 10-country alliance and the Federation's envoys at the border, where they would discuss plans for yet another raid, Yuzu entrusted Gong with a critical mission to disrupt the proceedings and potentially impede their joint progress. Realizing the dire consequences of failure and the subsequent unity of humanity, Yuzu resolved to prevent their adversaries from gaining an advantage, forcing them into a state of passivity once more. Understanding the magnitude of the task at hand, Yuzu couldn't help but worry about Gong embarking on this perilous mission alone. As a result, he granted Gong permission to enlist a group of beasts to accompany him, bolstering his chances of success. Furthermore, he instructed Gong to be on the lookout for talented individuals and, if encountered, to bring them back to their sanctuary. Filled with determination and unyielding resolve, Gong expressed his unwavering commitment. Acknowledging the importance of the mission, without hesitation, he swiftly journeyed to the area of the root residences, seeking the aid of his comrade, Lang Feng. Arriving at Lang Feng's domain, Gong's unexpected presence caught his friend off guard. Curiosity etched upon his features, Lang Feng inquired about the purpose of Gong's visit, and so Gong explained the dire need for additional beasts to aid in his crucial mission, emphasizing the urgency of the situation at the border. Lang Feng, puzzled by Gong's request when he already possessed the formidable gorilla army, questioned the rationale behind seeking additional forces. However, Gong revealed that the outskirts of the north had recently fallen under their control, necessitating the guerrilla army's deployment for the protection of the newly acquired territory. Mentioning the busy underground construction and ore transportation that occupied the Ant army, Lang Feng lamented their unavailability for the task at hand. Nonetheless, he conceded to Gong's request, albeit with a sense of resignation. Regrettably, he could only lend his friend the forces of the underground rats, led by the mighty Rat Emperor who had attained the transcendent rank 1. accompanied by several others at the beginner rank 9. This revelation left Qinggong astounded by Lang Feng's extraordinary feat, his efforts raising the underground rats to such awe-inspiring heights. To Qinggong's astonishment, it was revealed that the Rat Emperor had awakened to the dark element, a development that Lang Feng believed would be an invaluable asset for their mission. Furthermore, Lang Feng divulged his secret known only to him. Their accelerated growth had been fueled by Lang Feng's own flesh and blood, a testament to his unwavering dedication and sacrifice. Acknowledging the formidable strength of these underground rats, Qinggong couldn't help but express his concern that the mere presence of 4 beasts might not suffice to make a significant impact. Yet, to his astonishment, Lang Feng unveiled a hidden army, a multitude of these powerful subterranean creatures poised and ready to fulfill their duty. Overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this unseen force, Qinggong felt a renewed sense of determination and conviction resonating within his being. Meanwhile, in the heart of the northern region, night descended, casting an eerie darkness over the icy mountains. Amidst the frigid expanse, a formidable beast stirred from its slumber, a transcendent ranked to extreme ice bear. A dorm of icy spikes protruding from its powerful form and exuding an air of malevolence with its piercing gaze. This creature sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. With a single swipe of its massive claw and a deafening roar that echoed through the frozen landscape, the extreme ice bear established its dominance, asserting its superiority over surrounding terrain. In the distance, 3 vultures could be seen cautiously approaching the imposing creature. Undeterred by the bear's imposing display, Iron Eater Panda, standing at the back of the vulture, exhibiting a wide smile, brimming with unwavering confidence. Admiring the fearsome aura emanating from the extreme ice bear, he couldn't help but commend its formidable presence. Iron Eater Panda's words served only to further enrage the beast, fueling its anger and solidifying its resolve. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Eater Panda leaped from the back of the vulture, his once playful countenance transforming into that of a fiery death god. With a calculated descent, Iron Eater Panda plummeted to the ground, his tiny form causing the earth to tremble upon impact, akin to a speeding meteor crashing into the tundra. The extreme ice bear, seeking to reestablish its dominance, released another earth-shattering roar, but its efforts seemed futile against the tiny, seemingly invincible panda. With a newfound air of seriousness replacing his playful demeanor, Iron Eater Panda declared his intent to commence the hunt. The white snake and 9 tails, observing the unfolding scene, chose to remain on the sidelines for now, awaiting the outcome of this legendary clash between the tiny yet resolute panda and the mighty guardian of the ice attribute Spirit Stone Cavern. The extreme ice bear is practicing caution as it anticipates what the panda will do next. Emerging from the impact of its landing, the cuddly-looking panda has turned into a monstrous pocket-sized warlord. With another roar, the bear initiates the much-awaited fight. The white snake also notices that the bear has recovered from the wounds that they had painstakingly inflicted on it. Even though they did not manage to defeat it, they still wounded it badly. He did not expect that within just 5 short days it would completely recover. Not only that, but its aura has also obviously become even stronger. Standing in front of them, the Iron Eater Panda warns them that this bear is his prey, so they do not have to help. With a wicked smile on his face, he fully intends to defeat this monstrosity by himself. In response to that blatant provocation, the extreme ice bear makes the first charge with its massive mouth wide open. In response, the panda gathers his explosive energy in one hand. With the bear's flimsy defenses, the panda manages to land a critical strike that sends the bigger monster flying to the side. It flies without stopping until it eventually collides with the mountains in the distance. The white snake and the vulture brothers have a collective moment of shock, watching the annoying little panda send their biggest obstacle flying. 9 Tails watches intently. To make himself stronger, this panda keeps training his body every single day, be it speed or strength. Even after obtaining the Fire Spirit's stone mine, he has never slacked. So, with fiery determination and a serious demeanor, he invites the extreme ice bear to face him with full power. He wants the wounded bear to fight him with everything it has before he kills it. Even the bear has already realized that the opponent it's facing is on a different level. The vultures notice that something is amiss. The white snake points out that it has started to snow, and under the snowfall, the extreme ice bear is finally reaching its peak power. The panda assesses that its spiritual energy has increased compared to just a moment ago. Since his foe has revealed its trump card, that it would be fitting to reveal his as well. The snow surrounding him quickly melts and evaporates as a massive fire akin to a volcanic eruption is released in such a condensed form. He has just activated his fire elemental power. With both of them powered up to a higher level, The extreme ice bear is the first to make a move as it conjures up its next attack. Multiple sharp ice circles are called forth, aiming directly at its foe. With the launch of the sharp ice circles, the panda's blazing aura brightens up even more. The massive ice circles coalesce and crash at a single point, locking onto the small frame of the panda. Amidst the massive ice formation, a blazing ball spinning at terrifying speeds melts through. The thick and massive ice circles do not stop this momentum as it heads directly towards the bear. Landing directly on the head of the fearsome beast, the panda in his ball form has gained the upper hand. This infuriating strike puts the bear's anger level to never-before-seen heights. It extends its massive claw in a desperate attempt to catch the swiftly moving panda, but this claw only serves as a clear pathway for another attack. He spins through the claw, continuously traveling and aiming at the extreme ice bear's vital spot. That's just Levi Ackerman in panda form. With unstoppable momentum, he lands a painful crash on the monstrosity's jaw. Turning in the middle of the air, the panda's spinning onslaught is just getting started. He bounces and spins all over the place, creating an unpredictable attack pattern that decimates the bear's body from every possible angle. It cannot help but let out a pathetic whimpering roar of pain. In an attempt to get out of the spinning hell, the bear gathers its energy and whips up a mighty blizzard. The panda is forced back by the harsh winds and the painful sting of the blizzard aimed at him. The two beasts on the sidelines are getting increasingly worried at the flare-up of even more snow around the battlefield. The ice attribute power of the bear is concentrated in its sharp and deadly claws. With a downward swipe, an immense amount of snow is unleashed, causing the panda to be caught in a raging avalanche. As a result of this concentrated attack, he is trapped in a solid piece of ice after being frozen in less than a second. Inside the giant iceberg, the tiny panda is situated right in the middle. The white snake and nine tails call out to their comrade, ready to jump into battle if things become even grimmer than they are right now. But inside the massive iceberg, the panda's voice can be heard clearly. Seeing the bear's final trump card, his only feedback is that it was too boring. Seeing his strongest moves slowly being melted and cracked from the inside, the extreme ice bear is finally experiencing true horror and disbelief. With an even brighter blaze of flame, the tiny panda manages to escape and shatter the iceberg prison. From now on, his only intent is to kill. Our boy doesn't mess around. Curling up into a ball, he crashes down like a speeding comet. With his unparalleled speed, the extreme ice bear is unable to respond as it takes the brunt of the damage on its unprotected chest. The bear goes down in the thick snow covering the land while the panda easily gets out of the way of its downfall. Just like that, the transcendent rank 2 extreme ice bear that has beaten the giant beast party is killed with multiple wounds and a gruesome hole in its chest. The white snake is quick to celebrate the panda's victory, and even the vulture brother's eyes light up with joy. Ninetails gives an approving look to the panda that was annoying her just earlier. Seeing the destruction that he has caused, the Iron Eater panda slowly stands up from his seat. With an absolutely bone-chilling smile and a blood-stained face, he asks his companions if what he did was not bad. And that was it for today. I hope that you liked today's video, and if you did, hit that like button as today's like goal is 1500 likes. Comment part 3 down below for the next part. Also, consider subscribing with the notification bell on to get notified as soon as a new video drops onto the channel. You can also join the channel to support me financially and watch videos before public release. I'll meet you in the next video. Until then, thanks for watching.